Oh, wow, we're streaming. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Running a little bit behind today, but it's going to be a fun night. We're going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to try to get in some No Man's Sky. Every time we don't seem to get to it, but we're going to try to get it to it today. What I heard about No Man's Sky is that they went cross platform. That means that everybody can play together. Xbox, PC, and PS4 all can play together in No Man's Sky now. So GG, at least we got one of them. We got one of them now. If only we could do that with Fallout 76, that would be awesome as well. But hey, at least we got one of them, right? So eventually when I get past this playthrough, we can go ahead and all play together in some multiplayer at some point. That's a really, really fun game. Man, I wish I had more time. There's only so much time in the day. But we're going to try to get to some of these games. That's why we're playing a whole bunch of different games here on the stream, just to try to, get a little bit more games in, a little bit more variety of games. But of course, we're playing all the standards. Yesterday we played some Astroneer, which was very, very fun. We started over again after some technical hurdles that we had to jump. And that's really fun. I'm really waiting for their automation. When their automation comes out, we'll wipe it again, and then we'll go ahead and really get into it. I can't wait to do all the automation where it picks up all the stuff and it puts it where it's supposed to go. And then we have like mining units that run all the mines and stuff. That's going to be really, really fun for sure. So we'll get into that when all of that drops at the end of the month, including Alpha 19, of course, for 7 Days to Die, all coming from a birthday. Not going to be on my birthday, which is going to be on the 23rd, but it's going to be pretty close to my birthday, so I'm going to assume they're all just birthday presents for me. So there we go. So welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming into the stream. We're going to have a fun night, so settle in. We're going to be going all night long, playing some Satisfactory, and then later some No Man's Sky. Really have no other announcements other than we are going to, again, have that big old party on my birthday. I'm going to be 50 years old. I'm amazed that I made it this far. Sometimes it was very close. But hey, if I make it to half a century, then we'll see how it goes. Gonna have me some water. So yeah, I'm ready to go. All night long, all night. Exactly. So let's say hello to the heroes behind the stream, my awesome mods. Let's see what we got going right now. We got Gwen helping out in the chat. I can see her right there. As well as we got Rathwall and Game Killer and Dovey all helping out throughout the whole entire night. If you do see my mods, make sure to show them lots of love. Make their job nice and easy by going out and retweeting, following those chat rules, and of course hosting the channel as well. It does help a lot. Now, also, if you'd like to be a mod, if you've been in the channel for a while, you like Kismet, I'd love to help out. We are looking for a few more mods. If you would like to contact Gwen right over there, she'll help you out. She's also going to put some stuff in the chat, a little bit about becoming a mod here on the stream. I do appreciate all my mods. Again, I call them the heroes behind the stream, the peeps that keep the chat awesome, keep all the trolls out, because I don't mess around, man. Trolls, they gone just like that. So yeah, there we go. Party! Exactly. Let's see what we got in the chat. We got Wolfric coming in, another one of my awesome mods coming in with the Kismet Wave. Hello, Wolfric. Great to see you as always. Nalbus coming in, says hi. Hello. Welcome. Buckmist all night long. All night. Exactly. Kids, do you remember me? I hate Imperials. Oh, maybe. It sounds familiar, but then again, I have sleep apnea, so I literally forget people's names like 10 seconds later. So if I forget your name or if I mispronounce your name, just consider it part of my charm. Or just roll with it. But I kind of remember your name. I'm very difficult for me to remember people's names. Just keep that in mind. There we go. Let's see. Also, Buckman's coming in with the wave as well. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to rebuild this massive thing. We tore the entire thing down pretty much. We're going to rebuild our mega base from scratch now that we're in that kind of highest tier. So let's get to it. Let's go play some games. I see that, I hate Imperials. I see that. Yes, you followed on August 12th of 2018. And you were previously subbed for a couple months, and I appreciate all of that. I appreciate you following the channel. I appreciate you subbing, and I appreciate you just lurking in the channel as well. I appreciate every single person who comes to my channel. I don't feel entitled at all. Sometimes people get all entitled, you know what I mean? They're like, you have to sub to my channel. You're leeching off my channel. Oh, my God. Who are those people's parents? Somebody needs to have a firm talking to them about how the world really works and how to be a decent human being. Yeah. But hey, I ain't their papa. That's their choices. I make my own choices to be a decent person. All right, let's get into it. We're going to go ahead and start this in about 30 minutes, everybody. This way everybody can get into the stream. We won't fail our first one. We'll let everybody kind of wander on in. But, of course, you peeps who came in first, guess what you get? You get an extra 1,000 KizCats for being here at the top of the stream. Boom, hooking you guys up. Easy peasy. Love the streams? Well, thank you now, Bez. I love you being here. I love you hanging out. Yeah, again, your name seems familiar, but if you don't talk a lot in the chat, then it's hard for me to remember. But I do appreciate you big time. I appreciate you coming in. All right, let's see. Oh, we got some coffee. Tasty. You know that I don't drink coffee at all? None. This is natural. This is without soda and without coffee. Because I love playing games. So, I mean, the second I sit down to play games, my energy already level is way up like that. I'm already ready to rock the second I sit down to play some games. Because it's not, dealing with problems and doing other things. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's like that part of the day where you finally get home and you're done with your work for the day and you take care of the family and you've had dinner and you did all of that. And then you're just like, okay, let me just sit here and relax for a minute. That's pretty much the state I'm in whenever I'm hanging out with all of you. And that's why we have so much fun, isn't it? So we hang out and have a good time. Now, what I was doing here is I was revamping my entire thing. Holy mackerel. Yeah, I tore the whole thing down and revamped all this. I remember this now. Look at that. Remember that whole gigantic factory? We took that down. Remember that whole entire gigantic factory over there? That down too. We didn't start over. We just went and we took everything down and we took all the resources and brought the bulk of it over here, though there's tons of it still over there. And what we're going to do today is we're going to map out basically restarting our entire production again. And one of those things that we started, you can see right up here, is a bit of a enclosed factory. Inside this factory, obviously it's making screws, because you can see the screws coming out up there at the top. And it's feeding those screws way down over here and up into our storage area. And you see we've got a triple height storage area. Over here you can see it's feeding some of those screws into a awesome sink over here, which is going to produce some tickets for us. But it's coming out because that's coming out the front. And then also over on that side, it's also feeding some other stuff in there too. I think, what was the other thing? I think the other thing is plates that we have it running out of. Let's go see. Yeah, we got that going there. And this is running out what? Yeah, that's running plates. Uh-oh. So yeah, that's running plates in there in the first one. This one's running screws, and then this is running the excess of those down there. Now, the way that I have it set up is that if it reaches the top box, then it starts to drain that back out again, right? If it fills that top box. But if it's not filled, then it will take it and it will feed it down into the lower part of it. And you can see we've got some of this going on, as well as we've got all these little mini conveyors in the front. So we can just look at the front and see what that particular thing is. And we separated it this time by how it is in the builder thing over here. That's not it, right here. In the craft bench. So we went and separated it by that, which is a much cooler way of doing it. So we put all of these things together that go together in this particular order. We've got some high-end stuff still to make, computers and whatnot, to unlock a few things that we have left. Like right now, we're working toward nuclear power, and we got nuclear power, we got a hazmat suit, and then we've also got all of this stuff to do, our gas mask still to do. But we're not doing too bad on nuclear power. We have a good amount of modular frames, we have a good amount of computers, but we got to get high-speed connectors and AI limiters going. And really, that's our end result. Our end result is the highest end stuff, or a little bit of everything, so that we have all of that stuff running and feeding into our kind of central area. And as you can see, we have a very, very large amount of boxes here. And you can see some of them have stuff, and some of them do not, because we're still got to make those particular things and run them to that particular spot. So we started with the basics. We started with some plates and some poles, and then we took those poles and we turned them into screws because we don't really need the poles right now. So we're running the screws instead. Those we're going to need a good amount of those. And we're also going to need to get kind of in the next thing in a row, right? So we're going to kind of build it as we need it, right? So build it as we're kind of running across our main central area here this way. So we started with plates, then we did rods, and then we turned rods into screws. And now we're going to need some copper sheets. And we happen to have a copper node over here. I think it's this one. One of these two, that one or this one. And I have it where it's just at the level where I can walk up and then see what the particular thing is. So I don't have to jump down there to see what it is. Now, I do have the level 3 miners as well. So we're going to start with the level 2s right now, and then eventually we'll upgrade these to level 3s and whatnot. But we've got to work on our plates, and we want our plates to, our copper plates to go this way and obviously end up over there. So we'll make that nice and easy. Just by putting copper plates out here. Now we need to look at what we're starting with. We're starting with 60 copper per minute. And if we go ahead and start with a bit of production here, we're going to need to take that raw copper and we're going to need to convert it into copper ingots, and we're going to need to use our smelter to do that. So we're just going to throw a smelter down. We're going to say copper ingot. What's the input of this particular copper ingot node? It is 30. So that means we're going to use 2 of these because the output of the miner is 60. The input is 30, so we're going to end up with 2 of these. So we're going to go ahead and think of that. Okay, we need 2 of those, and then we're going to need a constructor. So we'll throw a constructor down, and we'll say make copper sheets. Now the speed at which it comes in is 20. So if it's coming out at 60, it's going to convert into 30. Then we have a bit of a math problem, right? This is when the math starts getting not easy, right? If this was input 30, easy mode, right? Because it's coming in 30, going out 30, going into here to 30, and so on. But it doesn't work that way. This comes in at 20. So we have to look at the output over here, and we say, oh, this is output at 30. So this is not going to perfectly match up into here. Now, a way to fix that is basically to make it go into a container and then split it again. Now, I do have my my thing here, which we're going to probably use at some point, or maybe not at all. We'll see. But right here, this is actually me charting out on our previous builds. You can see a whole bunch of stuff here. Like if I zoom in on this one, we can see copper sheets and how we figured out how to make those copper sheets work. Right, so we've got our, I did all this in Illustrator, by the way. We've got our pure node there into a storage. That storage then splits, and so on and so forth into here. And we can see how it's supposed to split here. So if we combine the 30 back together into 60, then the 60 we can split into 20, 20, and 20. Just to kind of give you an idea, we'll zoom in nice and close. See, we want it all to end up back into 60. So we can go 20, 20, and 20. And then it's easy. Then we know how many constructors we need, right? We need 3 constructors. So easy, right? Easy to understand. We'll put that back off to the side. There we go. So that's basically what we need to do. And we already know that. Pretty easy to do. We bring it out. We split it into this, and we're off and running. So let's go ahead and get this. Now, also what happens if I'm up here, I don't have to worry about... let's see, that was 60, right? That was 60. Just double check, yes. I don't have to worry about those mobs attacking me, right? And that's why I'm up here, and I try to make it where they can't get up here, right? Because you don't want them running up behind you while you're building your factory and stuff. So that's why I always build my stuff elevated. Now, on this right here, I'm going to go ahead and bring this up a little bit, and I think I'll turn it this way. I think I had it this way before. I'm going to turn it this way just a bit. And we're going to actually build a little enclosed factory here, just like we did for the other one. And we're going to do that throughout, right? We're going to build at the node and not run it all the way across and then build it after that. We're going to build it at the node, which is what I like to do. I feel like it's a bit easier to do that. So we're going to start working with walls and foundations, all that kind of fun stuff. So we're going to go ahead and first just put a wall down and see if we can get this to line up in such a way that we like. Obviously not. That's a not, everybody. But okay, that's okay. We can work around it, right? We're going to do a little trick here. We're going to take that out, and we're going to rotate it a different way. Here we go. We're going to go like this, and then we'll rotate it that way, like so. Now, this only needs a conveyor belt level 1 because it is at that 60 level, and so we'll just have it turn the corner and come right into there like that. Easy peasy. And then we kind of got it matched up to our wall, so we can go ahead and run everything else basically off the side of the wall. One of the things we'll want to do, of course, is to bring it out. Let's see, 4, I think it is. This is Mark 1. Yes, okay. We'll bring it out, and one of the cool things we can do just by doing this kind of thing, right? Just running the conveyor out, is we can go in and we can put in our splitter. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. They actually came out with sets. They came out with different sets for your command keys down here. So I can have set number 1, which is me running, you know, like the hypertubes, and then set number 2, which is me doing piping, and set number 3, which is actually, this is set number 4, that I can do splitting and running conveyors and all of that stuff. So that's basically what's going on down here. As I have a bunch of splitters and whatnot on my bar. So I'm just pressing the buttons on the side of my mouse. I have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic, which has about 12 names, that helps me do that. Now, of course, we can go ahead and utilize the splitter. Now, make sure that you're aiming your little hammer there, this little thing that's right there in the middle. Make sure you're aiming that hammer right at the conveyor, and then it will slide along the conveyor and automatically adjust. See how it's going the wrong way there? Wrong way. The green is going that way, where the orange should be going this way. But if I hit right on the conveyor, you can see it hits it perfectly. So there we go. Coming to 7 Days to Die. Did DayZ ever pique your interest, Kismet? I've watched people play DayZ. I feel like DayZ is like the running simulator. I swear I've watched people for hours run around in that game, and then for like 2 minutes they get into a fight. And then hours of running. A long, long time. But hey, it looked like a fun game. I don't know. It didn't seem to float my boat, but I do actually have it on my list of games to play one day. But I just don't have enough time. I just started playing this game. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Thunderstrike, this is a 10++ game. I mean, it's not even finished yet. This is early access, and it's already a super phenomenal game. It's got one of the best building structures in any game, where you can actually just aim to the edge, or in this case, you can aim on the conveyor, and it will put the actual splitter onto the actual conveyor itself, so you don't have to run the thing and do the splitter and run the thing. You don't have to do all of that. You just run a line, right? Run a conveyor belt, and then aim your splitter at it. It automatically orients itself and puts itself on there, and you're good, right? You're off and running right from the very beginning, which is just incredibly great. One of my favorite things over here, I got to remember how to switch my thing. Is it control? What is it? Option? I think I have to get out of there. It's option. Option allows me to switch my stuff down here at the bottom. One of my favorite things about the game is, if you see this metal part right here, this metal part, if you aim toward that metal part, look how it pushes it out. I wish 7 Days to Die did that, where you aim toward that metal part, boom, and it goes out like that, right? Goes out like that. If you go ahead and aim like right in the middle, boom, you get that one, right? Maybe you want to put a ramp in, boom. Now, sometimes it doesn't orient, obviously, in the direction you want it to go, but once you put one down, then you go to the edge, it'll usually remember once you start to do it, right? You do one, then it does the next one, and so on and so forth, and it will kind of remember the direction in which you go. And then, of course, you want to take it out. You hold down control. Boom, I can take multiple of them. I can take up to 50 items out at the same time just by holding down control. Boom, all of them gone, which is pretty cool. I wish you could put them in that way, too. That would be really, really awesome. Hey, Philip, what's up? Puff coming in saying hello. Hello, welcome, welcome. I've been playing a ton of Factorio, and I thought that my Factorio's really helped me on this. Boy, was I wrong. Well, you know, in the beginning, it's a little tough, but once you get into it, this is the type of game where you start playing it at like 6 o'clock at night. And I've been playing a lot of those type of games, like Astroneer and the 7 Days to Die and so on. You play it like 6 o'clock at night, and all of a sudden the sun's coming up, and it feels like 10 minutes went by. This is this type of game. It is just so incredibly fun. And that's how I measure a really fun game. I measure it based on how much time goes by while I'm playing it. Do I feel like it's a chore to play the game? Or do I feel like just, bam, time just went by like that? That's how you know you're playing a great game. Just as simple as that. At least that's the way I measure it. All right, let's go back to set number 4. Again, we're going to go ahead and put a splitter in. Now, again, we're going to put our copper in here. Now, once you put your splitter in, you no longer need this pole at the end, right? Because you're going to double split those out. Now, one of the things that I did do, like I showed you over here, is I did make some diagrams because I am a graphic designer as well. So I use not only my logical side, but I also use my creative side to help you guys understand as I go along. So you can see here we need to basically do a splitter, which is what I just put down, and then we need 2 of these. Now, I would not put any of this down, any of this part down, until you put your constructors down. You got to leave enough space, though, for all of this. You need a merger and then a splitter again, and then we need 3 constructors. Now, the 3 constructors is what's going to tell you how wide that it needs to be and how you're going to feed that into those 3 constructors, right? Now, in the very beginning, it's not too bad because what you want to do is you want to have it recombine anyway. So in this particular case, normally I would start with the conveyor or the constructors and work my way backwards. But in this case, since I'm going to merge it together back into a container, it doesn't matter. I can start in the very beginning. But one of the few times that you can actually just start right from the very beginning where you're coming out, splitting, and then going into the actual units. Now, I could also go very vertical on this. I could raise it up, put it up on another floor, and so on. But I'm just going to build it at the bottom level, and then I'm going to enclose it so I don't have to look at it and just have the output going over to where we need it. So we're going to go ahead and get into that. We're going to go ahead and get our smelters here. And what I'm going to do is kind of line these smelters up off the side. Now, there's actually a really cool way of doing this. If you take another splitter and just kind of line it up over here on the side, pretend like you're trying to line it up off the side of this, right? And you can kind of line it up based on the floor. You can rotate it in the same direction. It's kind of weird. It's not snapping in. If I hold down Control. Huh. That is weird that it's not snapping in there. Now what it should do is line up perfectly to the one next to it. Oh, it's half going because of the conveyor belt. Oh, I just learned something. Look at that. See, I get to learn stuff too. It actually was a half step back because I put it on the conveyor and not on the grid, which is on the bottom. So actually, it's better if I put the thing down first. This way, it'll be along the grid, so I can line it up much easier along that. Oh, I love learning new stuff, too. See, we all learn stuff together here in the stream. There we go. We'll just do that, and then we'll go ahead and take our conveyor and just connect it there. Easy peasy. Right? Now, what that's going to do, again, is going to allow me to build some splitters off to the side. Now, see how the white lines are now lining up? That's what I was looking at, and also the green line is lining up. And what that's going to allow me to do is get kind of a perfect corner like this. And the reason why, again, I'm not going to actually use those. I'm only using them as kind of lining up tools because it's going to allow me to nicely line up my my things over here, my smelters. So that's going to line up off of that one. And then this one's going to line up off this one. And I like to put mine a little bit forward. That's just me. And see, I can line it up. Notice the green line there. Now you've got the green line going that way. And you got the green line going that way. It's hard to do because it's reversed for me. So, yeah. So you can see the green lines coming together. So we're basically aligned in both directions. Another fantastic feature of this game is the fact that you have a lot of alignment tools. Where a lot of other games do not have really great alignment tools, so everything is kind of off. Like when you're playing No Man's Sky and you're putting down a whole bunch of stuff, and it's your whole row is getting really, really crooked because it's just like back and forth, back and forth. Or in here, you can see that I've snapped that stuff in and aligned it. And then we're just going to go ahead and do this. That's going to look beautiful. Now, when you're doing stuff in Satisfactory, it's not just about producing that thing. Right? You're going to find this a lot in the Satisfactory community. It's also making it look beautiful. Like in this case, it's perfectly centered off of the thing. It's perfectly done on both sides, so it's equal on both sides, and they're now both running into there. So looking great. Looking great. Now, another thing we're going to need is this little thing that we like to use every now and again called power. We're going to need some of that, so we're going to run over here. We're going to try to find a power pole that we can kind of key off of. There's one right there. Let's see. Maybe we'll run off one back this way. There's one right there. Yeah, we'll use that one. And I like to have roads. If you notice that, I feel like this is my favorite thing in my new playthrough, is that I colored the roads in. Anything that's yellow, I do not build on that particular thing because that is a primary road. So in this case, I feel like this is going to end up being my primary road. So we're going to do this, but we're also going to use some of our new pieces that we've unlocked and whatnot. Now, I like to make a metal building. That's just me. I think it's pretty cool to do metal buildings. And we're going to try to enclose it nicely. Now, we could make it out of glass, and we could do all of that fancy schmancy stuff. But we're just going to build some basics here first. Build some basics. Now, one of the things we want to do, of course, we want to power both of these, and we want to power this over here as well. So we can use this really cool power node that they add, the double wall outlet. I can even do this one, which is going to give me even more, where I can do a whole lot of connections to it, like 7 connections. And then I'm going to go ahead and put it up nice and high like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and run the line from here up to there first. Then from there, I'm going to run it down to that, which makes it look really nice, right? Nicely connected there. And then up here, we're going to go ahead and run these down to both of our forges. And then we're going to tell our forges what we want them to do. In this case, copper. And there we go. We're off and running. So we got 60 coming out of there into the splitter. It's going to split. And then 30, 30. Again, it's all about the numbers, everybody. This game's very much about the numbers. And once you've kind of mastered those numbers, then it's a lot easier. Now, I find a lot of times it's not worth doing exact math, getting it exactly right, optimizing the numbers so they're split exactly. I prefer what I call an overflow method, where say you have enough for 2 and then 3/4 of the next one. Here's what you do. You just make 3 and you run them evenly into all 3 of them, and then you underclock them. You actually turn the power down so it's producing the exact amount that you're putting in. So instead of producing 30, you run it down and you produce 25. And then each of them are producing 25 at a lower power cost, and it's being more efficient without spending, an hour splitting this and splitting that and running that back in and all of that. And I've done that before, and I've made the numbers perfect, but I feel it's just not worth your time. It's not time efficient. It may be efficient to run it that way, but time efficient it is not. So that's how I prefer to do it. Of course, it's your game. You can do it however you want. But that's what I suggest to do. And we'll probably run into that as we go along here as well. So coming out of here, by the way, so going in at 30, coming out at 30. So we got to keep that in mind. So this is going to come out here at 30, and we're just going to use our lowest belt, which is our 60 belt. So that's going to come out of there at 30. This is going to come out here in 30, and then, of course, this will be 60. Now, we need to, of course, go from here, and we need to go into a splitter. Merger. That's a merger there, and then to a splitter here. Again, I like to have a little bit of an offset. We've got to make sure that it's coming in from that side and out from the other sides like that. And then we're going to go ahead and just do this. Now, we could put it into a box, which is normally what I would do. But in this case, since we're doing it perfectly, we don't necessarily need it. We can just merge it together, then split it. And instead of splitting it in half, which is what we did before, right? You split in halves and you split in thirds. That's what you do. It's going to be 2 splits, right? So it's going to cut in half, or it's going to cut 1, 2, and then 3, right? So that's how all the math works out. So in this case, we split it in half, made it into 60, and then now we're going to merge it back together, 30, 30, 60, and then we're going to split it into 20, 20, and 20, right? So 60 divided by 3 is 20. There you go. And then we're going to run those up here. Now, one of the things we'll want to do, of course, is do the center one first. That's going to make it the easiest. So we're going to get our constructor, and we're going to say, okay, we're going to run our center one a little bit back. There we go. Let's say right there. And that's going to set the precedent for all the other ones that we're just going to go ahead and run off to the side. Now, you can see that we're kind of leaning a little bit over the edge here. So we'll go back to our first set here, and we'll go ahead and add some foundations out here and extend this out a little bit. There we go. That's looking good. And then we'll go ahead and add our constructor. Now, I could be working very vertically. Notice how I'm not doing the lifters anymore and doing all of that stuff. The reason why is I'm not going to be running back to these all the time. Before, the way I did it was I would run back to them and I'd grab the resources a little bit manually while I was doing it instead of running them back. Where here, this is all going to be automated and run back to my central storage where I don't ever have to come back over here again. This should be set it and forget it. Now, when we go to upgrade this later, then we'll have to come back and add another layer of production to this. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and make it into like a little mini factory. So again, coming out of here, it's going to come out of here at the slowest speed. So it's going to come out of there at 20, so we don't really need to worry about that. Now notice here that this is a little bit red just because we've got to do a little bit of a... we're out of plates. We got to do a little bit of a longer bend there. So let's go get some plates. I'm stunned that I'm out of plates. I have so many extra plates. I'm literally running them into the sink over there. But that's okay. I just don't happen to have them on me at the moment. Look at all these plates in here. Look at it. We got so many. Geez, look at all this stuff on me. Holy mackerel. All right, let's go back here and drop some of this stuff off. I certainly don't need 3 vehicles on me, that's for sure. And I've got some of this other stuff that I'm definitely not using right now. Just offload some of that stuff. And this is what I call my drop boxes, right? I just drop if I get random stuff on me that I know I'm not really using, I just drop it in there. And then it's just an easy way, instead of going and tracking down the exact box where it goes, which takes a lot longer. Eventually I'll come back and sort all of that later on. I really need to get my production going, so all of that stuff is running while I'm doing something else, right? That's an important part of that. All right, so there we go. We got that going in there. Let's get this one in. There we go. And then we'll get this one in over here. Now, another thing we need to do is we need to tell it what it's actually making. So in this case, copper sheet. So altogether, all 3 of these are going to output at a 30, right? How do we figure that out? Well, if we do copper sheets, we can see it comes in at 20, going out at 10. We have 3 of them. 3 times 10 is 30. There you go. Easy math, right? Because we're doing the easy stuff today. And we're rebuilding everything from scratch. So look how beautiful that works, right? Perfectly run into there, except for one little problem. It doesn't have any power. So we're going to go ahead and run that power from way back here. That's right. We're going to run some cool power lines up nice and high. We're going to make it look beautiful. Like this, and that is one and done right there. That's a done deal. Now up here in the front, of course, we'd want to merge all of these back together. So let's go ahead and switch to our merging set. There we go. And I like to do a center line merge, meaning that I go right off the center one. You don't have to. You can do it off on one side if you want to. This side, that side, wherever. You can do it way up in the sky if you want. But I like to do a center line merge. I feel it just looks nice when you're doing that nice center line merge. Very symmetrical, very pleasing to the eye. And of course, I don't like to always build completely symmetrical. I feel like if you build too much symmetrical, it gets really boring. So I do sometimes like to do asymmetrical stuff just for fun. Just for funsies. Now, I also want to put a box in here, and I like to use the larger boxes, the industrial storage. And then I'm also going to turn this like this, right? So I can kind of aim it out the side. Now, before I do that, though, is I want to go ahead and put in some walls that will help me kind of organize where my container is going to go. And this is kind of a backlog container where it'll backlog all the way over to here, though those are going to fill pretty quickly and then backlog, and then it will be here. So if that gets cut off for whatever reason, this will continue to have a place to put that stuff. So we're going to say right over here, we're going to go to our walls, and we're going to say how high up do we want our walls to go, right? First, we need to know at least 2, right? Because we're going to run this basically across here, and then we're going to run it right here into, I think it's the 4th one, into this 4th one right here. Yes, 4th one over. So we're going to go ahead and count 4 over. 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. We're going to double check by walking up there and looking in the box. Yes. So we know it's this one right here. I'm just going to go ahead and run a conveyor out here just to remind myself that's the one I'm working on. But we want it to end up at the top. And the reason why we want it to end up at the top is because if we have overflow, we want that overflow down into the awesome sink so that we basically get rid of the excess so that it's always running. And when it's always running, it's always generating us tickets, which means it's always getting us extra loot, right? And you can see that the screws are always running, and in this case, always getting us stuff. But we're going to have to scale up our power to make all this work in the long run, because we'll get to a point where we just don't have enough power to sustain all of the stuff we have going. So we need something right up there. And as you can see, we've already got a bit of a conveyor up here, so we could kind of tap into that. We could run it across. Now, we got to watch out, though, that we don't cover up the other things here. So we might want to go ahead and do a little bit of a lift here. We know it's going to only need a conveyor lift of number 1. So we can kind of lift that up a little bit and use it way, way up there like that, all right? And then eventually we're going to want to bring these other 2 in. So then maybe we can just kind of pre-think that out and say, okay, well, let's go ahead and do a lift about halfway there. And then let's do a lift at the minimum level, and then you can see we've now tier stacked those all the way across there. Now the hardest part, of course, is kind of back chaining this over to here, because you can see it only goes, it'll let me, there we go, it only goes so far, right? That's about the furthest distance it'll go right there. So we're going to need something for it to attach to over here, and then we can go ahead and attach it maybe to that one and then swing it over that way. So we kind of have to reverse engineer this a little bit before we get to the other side. So we're going to go ahead and do 4 like that, and that's going to add 1 to the top of that. And then we're going to kind of line these up right like this and say, okay, I kind of feel like right about there. Kind of help me line it up so notice the green line. And then we're going to go up really, really high here. There we go. And I think that's one of the coolest things, how you can just keep on stacking it, even from way down here on the ground level. All right, and let's go ahead and start with our lowest level one. And let's see what it looks like. Pretty straight. That looks pretty straight there. Very nice. And let's do our highest level one, or I mean middle level one. And that looks pretty straight. We won't really know until we go up there. It kind of looks like it's straight. But we won't know until we go up there. We will go way up there and check it out. And I feel like we just got that top one pretty close. Might be going down just a little bit. But let's go up and check it out. Now, if you're a person with vertigo, this is not good. Even in a simulated game, it really messes with my brain. Oh my gosh, that was perfect. I eyeballed that, everybody. I didn't count it at all. I just eyeballed it. That was pretty good. All right, that's perfect. I like it. Then down here, that's good. Oh God, we're gonna fall to our death. Oh no, I'm the worst on stairs. These stairs, for some reason, I always fall. But that second one looks perfect. Let's go back up and look at the third one. I guess if you turn right and then try to go downstairs, it's not good. And that one's perfect too. All right, so we got that. GG, first try. And that was a little bit of luck and a little bit of eyeball experience there. Very nice. All right, so we got that going. And so we're going to kind of basically preemptive, because a lot of these things that we're going to build are going to be fed from elsewhere, right? We're going to be working on our steel over here, which we're going to be feeding those in there, and then this one here. So again, our first one, our furthest one away should be the highest one. And the reason why is because otherwise you wouldn't be able to feed it at the low level, because the other ones can't be reversed, right? Otherwise they won't feed. You get the idea. So that top one has to be there. So let's go ahead and just do this. Now, I don't like to put these up too high if it's unnecessary. So I just kind of run it in sequence. These ones over here, it's okay. But these ones I'm just going to run in sequence. So I'm going to go ahead and run it over to there. And you got to make sure you get the right one, because you could accidentally get the wrong one, and then it's going to get messed up. Oh, actually, I should do this in reverse. Sorry, that's my bad. My bad. We should do that in reverse. We should start with the one on the top. And the reason why is it's a lot easier to put it in there if you start with the top ones. Like that. I should have done that before. And then over here, let's hope we have the right one. And we definitely want to go up there and double check, because there's nothing like sitting there going, huh, why isn't this working? Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why this is not working. See how much easier that is from the lower part? And then we'll right click to get out of there, or escape out of there. Run up here again. And look at this. Look at that. That's at the same level. Yep. Here, same thing. Here. There. Yep. Same level. Oh, this is bad for my vertigo. Not good. Okay, and those are at the same level. All right, down we go. Again, it really does kick in. It kicks in when I get up really high like that. Actually makes my stomach sink. And that's the way it goes, everybody. All right, so the top one is the one we want right now. And so we want that top one to be able to be sent from over here. So if we go ahead and just say we run it here, and then we try to run it across, we're going to definitely need something in between, because it's only going to run from there to about 6 away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oof, that's so close. But we'll say we'll go ahead and put one in the middle, right about here somewhere, and we'll run that up there. All right, so we'll go ahead and stack this pretty high. So we'll go ahead and go back to our walls. I make something for walls. Ooh, number 5 I made for walls. Look at me go. All right, awesome. And then we'll go ahead. Why does that wall look different? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, why does it look different? All right. Way up there. Do I really want to build the wall up that high? I could move it outside. You know what? Here's a better idea. Since we don't have a big production here, we're going to go ahead and do another idea. I've got another idea. Let's go ahead and start with it down here. And then we can just lift it and control the lifting from the outside. Meaning we can put a control lifter and control it from over here, as opposed to running it out way up there, which means I'd have to make the ceiling way higher for no reason other than the fact that I wanted it to be up that high. So resource-wise, it's smarter to do it on the outside than it is to do it on the inside. All right, so let's go ahead and line this up. And we're going to do a little bit of sneezing. Hey, Nate Dog, what's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Just started playing out the work day, and when I was done, I realized I was late for work the next day. Thunderstrike, have been there so many times, bro. So many times, been right there with you. Yeah, Factorio is one of those ones that's on my list I want to get to. That's why we're playing a whole bunch of different games here on the stream. A whole lot of different ones. You know what? It doesn't line up off the window. That's unusual. You notice that doesn't line up off the window? I guess this is a good way to do it. You come over here on the other side of the window and just line it up this way. That's weird that it doesn't line up off the window. That it doesn't give you that green line. I find that peculiar. I gotta go back to my conveyors. There we go. All right, so only coming out of here at 60. So when this is done, again, this will just be, this will be 30. So going in there, let's just double check, right? Coming out at 10, 10, 20, 30. 30 being merged into there, 30 now into this box. Coming out at really 60, but it's only being produced at 30, so it doesn't really matter. And then we don't want to make sure, like, this is running right where my road was going. But that's okay. We could stop the road along here and maybe even run the road along this part right here. Now, we do actually have a road building machine, which is our paintbrush, right? And so we go and we do our paintbrush, and we tell it, okay, this is now going to be one of our primary roads, so we don't accidentally build stuff on this road. Like that. I feel like this is the best thing I have done in a very long time in this game, is that I went through beforehand and decided where my roads were going to be. That's vitally important so that you don't accidentally build stuff in the way of your roads. And you might have like a vehicle traveling back and forth, which we're going to be doing here soon, where it will actually go grab resources and bring it and whatnot back to the base. And we can also do trains and that kind of stuff. And we're leaving an area for trains to come through right here. This green area is going to be a train thing. We're going to take the awesome sink out eventually. and the train is actually going to come right through the middle of here. So we're going to be able to grab stuff and run and back and forth, put multiple trains, all sorts of fun stuff right through the middle, and then it will drop it off, and then it will actually put it into the right containers as well. So we're going to be working on that as well. So we're making room for all of that as we go. Let's go ahead and extend this out. Speaking of, let's extend this out a little bit. And there we go. So now we have that running, and we want to just kind of get into our wall set here and go to town on some of these walls. And then let's go ahead and put in a nice doorway right here so we can get in there if we want to. And like that. All right. Oh, and we're out of plates again. This is weird. Normally, the thing I run out of most is poles. But in this case, we're running out of tons of plates. That's okay. Boom! Take a bunch of them out of there. Because watch this. See? It's coming down. In the very first stack, you can see it's actually coming down from the top level. And it's working its way down. So what I do is I keep 3 boxes full of it. Because that's usually more than enough. And then at the top, if I have excess, it will actually drain that out of the top. So if it starts to backlog up there, it'll only grab it from the top box. It will not grab it from the second box down and pull it upwards, which is great. So you always have an excess for you to use whenever you need it to make stuff, like when you're making walls and stuff like that. So one of the things I actually learned in this particular playthrough as well, because you know, I like to go through and test stuff out. Now I'm out of concrete. You're always out of something. Something is always running out. And that we don't have a problem of, because we can see our concrete running through here. And, of course, feeding into our primary boxes here. And they also changed the look of the concrete, as you might notice. They changed some of the icons in the game. Very cool. One of the things I also like is the fact that once you tell it what direction you're going, it usually remembers. And I like to have these braces on the inside, the little X on the inside, and then, of course, the flat side on the outside, like you would do with most things. In construction, you would put it on the outside. Now, right here, I definitely want a doorway so I can check in on this and make sure this is working. If there was any sort of issues with it. And let's go ahead and flip that around. Now, based on where you put your cursor, too, if you put your cursor a bit higher, notice it does it that way. Put your cursor a little bit lower, aiming at the previous block, it'll go this way. So that's also another little subtle thing you can do to control the direction of it. That one looks like another doorway there. And then up here, it should just remember, we're going to make this 3 high. Now, we're not going to make it fancy and make it out of glass and all that stuff. That's something for another day. Remember, when I build, I am building efficiently versus cosmetically. That's how I always build first. I only do what I call mega building toward the end. And we're kind of putting our mega base together, but we're not making it fancy yet, right? Once we have all the stuff in place, we have enough power, it's perpetually running, we don't have to worry about all the stuff, then we get into the fancy stuff, usually. And again, I usually call basic building, which is what I do kind of in tier number 1. Then super building, which is what we've done before we tore it down. And then this is mega building, where you are doing a lot more kind of enclosed structures. So that everything is kind of hidden from sight, which of course increases your frame rates and whatnot, making it easier for you to make larger and larger factories. We're going to run over here, get some more concrete. We got some stuff we can just throw right in the awesome sink here somewhere. Right here. See, we've got some excess steel ingots and iron ingots. Best just to throw those away because they're just going to suck up your inventory space. You're not going to really use them unless you're at the beginning of the game. I rarely use those in the later part of the game. I just throw them away. If I need them, I can always go and stop the production and grab them from that directly. All right, back to work here. And it should be about 3 high. Should be perfect to get above these. And again, we want to test it all the way across, though. Make sure we're not running into any clearance problems. Nope, perfect. And there is our factory for our copper. And there we go. Now, one of the things I'm going to do on the way out here, because there is a bit of a backlog, is that I'm actually going to make the line faster going that way than it's actually being produced. And why am I going to do that? And that's because eventually I'm going to be doubling this production, so I'm going to need that speed later on. But we're going to go ahead and just run it at a 120 speed, which is going to be conveyor lift 120. And then we're going to say, okay, how high up do we need to go? It doesn't really matter. We'll say there. And we can count the things on the side to get an idea and all of that. But I feel like that's pretty good. We'll get out of there. We'll go ahead and go back to our lifters, which are number 1. And then we're going to put our lifters right about here, I feel. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're right about here. Sounds good. Looks good. All right. And then we're going to use the Mark II belt, which is a 120 belt. Like that. And then this one's got to go in the very top, right? So we got to make sure that we run that to the top. And that's it. That's automated. I don't have to do anything else. That's going to take those copper sheets, run them way over here, and run them down into the copper sheets up here. Now, my copper sheets right now, I think they're full. Let's go take a look in there. Let me switch my coffee cup so it stops selecting stuff. There we go. That one's full. And we kind of jump up. We can try to get that second one. Oh. There we go. Second one's full. And then we can run way up on the top. Up here. There we go. And we can look at the top one. Top one's not completely full, but we're going to see if it drops in there. Oh, here they come. And then we're going to watch and see if this number starts to go up. Now, it's hard for you to see it on the stream, but right now it says 22 on there. We want to see it go 23, 24, 25, etc. And once we see that start to go, then we know we did it right. Oh, and also I'm going to need to increase the speed of this one right here. Right there. There we go. So that won't come in and then be bottlenecked. It won't come through at 120 and then go down at 60. Let's also increase the speed of this and this line. So now it's going at that faster speed. There we go. And then that's just a number. Yep, now it's at 30, 32, 33, etc. Now it's going up. Now there's a bit of a problem, though, of the fact that we need to work a bit on this. So we're going to take this out. We're going to take this out. And we're going to go ahead and rerun these. This is a Mark II, so we're going to run this as Mark II. And we're going to run it around the side. See how cool that is? So I don't have to actually see the side. It's very subtle where you can actually hit that particular side, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know what layer speed this conveyor was coming out of here. Let's see what speed it's going in at. It's going in at a Mark III. All right, so right now we can just run it out of Mark III because we're not using the screws. So we'll run those into there. And then this is coming in at a Mark II, so we'll lift this particular part up. And we will run the excess out at that higher speed. So again, have to grab it though. That's the hard part. Because it thinks how we want to upgrade that one. Let's just go ahead and jump down here. I'll lift it up just a bit. There we go. Now we got a bit of a problem. We need our jetpack. Do I have my jetpack on me? I do not. All right, well, guess what? Guess we're jumping down. Whee! And go for the ladder. Oh, ho, ho! Got the ladder. GG. GG. All right. And then merge. Now, what this is doing is this is merging all of that together, and it's running it down into the Awesome Sync. So all that extra stuff that we have is running there. Now, this one over here is a Mark V belt. The Mark V belt goes at 7 480. So this is this is a 270 and two 120, so that's 240. That's like 500, and that goes at 700. So it's not going to be bottlenecked. It's literally going to just run all of that stuff in there because again, it's being produced while we're doing something else. It's going to backlog, it's going to fill, and we don't want it to fill. We want it to actually come in and go right back out again. And look, it's kind of ahead of it a bit because it's going to come in at 60, and it's going to drain that whole entire top part out of there, and that's okay. It's okay if it drains this out. Like right here, this one's actually net. So if we want to actually get rid of this excess up here on the third box, we could increase the speed of this from a 3 to a 4. So we can say, you know what? I changed my mind. Go ahead and make this a conveyor level 4. And that's going to feed that in there even faster, which is then going to diminish the excess that's in this top box. And the same thing over here. How are we looking? This is at the same net. So this is coming in at 120. This is a 120, so we'll go ahead and increase that to a 3. Boom. And then we'll increase this belt to a 3 over there. And then now this one is actually going faster than it's going in, so it's actually diminishing it. And it'd be a good test to see if we take some out in the box below it and see if it actually feeds it down in that box first before it actually pulls it out on the top. And that's a good mechanic thing to know, right? Where is it going to draw it from first? Very, very important. Thank you so much for that follow. Solo Dad recovers. Welcome, Solo Dad. Thanks for hanging out. And again, thanks to Nate Doggan, also coming in with that follow love. Thanks for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. As you can see, we're playing the wonderful Satisfactory, one of my favorite games. This is a 10+++, man. Incredibly, incredibly great game. Also out for Steam now, by the way, everybody. If you want to snatch it up on Steam, I suggest it highly. Or you can get it on the Epic Game Store. I have the Epic Game Store version. But I kind of feel like I want to get it again on Steam. But I don't want to take anybody else's code. In just case there's limited codes over there. I would imagine there's not, but I'd snatch it up anyway, just in case. All right, so we got that done. What are we on to next? We're on to steel next. So we need steel beams and steel containers. Yeah. So where do we have that running? I think that was in the back here. Let's go look. I think that was way back here. Yes, okay, yeah, and I was right. All right, so we've got to get it now from here all the way over to there, and I think we'll probably run it on this side of the road here. Yeah, and then we can match up with that. And try to bring it, or we could bring it around that way so it'll come around and hit that other side. Now, nothing is set in stone. You could always come back and change it later, but I feel like we probably want to keep going along that edge, and then go around the back here, and then run it from over there this way and run it around there. So we have basically 3 being fed from this side, and then the other one's being fed from the other side. We could feed them all from the same side, but I feel like it's better if we feed them from one side and then the other side. And I like this where it's turned sideways. I feel like that's a better way of doing it. It takes the minimum amount of space. So we'll go ahead and move this forward. Now, if you're running these particular conveyor belts, it's good to keep in mind that conveyor belts can only go about 6 of these plates right here, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, one of the problems, though, is this one is offset by 1 because I have a road there. So I'm going to actually back this one up by 1. Now, also, this will help with these boxes here, too. And then, of course, we'll build some for those other boxes there. So we're going to go ahead and run these way, way up here. And we're going to produce a couple lines of steel. Just run it way up here. And then we'll try to connect it as straight as we can over here. We'll just start with a Mark 1 belt. We'll just kind of eyeball it, see how it looks. It's looking pretty good, looking pretty straight. And then we'll go ahead and Mark 1 this. Now we can always upgrade it later. It's good to use your Mark 1s because you're going to have a lot of plates that you can use. So very nice. I don't know how many that was. Go ahead and count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Okay. So 12 there. So again, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is right up against here. But we have a road and then a train area, so we want to go ahead and just, again, back that up just a little bit. We also want to kind of line it up. So let's say right about here. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's 12. All right. Again, we'll run that back. Actually do the top one first because it makes it a lot easier. It's awkward when you do the bottom one first. All right, there we go. And let's also go out here, extend this out a little bit. We'll extend this by 1, and then we'll raise it up, I feel. Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and just do this one as is. There we go. And then we'll ramp here. That looks good to me. And then we can put that... No, we should probably go out one more. Go out one more because we're going to need to put the... we're going to need to put the production line right here so we can feed it into these boxes. Definitely want to go out another one. There we go. All right. And then we're going to raise it up to the other level, but we're out of concrete. But again, luckily, see, while you're doing all of this stuff, it's really good to have stuff being fed into there. This is not my first time playing the game, by the way. I have played through multiple times. This is our first time playing all the way through Update 3, though. We are in the final tiers of Update 3. We have a couple still more to go. Like nuclear power and stuff like that, but I have done all that stuff before, but not with all the new fluids and stuff, which is pretty fun. Now, we did have a ginormous factory here, which did pretty much everything, did all the oil and water and so on and so forth, but we tore the entire thing down. And the reason why we did that is to kind of better efficiently make our factory. Now, one of the things that I tried this time is a central factory where everything runs, all the basic resources like your coal and iron and all that stuff runs to a central junction, and then from there you go ahead and process it. I actually am not a fan of doing that. I'm more of a fan of at least doing the basic resource at the node and then letting it run the refined resource back to whatever you're doing, like in the case of copper sheets or metal plates or whatever they are. It is actually making the copper sheets right there and then running the copper sheets over there as opposed to running the raw copper, and then I got to take the copper and run that somewhere else. I feel like it's much more efficient resource-wise, much more efficient time-wise, which is the thing that I always think about the most, spending the least amount of time making the same thing work, right? If I spend a lot of time making that work, it also should factor in to the efficiency of actually doing it. So I keep that in mind when I'm building. Is not only the cost of it, materials cost, the time cost is vital as well. And that's the way you should think too. Also, if you're in business, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. Is it worth my time to do this particular project, both profit-wise and also customer-wise? Right? If I can't get it done on time, I would rather not take it. If I'm not going to actually at least break even or make money, which is definitely what you want to do in a business, otherwise you're not in business for long, unless you're doing what I'm doing now, streaming, where I don't make any money doing this. I put every penny back in and then some of my own. This is just so I don't die, because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. It motivates me to get out of the bed every single day, and that's a good thing. That's a thing you can't put price on. But still, in any business, you have to think about the time factor of what you're spending to make something happen. And we're going to go ahead and run out here, and eventually we're going to tap some of these other nodes that are close by. We got some there. We also have one off to the side here we need to do, which I think is also another copper. Let's go look at this one over here. What is this one here? Oh, Again, notice how I put it in such a way where I can access it. This is an iron mine, and oh, that's only a Mark 1, which means I've never tapped this one. So that is basically going to be a 60 when I upgrade it. So that's a medium node. That's okay. And we've already tapped our copper node. And again, I like to be up above where all the mobs are. Otherwise, they're all up in your face all the time. Coffee needs better physics. Immersion destroyed. Well, I think that's not their highest priority right now. Thanks for the warm welcome. I just bought this game. Haven't started up yet. It's currently installing. Excited to play. Oh, well, say goodnight to the rest of your night, bro. Say goodbye to your wife and kids. Because you ain't going to see them for about 20 hours from now. Yeah, enjoy. This is a really fantastic game. I give them huge marks. This is a 10++. Very rarely do I just straight up recommend games. If you love building, if you like doing factory stuff, oh, you are going to have the greatest time. The greatest time. It might be a little frustrating at first. You'll be learning stuff and trying to do stuff, but if you play the other kind of factory games like this, you'll get it down eventually, for sure. And you kind of upgrade different tiers, and you got to, think about the math of it a lot. And if you like doing that, the very analytical side, I'm going to appeal to that side while you're here in the stream. And then also, if you're creative like me and analytical, then I'm going to appeal to your creative side, where you can look at some of the charts that I've done on how to run your factory very, very efficiently. Like you've got your refiners, you've got your mergers, you've got your splitters, your constructors here, and then remergers and whatnot back into your main thing, which is basically what I have going right back there in that factory, right over there, in that little place. Now, one of the things I like to do also is I like to put stuff inside of other stuff so I can't see it. And the more you see stuff running, the more frames it eats up. So you'll see eventually when it's really far away, notice the belts, it's probably hard for you to see it, but those belts do not show in real time when you get far away. It shows in like a and that's to keep your frame rates up. This game very quickly, if you don't have a robust machine, this game can very quickly kill your frame rate down to just nothing. Especially when you got a lot of spaghetti going on, which is when you're just running, conveyors all over the place. I do that in the very beginning of the game to trigger all the long-time Satisfactory people. If you want to trigger people from Satisfactory, just start running conveyors however you feel like, right? Don't even bother with stackers. Don't even bother. Just run it all over the ground and run. I love to trigger people like that. It's fun, but I can't even handle it either, so it drives me crazy. But it's pretty funny when people come in like, Kismet, that's spaghetti. It's driving me crazy. Fix that. It's kind of fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be 5. Perfect right here. Let's go ahead and stack that up. Oh, look out. We're getting some sub love. Solo Dad coming in. Says, let me just show you some sub love there. That's a brand new sub, everybody. You know what to do in the chat. Show them lots of hearts. Show them lots of love. Make them feel welcome here in the stream. Give him that little moment of joy in his day. A new Satisfactory addict coming online right now. Coming online for sure. All right. Let's see. Let's try to get it. Let's say that one. That's looking good. That's looking good. And I'll put this one up at the top. Now, these two lines here are actually going to come from the same place. They're going to come from our steel manufacturing. And they're going to run over here. And again, we're going to make every resource again and then run it to a central place. And then we're going to take that kind of finished resource and then run it into another part of the factory as well. So right here, we need steel beams, which is how allow us to do some of our conveyors, and then steel pipes. So we'll start with steel beams first, and that will be our middle one, or our top one in this case, once it gets over there, and then our bottom one is going to be our poles. And if we get it wrong, we'll just fix it later. Now, what I've done is from really, really far away, way off over there where that planet's at, way, way back there, well, really way over here, you can see I've run a lot of the basic resources over here, including the coal and all of that stuff. And you're going to need coal and iron. And I've run it all the way to here. Now, actually, I really didn't like doing that. I tried it to see what would happen, but I don't like to run it all the way over here. I feel like it's unnecessary because you do have your ability to use your hypertubes and all that stuff to go to different parts of your factory now to basically check in on things that you need to work on. So instead of running all of this, and you can see I'm also running other stuff up here. We go up here, we can take a look. I think that was coal there too. We've got iron up here. All this stuff that I've run over here to do all of this actually is useless. I feel like I should do it right there at the node. Also, by the way, look at that, how it's feeding up all of that stuff up there. It's feeding up all the poles. See, it's feeding the poles to the upper level, and it's making the screws, and then the screws run up. Right, so you got the first level, which is making the poles, and then the second level, which is making the screws, and then the screws run back into the system. So very cool. So what we're going to do is speaking of hyper tubes, we're going to go ahead and go in here, and we're going to find our hyper tube section. There we go. And we're going to run this down right there. We're going to put this up a little bit. I strongly recommend putting your hyper tubes up a little bit. And the reason for that is you will get sucked into there quite often by mistake. So keep that in mind when you are doing that. And we're going to go ahead and run ourselves a nice power line. Or not. Oh, that one needs to be upgraded. All right, let's go ahead and upgrade that one to a next level pole. Now pole, instead of 4 connections, is going to allow for 7 connections. And now we can go ahead and continue this on. I only use the 4 poles most of the time because it's really not necessary to do any more than that. And there we go. And then also I'm going to go ahead and run that power, and that power is going to run all the way to the end where I've already run it before. We're going to reconnect the end of our hyper tube, and off we go. Pretty cool, right? You need to take a look at the scenery while you're just going along there. Very, very cool. Now, if I decided I want to go back the other way, I could literally hold down the hyper tube, and it would send me in the other direction. All right, so here we've got a Mark II converter over here. And this one right now, oh, actually, this is a Mark I. Holy mackerel. That is a pure node. That is a pure iron node. And since we didn't have, when we first started doing this, we didn't have the higher level conveyors. We didn't need a level 2. But this right here, this one node, will allow us to do both of those steel just from this one here. But the one we're looking for the coal. So we're going to go ahead and keep going so we can get back and we can see where the coal is at. And we're going to go way, way back here. And again, there's my base, way off back over there. And we're going way, way off over here to where this coal is. Now, we also have the ability now that we've unlocked everything pretty much in the game other than the nuclear power to basically recombine a lot of the stuff that we had multiple stacking because we didn't have the faster conveyors. And now we can go ahead and, oh, there we go. It's starting to go down the line. Now we can stack this stuff all into one conveyor instead of multiple conveyors. So as you can see, I've tapped 3 different coal ones over here. And I believe these are Mark IIs. That's a Mark II. You can also just act like you're going to take it out and it will tell you it's a Mark II. You can't quite see it there. You can kind of see it there in that white text. But if I roll over it, it'll tell me these are already all Mark IIs. And then that tells me that I've already upgraded them. And then this isn't a 120, so that means it was a 60 node. And then over here, this one is also a 120. Wow, okay, that's 240 coal coming down the line. And then this one over here is also a 120. Holy mackerel. Okay, that is a really, really nice bunch of coal there. So basically, that is 240 plus 120 would be 360. That's 360 coal being produced from this one place, which is pretty awesome. So we want to actually kind of merge all of this together so we don't have to run so many lines into there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start doing that. Going to try to fix that up a little bit. And again, always good to start with the end of the line and work your way. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. This is a Mark II. And we're going to go ahead and get that Mark II again. And we're going to run it out of there. And we're going to merge it into here. This one over here, Mark II, coming out of a Mark II lifter. And that's a Mark II lifter too. So I'm just double checking and making sure everything is correct. So now this is going 240. Now this upper conveyor here we no longer need. So we'll take that out and get those resources back. And same thing over here. We'll take this out and take that out. And again, this is coming 240 now. So now we want to go to our kind of next level conveyor, which is our conveyor level 3. And it actually goes at 270, which is an interesting thing to note. It doesn't just go 120, 120, and 120. It sometimes will jump up because it's working in thirds, which is what we'll figure out later on. I'll tell you all about that when we get to that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and upgrade this to a Mark III. And that's going to run all the way over there, and that's going to run all the way over to there. Now, there's only really one line that we need. Now that we have the faster conveyors, we can run this all in one line. And so we're going to merge it again right here. We're going to go ahead and say merge into there. We're going to take this whole part out here. That's only a Mark I. Why do I have that running out as a Mark I? Oh, see, that was a mistake. See, that was an error right there. I had it coming out at a Mark I, so that actually was coming out too slow. Look at that. We found an error in our production already, so very nice. So we don't need the top one. We don't need the middle one anymore. So as you can see, we're now more efficient in what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and take that out. And then we're going to run this properly this time. Apparently, Kismet failed there. We're going to go ahead and run that as a Mark II. And we're going to run this a little bit lower this time. There we go. And we're going to get our Mark II belt. And we're going to run that into our merger. Now, once this merges in here, we're doing 240 and 130. Then we need to go up to the next level belt, which is a 480. So we need to double check our numbers. So we'll say, hey, Siri, what's 240 plus 120?
240 plus 120 is 360.
So we need something that conveyor belt that goes 360. So this one goes 270, so that's too slow. And this one goes 480, so that's more than enough. So we're going to go ahead and go to 480. Now, we're going to have a problem, though, of the fact that we don't have enough of these on us. So we can't afford to upgrade the rest of the line. So what do we got to do? Well, we got to run back and get some more. So let's go do that. And basically what we're doing is we're optimizing it. Now, we're going to have to come back later again and upgrade those to level 3s and then fix that as well. But let's go ahead and go back real quick, and we'll get our we'll get some more of the resources that we need, and then we'll kind of streamline all of this and take out all these extra conveyors that we don't need. I'm very much the type of person who likes to take out all the excess, right? If you're not using it, you don't need it in there. There's no reason for it to be on there. You want to take that out. And that's the way I work. I work in stages. So the very first stage, I don't care how I run it. I just run it, produce it, get the resources so I can get to the kind of middle tier items. And then once I get to the middle tier items, then I'm like, okay, let's tear all that down. And then we're going to do the highest tier, which is what we are right now, where we have the level 3 miners and we have all of that. But we got to get the resources that go along with the level 3 miners. So we've got to get all of our resources back up and running, and much more efficiently than what I'm running it now. This is I feel like this is so much more inefficient if you're running the raw coal and the raw iron and the raw stuff all the way across the entire desert here. It's incredibly inefficient. It should be making that iron and steel and all of that stuff way back over there and just running the final resources over here. And if I upgrade the production, well, then I just make more of that particular thing, and then I'll run that down just faster down that conveyor. Instead of running all the coal and all the iron and all the stuff over here, and I've got 50 lines of stuff just stacked to the sky of raw materials coming into here, which just takes a lot of my time because I got to run the conveyor and I got to run the stacker and I got to run the conveyor and run the stack and just do that, and I got to run, you know, all the hypertubes and all of that. It's just not time efficient. I feel like it was very inefficient for me to do that, but I tried it, and that's what you got to do. You got to try it to see if it works, and it definitely was very inefficient. At least I thought so. Overall, I could have been building a whole bunch of other stuff, or could have got to the higher tiers faster and more efficiently in the long run had I just built it at the node itself. And I feel like I always build it to the node that's the easiest node. Great example is power. Right? Like what I did up here, if you look on the top of that waterfall there, you can see there's pipes coming down from the top of that waterfall. So I thought what I'd do is try a gravity-fed water. So we grab the water, and gravity it actually takes that into account, by the way, when it's feeding that water. So the water will slide down the pipe because of gravity and then actually run right into your power. but I ran it way over there where I had the oil. And so I'm running the oil line really far, and I'm running the water line really far, and that was completely unnecessary. What I should have done, if I'm going to produce power and whatever I should do, is one, pick a side, right? So you're going to run the oil all the way over here. Or even better, take the oil, convert it into a container, and then take the container and run it over here. Because it's much more efficient to run it on a conveyor belt than it is to run it through a pipe, right? So that's a great way of running all sorts of stuff, water and so on. So when you get to that point where you can do that, where you can convert it into those more efficient forms, then that's the way to do it. Also, if I were to do my power all over again, I would put my power up at the top so that, and I'd run the coal up there, and then just the power would be up there, and it'd be a nice flat spot, easy to do, plenty of water up there on the top. And I may still do that. I may still go over there, grab that coal, and run that coal up to the top, and then have all of my power up there, and just have a hypertube that takes me up there whenever I need to deal with my power, and then come back down. Because building it over there in the corner is very, very difficult because you're running it back and forth. You have all these pipes that you're running in long distances, and you got to need pumps to pump it, which costs more electricity, which is the very thing you're trying to produce from those pipes, right? You're trying to produce electricity. So I feel like that whole entire side over there is very inefficient as well. I'd be better off to run the coal all the way over here and up the side of the top of that mountain to the top of that, utilize all the water. There's a big gigantic lake up there. I could also use the water down here, underneath here at the bottom, and tap all of that too, right? Because all the water is coming down from up there, and tap all of this and just basically build my power right down there over the top of that water. But there's animals down there, there's bees, there's all sorts of stuff that it would interfere with my production or interfere because they're going to respawn while I'm working on it. So I feel like it'd be even more inefficient to do it down there. It'd be smarter for me to do it up there on the top, away from everything, nice and easy in a really nice flat area, which is why it's so great up there. And we'll probably do that. We'll tear down all of our power over there and move it over here. We're going to actually rerun it to that upper area. I feel I'd be more efficient, and then I can just run my power directly down and tie it into the whole rest of my system using our coal power up there. And eventually, of course, we'll be using oil power and then eventually nuclear power as well. Hey, Corey, what's up? What's up? Hey, Dragon Overlord, thanks for being here. Yes, my machine is a Ryzen 7 17X and a Radeon 5700, and it struggles sometimes with this game. Oh, absolutely. So the more you can encapsulate stuff, the less you have to take that frame hit. But mine, I had everything you see here, all this stuff, it was actually completely filled. If you missed it before, it was completely filled all the way from that side all the way to that side. I mean, way off over there into the horizon. I mean, way over there, it was filled with my factory. But as you can see, I tore it down and I put it in all these containers. So when I need those resources, they'll be over there. But you get the idea. So now what we're doing is making it more efficient by doing it at the node and not doing it, and not running, 50 lines, because that's very inefficient. It takes a long time. I burned hours and hours and hours and hours and hours doing that when I could have just did that. What I did right there, which was just minimum amount of time, and then one line that runs it into whatever I need it to run into. Much more efficient. So let's get the resource that I need before, because I got real sidetracked there, which is this one right here. We got lots of it, but we don't have lots of room in our inventory. Oh, we got some more coal on us here that we don't need. Let's go ahead and run that into our awesome sink and hold down Control and left click, which is going to throw it all in there. And then we can look and see what we got. We got a lot of plates. We could probably get rid of some of those now. Actually, I could probably just put them in the awesome sink here. Let's just put them in the awesome sink, because I'm not going to be able to put them back in that box. So that box is going to be full, at least fairly full. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and grab this, and probably want to keep at least one space open. But if I run over here, you'll see I grabbed basically nearly the entire box. It's already full. Because what it's doing is it's feeding from the top. It's feeding from the top down. So it fed it down from the second one, and then the first one fed down. And then if it fills the third one, it'll grab it and pull that out of the third one. So it's always getting rid of the excess automatically, which keeps your factory constantly running, which you don't always want it to do. You don't always want every single part of your factory always running, because it will, of course, cause more overhead of power, more time for you to keep your power running. But in the long run, that's actually what you want to do. In the long run, you want everything to be running at the same time constantly, because you never have a backlog, right? Or you never have a shortage. You never have you have a backlog. Backlog is what you want. You never have a shortage of resources, which is what you don't want. You don't want to have a shortage of resource when you're trying to run lines like I'm trying to do right now, or whatever it is. You don't want that shortage. Otherwise, you're basically have to wait around or make it yourself. And so we are going to run over here, and we're going to rerun this across here. Now we also have a really nice iron node, so we're going to work on a bit of that as we go. I'm going to run way down the end again here. Now I have it where it stops here on purpose, because we're right here by this node, and then I can keep going if I want to, or I can work on the node right there. So we're going to, since we already have this line run, we're going to go ahead and just let this run the coal all the way over here. Look at it. We got other nodes over there. We got nodes on this side that we have not even touched yet. Have not even touched those yet. And we'll tie those ones. We'll make stuff from those, and we'll tie those into the central line eventually, merging them together. Oh, there's a little guy we need to get down there eventually. A little booster guy. I don't really use those on my main stuff. I only use it on what I call offline production, where I have basically a storage box, a constructor, or whatever it is, or assembler, and then I have another storage box at the end, and then that's it. And then I just put in the excess in there. It burns that excess up, makes the thing that I really wanted to make, and then that's it. It doesn't actually auto-feed from the actual nodes like I'm doing here. All right, so these two are feeding in together. Those are running down to there. We have this one feeding in, and again, this is a Mark III, and this is a Mark II, so that's 360 coming out of there, and this is a Mark IV. Let's see, we got to put Mark IV as a number 7. 7, and let's put this as number 8. There we go, 7. And we'll go ahead and hit this one, boom. Now what we're going to do is kind of manually walk back, and the reason why we're going to do that is so that we can take out the excess belts. Oops, take out the excess belts. As we go here, try not to take out. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Right there. No. Do not do those boxes. Am I full? I am full already. I'm full already. Brought a little too much resources. Here's a little trick, by the way. If you have excess resources, you need to set them down for a minute. Put them at the end of your conveyor, or your put them at the end of your hyper tubes, and then drop off a little bit. All right, a little excess there. Let's drop off some plates. Maybe a little too much of this too. Let's go ahead and make some room, so we'll have enough room to pick up the stuff as we go, and then we can just come back on the hyper tube, grab that later as we drop off the rest of this. So let's go ahead and walk along this. Get our coffee cup out. And number 7. Now, if any point of this I miss, it's going to screw the whole rest of it up. And you'll tell. You can actually tell if you've screwed it up by the speed at which you see the materials move. If there's a gap between the speed of the materials, then that means that the conveyor is actually going faster than the materials, which in this case is good, because this is supposed to go a little bit faster than it can feed. It's going to feed it at 360, but it's going to run it at 480. So there we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just run it at maximum speed? I could do that, but I feel like it's not like worth it resources-wise. So I'm always thinking resources as I play. Thinking resources and how far do we need to run the resources. Now, we're going to go ahead and run this right about to here. Take the rest of this out. Get this corner. Right about to here. Now, we're going to take this belt out. That's an MK1. That's an MK1. What the heck am I doing? I'm running that. See, I was running that at MK1. Oh, that is the iron node. Wait a minute. I thought that was a 120. I'm confused. Oh, this is the other 120. Oh, it's way down there. This is a 60 node over here. Okay, that was right. That was right. All right. Yeah, this is an impure node. This is an impure node, which we probably don't even need now. We can come back and we can utilize that maybe later. But all we're running right now is the coal. So let's get over here. Double check we've upgraded this. Yes. Upgrade all of these. And so in this particular case, we are running the coal a good amount of distance just by itself. And we do have an iron line there. Let's go look at this over here. Let's get our little car. Now, this is my super elite excellent car that I have. Only the best of the best gets this car. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You can get it for just a few tickets. I suggest you get it very early game. Let's go over here and check this out. There's a pure node over here that has not been upgraded, which means it's producing 240, or could be producing 240 instead of running 2 lines, which I'm running a line from back there. I could just be using this, and it would actually produce more than that node plus this node at its current rate. So this right here, and it's going to be more power efficient too. Yeah, so that's a 120 node. It's a pure node because it says MK1, which tells me I'm using just the basic one. So let's go ahead and upgrade this. Let's go ahead and give it an MK2. We can't upgrade it right now because we need some thingies. But the great thing is we can create our equipment workshop anywhere. And then we can go up here and do a couple of these portable miners. There we go. And then we can go ahead and tell it to replace that with a level 2. Now when we check it, we'll see that its output is 240. So very, very nice. So what I really want to do is instead of involving that other node, which I don't really want it to involve that anymore, I want to just bring the coal. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of the same thing we've been doing. And I'm going to leave these stackers up here because eventually I feel like I'm going to need these stackers, but I'm going to just take out all of this. Did I grab that other box? I don't think I did grab that other box. So we can grab that. Nope. Get up here. Jump down there. Oh yeah, we're very, very full. We're full of it, everybody. Full of it. Ah, I missed it! All right, so we have the same problem here that we have at the end is we just have too much stuff on us. Again, I'll make little boxes to hold all this random stuff. I'm running out of poles, too. And then I'll go, okay, what is it I got too much of? I got too much of that, too much of this. Don't need that on me. I got an extra one of those. I got computers on me I'm not using right now. Maybe too many of those. So these we're going to need a bunch of. This, not so much. And maybe not so much of that right now. Not so much of this. All right, there we go. We'll reduce that down. Really, there's other things I don't need in here, too. I don't really need that much quick wire and all of that. Probably take a bit of that out. And so on. I'm not using some of that either, but I like to keep that on me in case I need it at some point. All right, so we're going to take all this out. And we're going to keep one of these conveyor lines eventually. Not this one. We're going to probably use that. And we're going to run this to the side and build it out here. Yeah, I feel like we're going to build that out here. So let's go ahead and build a bit more up here. Do a lot of misclicking in this game because I try to speed it along a little bit. And we're going to have a lot of steel production over here, that is for sure. I'll probably chart this one out. So you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you run the iron back to where the coal is and build the factory back there? I could do that, but that is actually not very efficient. If you think about it, you eventually want to run everything over there, right? So in the case of running the coal would be the easiest thing to run because I could combine all three of those together and run them in a single line as opposed to running the one line back and then 3 lines back there. So either way, I mean, it costs more resources to run the coal, but I don't have to run as far every time when I want to deal with anything to do with this particular thing. Much better to bring it forward toward your destination than to run it backwards and then run it back again. It's just less efficient to do it that way. So we're going to go ahead and run it. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. Come on, back down in here. That's why you don't want them at the ground level. They'll grab you a lot. All right, let's go try this again. I hate these boxes laying around. I got to get them. I got to get them. All right. And we're not bringing anything else down, just the coal. So we're going to remove all of this. And we're going to upgrade this coal. We've got to get back to our other upgrade thing. There we go, 7. So we're going to bring our coal to there. And then we'll probably run it out here. So we're going to take it out there. And then this upper line here is going to be our finished line.
Hey, sir, you have no voice. All we can hear is the game sounds.
Oh, my bad. I muted myself when I sneezed. All right, my bad, everybody. When I screw up, guess what? Boom, you guys get some Kiz Caps. Of course, Kiz Caps are for winning stuff here in the stream. So now you guys are better off. So I get right into it, man. I'm into the zone. I'm into the zone today. So all I said was that I'm going to... Why am I removing all of these even though I might use them later? That's basically what I was talking about. And the reason why I would remove these even though I might potentially use them later is just for my organization so that I know what I am doing right down the road. Oh, yeah, I did forget Stream Raiders, didn't I? I got way into it. Oh, my gosh, an hour and a half already went... Almost 2 hours went by. See, that's the way it is when you're playing this game. I'm telling you, it felt like 10 minutes to me. All right, let's do some Stream Raiders. I didn't forget about it. I said we were going to start 30 minutes in, but now I'm an hour late. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and do a mystery one. Hopefully it's not too hard. This mystery one's been super hard lately. Okay, that's not that bad. Not that bad. What it is with the sneezing. With the sneezing. All right. Let's go. Dish away. Let's pick up our car. I don't know what it is with the sneezing, everybody. I'm trying not to sneeze in your ear. Try not to sneeze in my ear. My friend got ESO today. Oh, very fun game. I've definitely played that with my crew. And for those of you who are new to my stream, I am the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. 17 years together. I know, a long time. We played a lot of games together, including ESO. Incredibly fun game. I don't play it anymore. I don't have time for MMOs. I'm sorry, everybody. We tried to do Classic. I just forget how much time that you got to invest in that, man. Because otherwise you're just so far behind, and everybody else wants to go and raid and all that stuff, and you're like level 20, and they're like level 490 or whatever they are. I just don't have that kind of time anymore. I'm wife, family, and real life stuff. I'm running the stream. I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes, and so on. I just don't have that kind of MMO time. But if you got that time, enjoy, because it's a really fun game. All right, so I feel like we're good. I feel like that looks pretty sweet right there. So let's go ahead and run back. Use our little car. That's why we got it, so we didn't forget it. To battle, everybody! So come and join us, StreamRaiders.com, right over there. Feel free to come and join us. We're going to have some fun. We're going to do some battles. If you've never seen that game before, it is called Stream Raiders, something we do on the side here, so everybody can get some loots. So feel free to give it a go. If you have any questions, feel free to ask my mods. They'll show you how to get in there, or tell you how to get in there and join us. All right, so we got 360 coal coming down the line here, so that's going to be useful. And we also got 240 iron, so that's going to be nice as well. And we'll figure out all the math of that here in a minute. But we're going to go ahead and go over here and say, okay, we need to do some steel production. So we're going to go ahead and bring up our little chart here for a moment. And we're going to look at our overall steel production. Now, I've already done some of these already before. So we can just kind of look in on ones we've already done. Like this one right here, you can see I've got a bunch of steel beams that we did before. We started with a node with 240. And that 240, of course, eventually became a lot of steel ingots and whatnot that we can make. Now, of course, the steel ingots is the kind of first layer of stuff you want to make, and then you want to make your steel beams, or you want to make your steel pipes, which it's interesting I didn't label those, or your steel pipes. And you can see we've got lots of stuff going over here. I think it's right here. See a lot of stuff merging together there. Right here. These are iron plates here. Iron ingots into iron plates. These are screws here running into our assemblers up there. I don't know if I did that. Maybe we just swapped it. I think that's what we did. We swapped it from steel beams over. We're going to try to use this 240 right here to, and again, this program called Illustrator, by the way. I made all of this myself. Very, very cool from scratch. And as you can see, we need iron ore and coal in equal amounts. But we don't have equal amounts, do we? No, we have 360 coming down the line, and then we have 240. So we're actually down by 120. So we can use that other node to bring 60. But I'd like to find another node that I could just run more efficiently at a 120 that maybe is nearby. So we've got one there. And we've got one way down there that we can tap into. But maybe we can go ahead and see what we've got nearby, like right over here. Let's go see what that one is. Instead of running it so far down the line. Though we do already have the lines run, so that could make it easier. But let's go see what we got. Again, we got one down there. So even if we had 260s, we could bring the 260s together, merge them into 120, and then max hit the other ones. Because we need them both to come in at 45 and 45. So we need 45, and that's what I was looking at in the diagram. I wasn't really looking at anything else other than the fact that when it inputs into the foundry, we zoom in on that. If it inputs into the foundry, it has to come in at 45 iron and 45 coal. So it's very balanced. So if I'm going to bring 360 coal, I might as well bring 360 iron to the same location and then produce. What do we got here? This one is an actual pure node as well. So that's another pure node literally sitting right across from another pure node there. So this one's going to be much more efficient. I can run it at a tier 1 and get that 120 without even bothering to run the 60 at the same time, and then I would have to run another 60. So this would be more efficient to run from over here. So let's go ahead and say, okay, we're going to run this. So that means that we're going to also expand what we have going here. Actually, let's get back to our roads here. There we go. Oh, not enough concrete. Always something. Always something. Let's go get our vehicle, though, before we get too far. So we need some concrete to extend that. We need to bring our power over here. We need to run another conveyor to match that up. And we could just run that at 240 as well and just have an overflow of that. But we'll probably, no, actually, we'll probably run it as a 240. And then we can always come back and upgrade it. Or actually, no, we'll run it as a 120 and we'll come back and upgrade it later when we do some tier 3s. Level 3 things. All right, so we need concrete. I don't think... Whoa! What the heck was that? I don't know what that was. Don't blame me. I went flying. Thought it was dead there for a second. All right, concrete is what we need. Concrete is not what we got. Always need some concrete. All right, where's our entrance? Over here. No problem, Gwen. I forgot too. I totally was getting into it, obviously. Yeah, what am I up to? We're rebuilding our stuff from scratch here. Oh, that could be thrown in the... That could be thrown in the brink. Let's go throw it in the awesome sink over here. Doesn't do us any good sitting in a box. Or that coal as well. And see what it does, it comes out of the container and it feeds it in here at maximum speed at 780. And then, of course, the more it does, the more tickets we get eventually. And we're going to throw all of our excess into some sort of awesome sink at some point. So that everything will be running simultaneously, will always be running, and then the excess will go into there. Unless we end up with no excess, then we'll run it and make the final product, and if we have any excess of the final product, then we'll run that into the awesome sink. Let's get our coffee cup back on again. This is important stuff. Get that concrete. Take a little shortcut through here. Whee! We're just going to fill it up with tons of concrete because we're probably going to need a bunch of that while we're building. And we'll take out all the rest of this later. See, I like to have the these ones up at the top, because then you have a better view when you're zooming back and forth in your base, which is kind of fun. All right, let's take some of this concrete off, though. Way too much concrete, way too much of that. All right, there we go. Okay, we were building over that way. We need our vehicle. Hanging a left. Yeah, say about there. So whenever I start to add a conveyor, I also start to add a road. Now my roads are usually about 3 of these blocks wide. And then the center column obviously is going to be the actual road. And then the side parts here are for anything else I want to run, like a hypertube or things like that. We'll run those down the side. And we're this way. This way. Look how nice that is, right? Look how nice that is when you're building stuff. So well done. So well done. All right, there we go. And then we'll go ahead and get our proper tool for making roads. All right, very nice. And, oh, power we're going to need. See if we have a power pole nearby. Oh, perfect, right there. Perfecto. And then I'm just going to go until it says I can't go. Oh, wait, no, we should we should sync our power poles on this side, or our conveyors on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go back to 5 and push that out, and then we'll put this across. Just have that cross over like that. All right, very nice. And then we'll put our conveyors up. How many of these we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that is 5, 6. 6 high. But actually, we could probably put it to stacker number 3. So let's just put it on third stacker. 3 stackers there, and then this is going to be a 120. So I'll put that this way. And then we'll count 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right to here. 3. Because that's the maximum distance a conveyor can go. There's 6 of those. And then we'll go down here. Add ourselves a level 2 lifter, which may or may not be able to go on there. Nope, we got a clearance problem there. Take that out. There we go. Just run that back. One more up. There we go. Run that back that way. And it probably is going to be a little too far, but we might make it. No, just a little bit. That's no problem. Put it there. Bring it down to there and across to here. Not let me attach it. This is probably going in the wrong direction. That's okay. We'll run it from there. Let's run our power lines. Now, power lines, you can run it every other one if you want it to look nice, or you can actually run it even further than that. And there we go. That one's going to fire up. It's 120. 120 is going to go up there and run along this line. We'll take this line out so we can run this in the proper direction. To battle! And right to there. All right, there we go. Production is underway. Now we can get a lot of steel going. We have quite the massive steel production. Okay. We'll grab our vehicle. Get our coffee cup. And off we're running. Okay. Again, I like to take the conveyors out so I can just keep track of what I'm doing. Right? Because sometimes it's very easy to get lost in what you're doing, especially when you're doing like stream raiders and you're doing like 10 things at the same time as a streamer. Watching chat, looking at redemptions, which I just did, and so on. So you don't get sidetracked on what you're doing. I would much rather put it back in than to have it wrong. And there we go. That is going to feed our other 120. So we got 240 coming out of there, 120 there. That's a total of 360. We got 360 coal coming down the line, which means we're going to be going in at an equal rate. Which means we're going to be making tons and tons of stuff. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to make our maximum amount of steel ignits. So we're going to start with that. And then we're going to make all the other numbers work out in the end. We're just going to widen this out. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and reduce this down. I'm going to upgrade this one to a nice 480. There we go. And actually, we didn't have to do the whole line. Let's actually downgrade that back to a 2. Then we'll run a splitter. Let's get into our splitter lines. There we go. So run a, oh, not a splitter, a merger. Say right there. And then the in part here will be upgraded to a 4. Right? So we got 120 coming in. And this is going to be a 240. So we're going to go ahead and bring that down. Take that out. Again, go over here, double check this is coming out at 240. It is. Then we'll go ahead and lift it just enough so it'll go into there, trying not to get sucked into that thing at the same time. So we're actually going to do a 270 because that's all we can do. Right there, nice Mark III. And then a Mark III belt into there. And then that coming out of there. So now we have both our coal and our steel all combined into one line, which is going to make this way, way easier when we do run out the rest of our steel. So it's chart time. Let's do some charts. This out on console. It is not out on console, but it is out on Steam. So you can get it on Steam if you don't want to get it on the Epic Game Store. So there we go. So it is out on Steam. So feel free to grab it up on there. Just now, the reason I'm on the wrong platform. Oh, sorry about that, Luke Goblin. Sorry about that. But you're not on the wrong platform for tomorrow, though. Thursday night, we're going to be playing on PS4 and on Xbox, playing some Fallout 76. So you can come and join us for that. That'll be lots of fun. Okay, so we've got a lot of everything, right? We got 240 coal coming in, but we don't have 240 anymore, do we? We have actually 360 coming in of coal. So we're going to say 360 there. And 360 over here. So what I'm doing is I'm entering in those numbers. Let me actually zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see that. You can see I'm entering in the numbers, right? And this allows me to keep it together in my head, right? So I'm going to run the coal into a box, and that box is then going to run out at 360. And then I'm going to control those numbers and control the splits so those equal what I want it to be in the end. Now, the thing is that if you're going at 240 obviously is 120 and 120 combined together. But 360 is 120, 120, and 120. Now, it's amazing how the numbers always work out to be halves or thirds in this game, most of the time. In the higher end stuff, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works in quarters and whatnot. But most of the time, if you are working in 30, 60, or 120s, 120s will eventually equal 240, 240 will eventually equal 360, and so on, so that when you then cut them back down again, they will be in halves or thirds. So in this case, we're going to actually do exactly what we're doing here, which is basically coming out of an iron node and going into a container. That's basically what we're doing. I'm just going to do one side so you can see. So it's coming out and it's going into this container at 360. And the container allows for a little bit of a backlog in case things go horribly wrong. But you don't necessarily need the container. But it is nice to have a little backlog in case you actually do need some coal or need some raw iron for whatever reason. You're making something. But there we go, 360 coming out of here. And then this time, this is going to be 120, 120, and 120, right? So now we're basically going to have 2 extra lines of production as opposed to what we're doing here, right? This is only 2 lines where we're going to need to do this again, right? So we're going to need to do that again and run it. Now, here's the thing. This is supposed to go in at 45, but we're going to be running it in at 40. And why is that? Because the math works out easier if you run it at 40 versus running at 45. And we could go ahead and turn it down or underclock our foundries and all of our stuff down so that it's using less power but running perfectly efficiently. It's going to feed it in at 40. It's going to produce it at 40. It's going to output it at 40, so on. So on and so forth, right? So you can very easily fix that. Now, you can also try to fix it so it's 45 and 45 and 45. And that's when it gets a lot tougher, right? So if you take 120, hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 45? She doesn't want to do it. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 45?
2,120
She
divided
screwed
by...
it up. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 45?
The answer is about 2.6666.
I don't know what it is about her and 666, but she says it a lot. Yeah, so 120 divided by 45 does not work out. The math does not work out to do that. So let's try 360. Hey Siri, what's 360 divided by 45?
360 divided by 45 is 8.
Oh, they did the dragon hammer right over it. 360 divided by 45 is 8. Wait a minute. The math works out, right? So depending on what level you're at, the math doesn't work out, and then all of a sudden it works out very efficiently. So in this case, 360 is the optimal number to bring it in, because when we cut it into 45s, it will actually go into the thing perfectly, unlike the way we're doing it here, right, which is cut into 120s. So how do we get it to be 45? That's the tough part. Because if we cut 120 into thirds, what does it become? It becomes 40, not 45. So we have to figure out how to get it cut in such a way that we could get it to run in perfectly into 8 of them across. And right here, this is just 6. This is 6, so we need 7, 8. So we need 2 more of these right over here like that, right? So how do we get it to split properly? Well, halves and thirds. Halves and thirds is how you do it, right? So, hey, Siri, what's 1/2 of 360?
1 over 2 times 360 is 180.
180. Hey, Siri, what's 180 divided by 3?
180 divided by 3 is 60.
So that doesn't come out right, right? So we cut it in half. It's now 180. Then we cut that in third. That becomes 60 basically. So that doesn't work out either. So you've got to do a bit of advanced math. And thank you very much to a ham roll for the follow as well. Appreciate that. What we're going to do is I also have a spreadsheet that is going to help us with that as well. So hold on while I'm pulling that up. And I'm going to go ahead. We're going to see this is our creative side, and we also use our analytical side as well, using our spreadsheets in here. And you're like, well, Kismet, do you have it all like mapped out, all the math and all of that stuff mapped out here in the game? Well, if you've been in my stream for more than 5 minutes, of course I do. Of course I have all the math working. Not only do I have the math working of all the different stuff, and if we zoom in here, you can see that this is actually like minors, impure nodes, pure nodes, constructors, what all the constructor does, how many things it does, what the base-in is, what it is when you accelerate it or boost it, and whatnot, to figure out all the numbers. Now, are we going to do all of that? No, we're not going to do all of that. We're going to go in and use my little calculator. Now, you're like, Kismet, where do you have this? Well, this is my Kismet Settlement Overseer. Hopefully, my mods have the link for that. They'll throw that in the chat so you can go and look at all this stuff. So not only do I have stuff for Satisfactory in there, No Man's Sky, past mods that I've used in Fallout 4, other games you can find in there, Astroneer, whatever. You can find all of this stuff in there. You're welcome just to select it all or save it out and open it in an Excel file and try it out for yourself. So one of the things we're going to use here are base numbers. Base numbers are halves and thirds, right? It's nothing more exciting than that, right? Your base number, let's say your base number right here is 60. Well, half of 60 is 30 and 15, right? That's easy to figure out. But 75 is 3.5, 18.5, 120 is 240 is 120, 60, etc. So these are halves. Now, also in here, I have thirds. So these are thirds. So if we have a number like 300 or 360 or whatever, it'll automatically cut those down into the slower speeds and so on. But we also have one where I can control the split numbers, which is down here. There we go. We can divide by a certain amount, right? We can divide by 2 or a half or whatever. We can tell it what we want to divide by and then what number it's actually splitting right here. So in this case, we want to actually do a 360 split. So we're going to say 360, right? And what it's going to do is it's going to say it's going to divide it by a certain number, right? In this case, we're going to tell it to, this should be the base number. Maybe this was the base number. Huh. All right, those are working. Okay, it's over here on the right side. This was the original base number. So here we go. So we've got this dividing in a half and whatnot. I thought that was it. Is that not it? Maybe it's down over here. Oh, it's down here. This is a merge number. And these are by number. Split number 3 to the number 2. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, so let's just actually do it at the top here so we can see our headings too. So we'll say 360 is our split number, right? So we're going to divide that by 3, and that's going to give us 120, right? And then what if we divide this by 2 instead, and that's going to give us 60, and then we divide this by 3, that's going to give us 20. So how can we make that number work out? That's what this is all for. So if we have 360 and we divide it by 2, it's going to be 180. And then if we divide it by 2 again, it's going to be 90, right? And then we divide that by 3, it's going to be that. But what if we divide it by 2? Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now we're getting somewhere. So if we take 360 and we cut it in half, it's going to be 180. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. And this is the power of numbers, right? The power of spreadsheets. Really awesome. So here you go. 360, the top number. If we divide it in half, it's going to be 180. And if we divide that in half, it's going to be 90. And if we divide that in half, it's going to be 45. And what is the speed at which we need to bring it in? At 45. So we basically need to do half, half, and half, right? If we're using 360, 360 will work out perfectly if we cut it in half 3 times. So we got a lot of half cutting, don't we? So we got to remember 90 and 45, all right? So 360, 180, 90, and 45. And that allows us to then go back to our thing here. I'm going to write that down, 180, 90, 45. And I'm just going to write it over here, 180, 90, and 45. So we can basically just remember how it's going to split. All right, so we're going to take 360, right? And we're not going to do a 3-way split here. We're going to go ahead and zoom in like this. Now, I'm going to do the coal, and the iron is going to be exactly the same as the coal. Now, just so you know, we are running Satisfactory in the background at the same time. I mean, you can sit here and stare at that if you want, but we're going to be doing a bit of advanced Satisfactory today, so we're going to use a little bit of charts just so it makes it easier. So instead of cutting it in thirds like that, we're going to go ahead and say this one's going to be 0, and this one is going to be 180, right? Because half of 360 is 180. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and take our 180 and we're going to run it into here. And like I said over here, where I put it off to the side there we go. It's 180. And then it becomes, if we cut that in half, that's going to become 90 and 90. And then if we go here, we do 0. Because it's only going to come out in 2 sides, so that's going to be 0. And then again with our 90. Right here. So we actually need some more room here, right? We need some more room before we get to our actual steel ingot. So we're going to actually back this up just a little bit more like this. And then we're going to do another one of these splitters, and we'll pull that right up here, right over there. We'll say here and there, because we're going to split it twice. And so this is going to come in at 90, and it's going to go out at 45. And 45. Not too bad, right? But this is a bit more advanced now. Now you're getting into double splitting and triple splitting, and sometimes you'll split it in half and then a third, then a half, or then a half, half, and half, and half, or third, 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 and third. You'll do a lot of that in the later game. But as you can see, we magically got the numbers working because we're working at that 360 number, which is a magic number when it comes to working with steel. So there we go. So that's basically it. Now this right here is going to be exactly the same on the other side. So why do it twice? We can just go ahead and just copy it over the other side. So, battle time. We'll do that here in just a second. So now we have our 45s going, right? So our coal is coming out. And, I missed a 45 there. Hold on a second. Grab that again. Take that 0 out of there. There we go. Missed a 45 there. There we go. Okay. I'll move this back out a little bit. Again, this is why it's great to be both creative and logical at the same time, right? So you can visualize this kind of stuff. Now, also on this side, these aren't going to be used. This is not going to be used. This is all obsolete over here. So we're going to take all that out. And we're going to basically do this. So I can go in just to make it visually easier for you. I can just draw some paths in between here so you can see how they kind of connect. I'll do one path first, and then we'll zoom back in again. Just so you can see how they all connect together, right? This basically the blue line here is a conveyor. So it conveyors from there to there. My 180 over here is a little close. Get over there. I'll take that one out. Only did that temporarily so I could click on one of these, and then it will give me the color shaping of all the other ones. There we go. And then this 90 is going to go here, and this 90 is going to go there, and so on. Again, the blue represents conveyors. And then that gives us our 8, right? Gives us our 845. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 45s, which equals 8 of our things up above. So now we can run them over here. Now, one of the biggest problems with doing this, we can run this up a little bit higher now. One of the biggest problems with doing this is you actually have to do this twice. You have to do it with the iron as well. So we obviously don't want to take up all the space with just this. This one here is going to be coal, so this one would probably be on this side, or it would be in between, and then we would run it something like this. But just to simplify it, we're not going to do this with everything, but just to simplify it, this would run to here, this would run from here to there, and then this would run here to there. So you get the general idea. And then the next one would run to the other two inputs and so on and so forth. And then our iron on the other side would essentially be exactly the same thing. So we could go ahead and just align these like this and move this over, and then take this whole top part here, and actually we could take this part too. Hold on, we can take this out, and we can take this whole top part. Thank you for the follow. We take this whole top part, copy that over, because these are exactly the same and the input's exactly the same. And then that is what we're trying to do right there. And then, of course, this would line up. Oop, I missed my lines there. Speaking of lining up, I missed a line. There we go. So these would line up to the left side like that. And we'll zoom in on it so you guys can see what I'm doing. So these would line up to the iron ones, right? So I'm just choosing the left side as the iron. It doesn't matter. You can put coal or iron on either other side. But now this one's going to line up on the iron side. So now we've got our 45s. So the most important thing to remember is it's half, half, and half, right? And it's going to end up being, in the first stage, 1 splitter, then 2 splitters, and 4 splitters, right? And that's what we're going to build right now. That's what we're going to do right out here. So let's get to it. It's going to be really fun. We're going to do some lifters and whatnot. We're going to build a big giant factory that is just going to be producing massive amount of steel. Now, there's also something else that's going to make it a little bit more fun, and that is it's not all just going to be steel ignits. What we're going to do is we're going to produce all the steel ignits, and then we're going to combine them all back together, and we're going to run some out for steel beams, and we're going to run some out for steel pipes. So we'll do that part, but we're just going to do the first part all the way up to the steel ignits for right now. And before we do that, we're going to do a battle. Let's do that. Let's go. Let's get it going on. Furchion, thank you so much for that follow. And Dark Amphibus, I hopefully got your name right. Thanks for coming in, showing that love as well. Greatly appreciate everybody coming in. Oop, I'm adjusting the wrong thing. I'm adjusting the wrong thing. There we go. Been hitting my... Well, there isn't a way to lock that. Oh, there is a way to lock that. You just right-click on it. It says lock volume. Oh, I just learned that. It's in OBS, you can actually lock the volume of your microphone. So I keep accidentally bumping it. And it's like, everyone's like, Kismet, your voice is too low. That's because I keep turning down the wrong thing. Let me see if I get it back up to where it was. All right. How's that, everybody? Is that good on my mic volume? I accidentally bumped it. I forget what it was at. Let's just lock it. Yeah, cool. I didn't know you could lock that stuff. Awesome. I'm locking all of these. Lock, lock, lock. Aha! I learned something new. Yay! I learn new stuff every day. You never stop learning stuff in life. That's what I love about it. Good night, Gwen. Have a great night. Let's see. Did we win? We won. We won. GG. We won with 35 people left over. We kicked some butt. Nice job, everybody. All right, let's keep rocking. We're going to go right across the top here. I don't trust these mystery ones anymore on this particular one. They come in and they kick some butt. All right, I'm going to go down here and do some little tanky as we do. Now, again, this little side game we call Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. Well, it's called Stream Raiders. I don't just call it that. Everybody does. So feel free to get it some love. Oh, we got the 10 retweets. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Let's dish out that 10 retweet love for sure. Sounds good to me. Thank you very much. Got to sleep, but great stream. Thank you, Dark. Have a great night there, Darth. Thanks for all the info. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. We are going to bring our 360 and 360 sources out to here. Now, we've got a road running here, so we don't necessarily want it to end up, obviously, on our in our road, way of our road. So we're going to go ahead and bring our lifters right over here. It's really nice to get to the point, by the way, where you can control the speeds of all of your conveyors and whatnot. Oh, I'm out of rods. See, I knew it was going to happen. Man, I'm always out of something. Always, always, always. Let's go get some rods, everybody. And we're going to need those. Always out of something. While we're running by, grab a bunch of this. Clean that up a little bit. And we'll run that into our awesome sink. No reason to keep all that raw resources. Okay, more pipes. Probably got some in a box over here. See, we got some concrete there. Oh, yeah. And we good. How many do we get? Probably good enough. Good enough for now. We need more. We'll come back. I feel like I need to extend this way over there too. So if I need to run over there, get resources, and then run over here, we need to extend that hypertube way over there. Let's do this. We'll take out all this conveyor as well. Or actually replace that conveyor with our final product. All right, we got that done. So now we can actually make some stackers because we have poles. There we go. What are we at here? 1, 2, and that's 3. All right, we're 3 high. And then we'll make sure that we are going at our faster conveyor speeds. Where's our conveyor thingy? There it is. We want to go level 4. Yes, level 4. Into there. By the way, the reason why I put this up really high is so you can run under it, right? Or drive your vehicle or whatnot right underneath there. And if it's still too high, then or too low, I can always raise it later on. Move it up 1 or 2 as I'm bringing it in. All right, so that's coming in really good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to run those into 2 separate boxes just to kind of control the direction of those. And we're going to actually turn them in opposite directions because one half of this is going to go off that way and then do all of its splitting. And then we're going to try to make it all merge back together again. So we're going to go ahead and say 1 that way. And then turn it around this other way. And try to line it up. So it looks nice. There we go. Doesn't have to be lined up. It just looks nicer that way. And then 7 again. So we're coming in Mark 4. And then, oh, see, a little too high for that one, right? So how can we fix that? Fairly easy. We can go ahead and just do a lifter. Like this. And then what we'll do is instead of running it to right here, we'll just take this lifter off like this. And then we'll just have it run directly from there up into that and into goes. All right, now it's going to start feeding into here at that higher speed, that 360. Coming into there at 360, very nice. And that's going to start to backfill those over there. And then we're going to start building our splitters. So let's go ahead and get to our splitters. Here we go. Now I want actually to do the splitters up a bit. So we're going to go ahead and do 1, 2, and number 3. Like that. And then we're going to see if that lines. Usually it does. And again, we're going to come out at Mark 4. So that's going to be 360 coming out. And we're going to split it into 180 and 180. And so we're going to need more splitters. Those splitters are going to go like this. Actually, the only one I really need to worry about is the top one. So all the other splitters I will remove eventually. And then we're going to see that this is 180. So we don't necessarily need one that goes 480 for something that goes 180, right? So we can go ahead and downscale to our Mark III. We'll go look at our speeds here. Our Mark III here is going to be going at 270, and our Mark II goes at 120. So 120 is less than 180, so we have to go up to a Mark III. So now we're going to go ahead and do a Mark III out of there into here. Again, that's coming out now 180. So 360, 180, 180. And then yet again. Now this time when you do a splitter, you're going to start running into some problem, right? Where this is too close together, right? That's too close together because I got to split it again and then run it out as that. But if we think about it, 360, 180, then this is 90. And then we're going to end up with 2 more splitters in between. So these splitters here, the side splitters actually need to move out. So you have enough room to double split those. So I'm going to go ahead and set one over there. I'm going to look at this side over here. Just kind of get the kind of eyeball that extra room. And we're going to move that over. And then we're going to take these out by holding down Control. Make it nice and easy to take those all 3 out at the same time. We'll take our conveyor back out and give ourselves a little bit more room. A lot of people love to build really close together and try to super efficient jam it into one spot. I used to do that in the beginning, and then now I don't do it as much because I feel like it's less efficient because you can't move around in there and it's really in your way all the time when you're doing that. So let's go ahead and then split this again. All right, so we're just going to split the one side for now. So again, coming out of here, 360, going here 180, now 90. So 90 allows us to downscale to a level 2, which is actually at 120. Oh, this one's going the wrong way. There we go. And going down to 120 now, which actually we got to remember the number though, it's 90. And then this is going to come out 45 and 45, which is going to be our lowest of our belts. And then now you can see why you need that extra room, right? You need that extra room because right here, you're going to need to do this and this. And you're like, ah, God, wait a minute. Now I'm running up into this one space and all of that. Now here's a way easier way than doing all of this. But we're going to leave this here just to kind of give us an idea of the spacing. But we're going to need to make this even wider. Now, the way to really work this is to work from the final thing backwards, right? And unlike the one we did just a minute ago or an hour ago or however long ago it was, we could start from the beginning, from the coal node or the ore node and work our way forward because it always works out. But in this one, you want to actually work with your widest part of your construction, right? So in this case, the widest part of our construction is actually going to be either our foundry or our constructors. Because how many constructors are we going to have on the other end, right? Because this is going to come out at 40 and need to go into the constructor at 60. But that's something we'll fix later on down the road, and that'll be fine. But right now, we need this to be 8 of these wide. And we're going to be doing them in pairs of 2. So we want to actually do 2 and then make a little bit of extra room in 2. You can put them all together if you want, but I like to group them based on how I split them. So I'm going to be doing them in groups of 2. So we've kind of done a little bit of this. You see the issues with that, and I did that on purpose so you would run into the same issues and see what would happen if we had that problem. But that actually shows you the spacing of your splitters, though, because you're going to need the first splitter to go 180. This is going to be 90. This is going to be 45 into 45. So this actually would go right into your things right here. So you wouldn't necessarily need splitters on this side. This would go directly into your actual foundry, right? Because this is going to come out 45. So again, 360, 180, 90, and then as it comes out of here, it'll be 45. So this is as far as your splitters are going to be. Then we're going to now do our foundries. So we'll go ahead and grab our foundries here. And then we need to leave enough room so we can run multiple things into the back of there. If I put it way up close like this, it's going to be very awkward for me to run my steel into there. Though there is a way to do that. We could actually make that happen where we could run it and we can split it in such a way that the lower splitter is our iron and the upper splitters are our coal. And that's the way we're going to do it. We're going to try to make it where we only need one stack of splitters. And that's why I have this one going to be coming out this way so I can feed it into the top. And then this one's going to be coming out and it's going to be feeding into the bottom, right, overall. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to use the same stack of splitters for the end product. So how can we make that work? Well, we're going to definitely need some lifters and all that stuff. But we're also going to need assemblers and not constructors. So assemblers is what makes some of the high-end stuff, eventually, not right now. Eventually, we're going to need the high-end stuff here, which takes a dual input, right? Dual input of whatever it is you need, right? So say you need stators or whatever. That's going to be assemblers. Constructor here actually takes a single input and will take in the steel ignits, which is what we need. But when the funny irony is you're going to do a 2 input and then a 1 input. So the 2 input is your foundry. Your foundry, instead of the other one, which is the smelter, this one takes, for steel ignits, it takes 2 inputs as opposed to the smelter, which only takes 1 input, right? So hopefully you guys are following along with that. It's not as complex as it seems. It just got to get the numbers right. Just working on those numbers is the most important thing. So how can we get our upper one to line up to 1, or our upper one to line up to 1, and then the bottom one to line up to another one? Well, the way to do that is to offset it. One way or another. Now, I would offset it to the left. That's just me. Oh, wrong thing. Let's get our foundry. I would offset it to the left and then try to line it up something like this. And then give it a little bit of room, like this. And then the top one, we're going to use a lifter. And we'll just use a level 1. We'll use a level 1, get you an idea. See, top one, we use a lifter. And then the bottom one, we are going to use just a conveyor belt, like this. But again, you're going to run into the same problems over and over again. So, all right, that worked. But what about the other side? How do we get the other side of splitting to work? Right? And this is probably the most complex part of it. Is how do you very efficiently run 2 resources into the same thing? Now, obviously, it would be even easier if we just went straight out to the side, and then this one went straight. Like you could try to go down from up here, like this. But it's too close. If we move it out a little bit, maybe we can get it from there. So let's move it out just a little bit. See if we can get it on the second one down. I love to experiment, by the way, everybody. I would do that a lot in this game. Never say, oh, well, this is the way it is and it ain't no other way. I'm just going to do it this one way. I love to experiment with different things. Try different things out. Also, never trust the green lines on this, by the way. I look at the arrows. The way the arrows line up. If the arrows line up, then I trust it. I don't trust that green line because it doesn't always line up perfectly. So we're going to go ahead and back that up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, no, that off-centered me there. Try that again. There we go. Get over there. Okay. And again, we'll try it from the second one up. Oh, wait, that one's going in the wrong direction. We got to take that out for a second. I didn't intend to use that middle one, but we'll put it in there anyway. Oh, heck, let's go get 2 of them there. There we go. Let's adjust the direction it's going. There we go. That'll help a lot. There we go. So that one can go in there based on how close it is. Actually, probably, now that I fixed that, I think I might be able to go even closer. Now what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the merging of the arrows, and then I'm also looking at where this white line is. right, along the actual bottom part, along this bottom foundation, how it's offset. And then as I move it forward, I'm trying to keep the same offset as it had before, so it'll line up. And then we can run it straight, or we can run it, hopefully, if we're not too close, we can run it down. And then from the bottom one, we can run it to the side, like that. So we've got to get our coal and our iron into there. But this is a splitter. It's supposed to split it in half. So then we also have to get a coal and an iron out of here, right? So that this one splitter is going to equal 2 of these over here. And that we can do if we split it in 2s. If we split it in 2s and we think of it in that we're pairing these together, and we'll take this stack out over here, is that we're pairing these together. All right, so this stacker here is going to work both of these at the same time. So pretty easy, right? Just run this, say, into that one, and then this one into the far one. Now, why did I run that top one into the far one? Well, the reason why I did that is because if I try to run it into the closest one, you can see it's too steep. So that one you want to run into the far one, and that one you'd want to run into there. Now, it's not perfect. Obviously, it is a little bit high up. But let's take that one out. And let's say this one is going to go to that one. And then this closest one goes to that one. And then that actually would be perfectly matched up to the other side, because the bottom one goes to the left and this one goes to the left. So there we go. Now, another way to do this too is to take this completely out, which we will do. Take that out. Take all this out. We're just going to take all this out. We're going to redo all of this in the end. And then just center line it, which is what I like to do. I like to do center line splitting and all of that. So we're going to go ahead and have this come in. And we're going to say we'll go 2 up. And then again, we'll go ahead and say 4 into there. See, now we have a problem of it's too close. All right, so how can we make that right? Well, we can go ahead and take this one out. And we can just offset it. So now we're working forward to find out where the best spot is for our foundry, and then we're working sideways here, like this, kind of in a horizontal versus a Z. Well, Z is very relative to what 3D program you're working on, but we're moving it left to right, and then forward and backwards, depending on how far away from our inputs it is. The same thing over here. So we'll take this out. We'll use the one that we've already got to line up. And we'll just kind of look at what the overlap is in the corners. And the overlap over here. And then when we run it, now we can run here or we can run there. Either way, I would run it there. And run this here. And then run that there. And run that there. And there we go. And now we have one setup. So all we really need to do is set this up basically 4 times, right? So, because it's going to be twice as many, right? So set that up 4 times and then work our way backwards and we're good. So we need to figure out where is the center. The center's here. And so we want to kind of work off the center. So this whole thing needs to offset to the right. And then we're going to basically do 2 sets on the left, 2 sets on the right. So let's go ahead and take this out. And we're going to find our center line here. Easy way to find the center line, literally just run a belt. Grab a belt here. Run that right off of there. Run that there. Take this out. Again, a lot of ways of doing that. You can also use your guides. But I'm just literally going to run a belt here. That just tells me where my center line is. And then I'm actually going to push this forward a little bit. Always give yourself a little extra room, because you don't want to do all of this work. Now, I'm taking all this out on purpose because I know where the bottlenecks are. I know where the issues usually happen whenever I'm building something. And it's usually when I haven't given myself enough room between the raw resources or the boxes that I'm putting stuff in and the amount of splitting that I'm doing in between. So we definitely want to push this forward just a little bit more. And so we'll look at where it's at on the thing here, and we'll say, okay, if we're going to put this down again, and actually we could just use this as a kind of a guide, and we can push it forward let's say, you know what, I'm going to push it really far forward. Right to there. Okay, now we've got a general idea. Take this out. I'm going to move this one way over there just to line that up again. So now I've lined it horizontally and vertically, right? Or left and right, forward and backwards, that kind of thing. And now I'm going to go ahead and put my foundry down. And we're going to look at how it's lined up over there. So right about one little thing there. And then we'll take this out there. And we're going to do what we did before, right? We kind of found what our offset was of our foundries. And so we'll do another foundry here. And we'll look at that offset like so. It'd help if it was rotated the right way. Thank you, game, for rotating it in a weird way for me. And there we go. So you just want to look at, will the conveyor belt come out of there and be able to go into there? That's the real important part. All right. And will that be able to come out of there and be able to reach that other side? And so by the time it gets to here, by the way, it's going to be just going at 45. So we know we can just do this and this and that and that. So all we have to do is get it to there. We're good. And then rinse and repeat, right? Same thing over here. So let's go ahead and expand this out as well. Let's switch our set here. Going to need some more room on this side. I love doing this kind of stuff, figuring out the mechanics, game mechanics of how we're going to fit it all in there. Now, just so you know, I could also do this vertically. I could put two of these above each other, and then two above that, two above that. I could do it all vertically, which actually makes it a lot easier if you think about it. If you're feeding stuff vertically, you could feed it into one, feed it up, and so on and so forth, especially when you're splitting. But you'll run into a space issue where you're just building these huge structures just to make it work. Where sometimes horizontally, like we're doing it now, is a lot more efficient than building vertically, because sometimes you'll have a gap, and in that gap you'll have to add another height level just to get past that gap, so you can then do the next level. But in theory, we could put 4 stacks of these on top of each other and just feed them from down below. And just kind of feed what I'd call side feed, right? Where you would feed the resources up from right about here, and they would feed into there, and then feed into there. But then, of course, you need to split it again. And then you run it, you can feed into there and feed into there. We could definitely do that, but let's do it the easy way first. Let's do it the easier way, and then if you guys want to do that kind of advanced stuff in your playthrough, you go right ahead. I am just building for efficiency versus making it look special. So I'm always about the efficiency. All right, let's go. Let's put that there, and let's get back to our other set. When I'm talking about set, I'm talking about my building set down here. All right, and then we'll put that there. Let's turn it the correct direction. There we go. And foundry. Don't be afraid to take it apart and do the whole entire thing again. I have done it many, many times. Okay, and then same thing. Okay, those two are done. Now you can probably guess what we're going to be doing on this side. You've already guessed it. All right, well, if we had enough concrete and frames, which we don't. So let's run back over here. And let's see. Do we have... Oh, we don't have any frames. We got to get more frames. Concrete we got. Frames we don't got. Actually, let's put that in there. And we'll go back. Not that one, this one. And grab some frames, because that's what we're going to need. Off we go. Always that slows me down, because you just don't have enough big enough inventory. And I can keep expanding my inventory. But it gets to a point where you're just always needing something at some point. I wonder what we got over here in this box. What do we got? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh. Let's take that out. Let me take that whole box out. Take out all of that, and we'll get rid of some of that while we're at it. We definitely need to extend this. If I'm running this whole distance, then I need to extend my thing so I don't have to run that far, my stuff. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. There we go. Let's jump through the middle of this stuff. And let's see, where's our frames? Right here. Yeah, that's why I keep a backlog of all this stuff. Definitely need to create a bunch of those. We'll get into that. Kind of feel like I want to build this extension here. Let's do it right here. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to build a transport that transports me over there so I don't have to run over there every single time. So we're going to extend our hypertube. So let's get into our hypertube set here. And there we go. What we want to do is we want to take this out and probably put it very much like we have it like this, except for probably a bit higher. So we'll say the second one up. So we'll remove the second one. And then we'll replace it here with a hypertube stacker, which you definitely want to get early on. Come on, there we go. You want to get a hypertube stacker like that. And then you can go ahead... Oh, actually, that's too high. Yeah, it's too high. Let's take it down here. There we go. And you know what? Let's put in, on this particular set, let's put the stackable right there so we can put that back in. There we go. Okay, so you want to put it down at the ground level. Put that in there. We'll want to go ahead and run some power. And that one needs to be upgraded. Oh, don't have any concrete on me. It's always something. Got some right there. Okay, there we go. Now we can run another line. It's going to let us run 7 lines instead of 4. And now we've got the entrance to our hypertube. Potentially going the wrong direction. I think that is going the wrong direction. Yeah, we'll fix that later. All right. So let's go ahead and run this. And is this our main road? No, this is our main road. So we're good. And we'll run this up to here. Offset it just a little bit. There we go. I feel like I want to bring that up just a little bit, just so when it's crossing the road, it's not in the way. Easy peasy. Alright, let's make sure this is going the right way. You want the pole to be on the right side. There we go. Pole on the right side. And there's our entrance. And in theory, we can go all the way from here, all the way back to where we were. Let's go. All the way back to where we're working, way over there. And I don't have to run back and forth anymore. I'm not really working out right there. Yep, works good. Works good. Let's do it. Bring us all the way back to our central area. Definitely want it to be going this way and not fires you down into there. That would not be good because you might die. All right, back to it. Let's get to it. Back to what we're doing here. Making some foundries, making lots of steel ingots. Now, once we get this going here, it'll actually show us the green line that's on the bottom there, which is showing that we're lined up by that. Showing us 2 lines. That looks like more right to me. Let's get up here and take a look. I'm looking at how this piece right here is offset from this line. Right? How that looks. And then I look at this one, and then that looks right. That looks corrected. All right, let's just speed up a little bit. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to go a little bit faster now that we've kind of got into that. And we know what we're doing. I rarely put items like these on my main bar, by the way. I rarely do that because it just takes longer. Just takes longer to take it off later. Okay, got those done. We're going to go ahead and put all of our conveyors in. By the way, this is the speed in which I normally play games when I'm not on stream. Is like that. That's the speed in which I typically play. I'll be chum 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 chum, and I'll be doing it at such a speed that you won't even know what the heck I was doing, and that sucks watching someone play. And that's why you'll see me actually slow down on stream. I'll slow down on stream. Sometimes I'll explain it, or sometimes I'll just go slower just so you guys can see what I'm doing. Because I'm that guy who's watched those streams and like, what did he do? Whoa, that was awesome. Wait a minute, I missed it. What did he do there, right? I can't stand that. So that's why I slow down a little bit for you guys. But once I've done it once or twice, you guys got the gist of it, then I will speed back up again. All right, let's go! Battle time! Uh-oh. Look at that thing coming out of the ground. Look out! Thing popping out of the ground there. You know, I'm stuck. I'm stuck over there behind my flaming bit cup. Turn that fire off. God, is it just me? Oh no! There's 5 people left! Who is it? L-Bibs! Oh! Wait a minute. L-Bibs may bring in the win, everybody! Oh! Now this is a super close one. Come on, I believe in you, bro! I believe in you. Be the superhero that you are! L-Bibs, don't get too close! Throw those things! Throw those knives! What is that? It's a flying rogue. Yeah, it's a flying rogue. Oh, man, I gotta send this battle in! What an epic battle! Down to the last person and brings in the big W. Brings in the win. Great job! Come on, everybody. Let's see some GGs in the chat for that. That was everybody died except for one person. Bilbs there. Blibs. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I'm probably butchering it. But great job coming in with that rogue at the end, helping us bring in the win. And thanks to everybody for going in there kamikaze as well. But hey, there we go. Everybody's getting some loot. Smudge Mark getting that extra scroll. CW coming in overall MVP. But I'm gonna have to give it to L-Bibs there as the MVP as well. Co-MVP for bringing in that win at the end there, bringing in that flying rogue. Very nice. Very nicely done. All right, I feel like we're going to go from the top here. I'm going from the top side. Whenever we go down the middle, they have a tendency to in run, and we get split up. So I'm going to go from right here. We're going to run down here, and then that's going to bring all these guys from the right, and then we can swing right and try to wipe them out. Let's do it. That's some good job, man. Good job. All right, that was a good win. I love those ones that were really close like that. Those are my favorite. All right, so there we go. So while you guys were watching that, I took out all the rest of these splitters because we're going to do this, and then we're going to work our way backwards from this to where we need. So these last ones are going to be 45s, and then now we need to split these two, right? We need to split it into the two different things across here, and so we're going to go ahead and get our splitters again, but we're going to need to make sure to always have enough room for it to run across here, right? We get it real close though. We get it across, just nicely lined up, maybe nice and center it. I love to center it. It's my favorite thing in the game is to center it like that. Okay, so these are going to be level 1s because those are 45s. And then this one here is going to come in at 180. Or no, this one's coming in at 90 in this one. So we're working backwards. So we need our 120s if we're going to do 90. So we're going to say it's going to split there and split there and split here. And split there. Oop, or not. Not that. There we go. Split here. Those are our 90s. And then same thing on the other side. Again, this is all just symmetrical across both sides. We can see that's going right along with that one. Nice. Oops. I put that the wrong way. Let's try that again. Got to get the inputs set properly. We need the orange side. Oranges are inputs. Greens are outputs. So you can also notice that the orange is the 3 lines. 3 lines, that's an input. And then the little semi-green arrow thing. You can kind of see, a little too close. That thing right there. This thing right here means output. All right, so same thing again. This time we need a 120. 120 there. 120 there. 120. 120. All right. Now we need to get our 180. So as you can see, it's much cleaner to work from the end and then work backwards than it is to work forward, because it doesn't always work out. In fact, it mostly doesn't work out when you work forward a lot of the time. So now we're going to go ahead and line it up by this. What you can also do, by the way, is just literally just line it up by putting one there. And then you can use it as an alignment tool, right, to try to get into the center of both of these. Say like, I'd say something like that, maybe. And then this is going to be an input right there. And then we can just, line up off of that one, run one kind of, anywhere. And then say, okay, where's the center of both of those? I think that is the center. That is the center. That's good. That looks like the center there. Okay, so 45, 90, 90. This is going to be splitting 180 and then 360 into there. So we need one more right here. And then again, we're going to need our 6, which is going to be our 270. Because we use 120 is not going to be enough. We need at least 180, so we're going to use our Mark 3s. Into there. Into there. Into there. Into, not into there. Not into there, because we need some more of this. There we go. Now, if you make a mistake doing conveyors, then this all gets screwed up. So make sure that your conveyors are at the right speeds for the right moment. So again, 360, then 180. So 360 has to get to here from both of these containers. So if we do 70, it's going to be 480, right? Or I mean, Mark 4 is going to be a 480. All right, Mark here is a 480, so that'll be 360 because the other one's 270. It's too slow. So we'll do this, Mark 4, down into there. So the bottom one is going to be from there, and the top one is going to be from here. So we've already got our coal running, and our coal is going to run along the bottom. And as you can see, it's starting to feed all of the coal into its particular parts, like so. We haven't done, oh yeah, we do. We've got our iron going, and there goes all of our iron. Look how beautiful that is, though. There's a beautiful symmetry to it when you do that, when you make it just so, right? When you make it just so and you've centered it and everything is very perfectly aligned in that way. I really like that. I like it when it does that. All right, so we're going to smelt a whole lot of stuff here in a second. So that's my biggest suggestion. Now, we have a bit of room between here and our containers. We don't even need the containers, by the way. We could go ahead and just take the containers out and just have it run directly into there. I do like to have a backlog of containers to keep a backlog of those resources in case I do need to run over here and I need coal, raw coal for whatever reason, or I need raw iron for whatever reason. You don't need it all that often, but occasionally you do, especially when you're putting stuff in your MAM to upgrade stuff and things like that. It's good to have a backlog of every single resource, so at any moment you can go and access that resource. So there we go. So that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. That is going to make a massive, massive amount of these. Now we obviously need some power. So let's go ahead and get our power going. We're going to go ahead and also enclose all of this. So we're going to work a bit with our enclosures. So we're going to actually take these parts out here. We've already kind of pre-fed them. And we're going to find a way to run these through here and then end them up over there. Now, because this is going to be an enclosed factory, I'm not going to really be going in there a lot. So I can very easily just run it at the ground level or run it at the next level up. So in this case, that was a little too close. The bottom level here, I'm going to run that like that. And we're running this one bottom level. Hold on. This one's going to be bottom level. There we go. And this one is going to be the upper level. So we'll take this out. And we'll make this a nice door. Like that. Okay, so this one's going to be bottom level, which is going to be our coal. Yes, this is our coal. And again, we need to make sure we have the proper speeds here. We could enclose this too, but I kind of feel like if I want to come back and get this, it's right along my main road. I can just come along, grab whatever I need, get out of there without having to run inside the actual factory itself, which I feel is going to work out great. Okay, so again, 360 coming out of here, bottom level from here into there. All right. Again, make sure we match that up again perfectly. Now I can do bottom level here and then just take it up from the bottom level, but I feel like doing top level. Again, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, everybody. Sometimes it's nice not being symmetrical. Sometimes it's easier to run it non-symmetrical. In this case, see, it's already going to be up like that anyway. Allows me to move through here without running into anything, except for I still have to jump over this part. But there you go. Okay, also, good spot for a door right there. So let's go ahead and switch to our factory building thing, and we're going to use a 1. That's going the wrong way. Let's go ahead and get our other wall. I think that, yeah, it's a nice center door. Yeah, I like a center door there. I think that's nice. And then we're going to go ahead and build the in part of the factory. We'll build it from in here. And out of concrete. Out of concrete, story of my life, but luckily we brought a bunch extra somewhere. There we go. And this is going the wrong way. How do I know? It's got that line. I want it to be that way. There we go. And then over here, put another entrance. So we have good entrances on the side. How are we looking over here? This is going to go all the way to here. So let's go ahead and fill that in. And I'm okay with extra space. Like, see, there's a whole bunch of extra space over here in the corner. I could build it where it literally, like, you know, gets right up against the side. I don't like doing that. I feel like, you know, you got plenty of space in the game. There's no real reason to run up right up against everything. That's just me. Again, the reason why I'm enclosing this also, that one's backwards. Just notice that is actually backwards. Because this is the inside of the building. So we want to see the cross lines on the inside. Yeah, with the like that. Where you see the kind of inside versus this flatter outside, right? The kind of steel outside and lighter steel inside. Let's see if I did this one right. That one looks right. Yeah. Okay. This way all the things match up. They all match up on the thing. Again, you want to see your cross beams on the inside, the flatter part on the outside. It'll give it that finished look. And usually I don't build this, by the way. I don't build buildings until the end. Until I'm in the kind of the end stages of the game. You know what? I think I will run that right up against that, because then we could have a road out there or whatever. Rotate that. And I feel like it remembers your wall directions much better. You know, I feel like it remembers your wall directions much better at the top than it does at the bottom. Sometimes it wants to change it. So I got a doorway there. Let's put a doorway on this side. Just in case I feel like building that out. Okay, now we have all of these things. We're going to need some power in here. So let's go ahead and look at our power structure. We got some power running right to here. And we could run that right into the center, but it's kind of blocked a little bit by this stuff here. So we can also go ahead and key off of this one and run it up to there. I love these double wall connectors. These things right here, you can unlock those in the store. It is really, really awesome. I love those because they're really clean the way that they work. All right, let's go ahead and put this back in. Again, symmetry is nice, but not always required. Let's get that level 4 belt back in there. There we go. And back into there. Okay. Now we're just doing power. So we're going to run power off of this line. We're going to connect it right up to there, which is going to make it super clean. And that's going to run 4 of these, right? And we've got 4 on this side and 4 on that side. Now what I'm going to do is actually upgrade this to a level 2 outlet. Oh, unless I already did a level 2 outfit. No, I got a level 1. Oh, can you not upgrade a level 1 outlet? Huh. You can't upgrade. Oh, well, look at me learning new stuff. I don't think I've ever tried it before. Yeah, you can't upgrade that to a level 2. Interesting. Okay, well, now we know. Now we know. That's probably something they'll fix later on, I would think. Now what we're going to do is a single wall outlet right here. Now, this one can do up to 7. And because I have 8, using a 7 is not very useful to me because I'm going to eventually have to do a second one anyway. So I might as well do 4 and 4. So this is going to be where our central power comes in, and then we're going to run it to our other parts. And probably can put it right here in the center of both of these, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, this would be the center right here. So let's go ahead and put our single wall outlet right there. And we'll run our line here. Then this one's going to run all 4 of these. Get that one going. That one. And now we're at maximum, right? Because we got to... Stop jumping down, guy. Stop jumping down. So now we're at maximum. So we really only got 3 done because we have 1 that's an input. So we still do need to use our higher ones. Let's see if we can upgrade these. Inquiring minds want to know. No, can't upgrade it. Oh, so you can upgrade conveyors. You can upgrade a whole bunch of stuff from Mark 1s like mines and stuff like that. From Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Mark 3s, etc. But this one does not allow you to upgrade from a Mark 1 to Mark 2. Good to know. Good to know. Because that's going to affect you in the long run. So let's go ahead and just put a Mark 2 in. Just to make this easy. So we can do all 4 from this one connector. It's okay if you have a little bit of an overkill on those. Kind of feel like you should be able to do it. Maybe I wasn't aiming in the right spot. Maybe I got to aim at the bottom corner. I would think they would have that. I'm just going to double check. Can I downgrade it? I'm going to try all the little spots around it. Make sure I'm not just saying it wrong. Nope. I can't make it work. I can't make it work, but there we go. All right, so we got all those rocking and rolling. And let's tell it what we want it to do. We want it to make steel ignits, so go to it, baby. Over here, steel. I mean, hey, just sitting here, might as well be doing something, right? And, all right, we're just going to go down the line, tell all the rest of these, since we're out here in the front, what we want them to do. Then we'll enclose this in, and then we don't ever have to look at it again. It'll just do what we want it to do. And again, we got 1, 2, so the center is right about here. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just nice looking. Yeah, I'm going to say on this side, I'm going to put it right there. And then we're going to grab a wire from way over there, run it on the inside. And then this one can do up to 7, but we only need 4. Plus the original line, which would make it 5. And hopefully we have enough power. That's going to be our deciding factor here. If we have enough power to make all this work. All right, and there we go. We're at 100% efficiency on our steel ignits, right? So we've at the very beginning when you're doing 120 or you're doing 240, it's not as efficient. Then you get up to 360, then it runs perfectly 45 and whatnot. If we cut it in half and we cut it in half again and cut it in half again and so on, so it actually ends up being perfect in the end. And we can get up here on the top and we can kind of watch a bit of what's going on. There we go, all perfectly feeding in there, and all of the ones all the way down. Now we've got to do the next thing, which is recombine all this stuff. So it's going to come in at 45 and it's going out at 45 again, right? So that means if it comes in at 45 and it goes out at 45 and we're 100% efficient, that means that this is going to come out at 360, right? So we have an input of 360 split into all 8 different ones, and then an output of 45, which you do 45 times 8, and we can test it by asking Siri. Hey Siri, what's 45 times 8?
45 times 8 is 360.
There you go. So, right? So now you just reverse the process that you just did. Or you don't have to worry about that at all, and you can just let it do the math by combining everything together as quickly as possible until it becomes one single belt. And that one single belt will, of course, equal 360. But we're going to go ahead and do it as we should, very, very efficiently. And we don't have to do double high. We can do a single high now. And we can recombine all of this stuff. So let's go ahead and do some mergers. Then we're going to do center line mergers, which is how I like to do them. So center line merger here. And that one's offset just a little bit forward. Line merger there. Yeah, that one right there is a little bit forward. No problem. So those two together, these two together. Well, the other ones are backwards. I guess you can look at it that way too. All right, and then we'll go ahead. And again, this is coming out at 45, so we can use our slowest belt. And when you're merging, you don't have to merge it exactly by 2s. You can merge it in 3s if you want. But 3s are not going to work out mathematically correct. But eventually, it's all going to end up in the same place anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the end if you think about it. But we'll make it nice, if you know what I mean. We'll make it nice. We'll merge it together nicely. So this is, what is this? This is 45 and 45. That's 90. So now we need to go up to our Mark II belts. Oops, what the heck are you doing over there? No. No, stop getting all crazy. Go right into there and look nice. There we go. Now we're up to our 120s. And then over here, we'll do our mergers. Merger. And our 120s. Oh, okay. Okay, we got to go running over here. Now, hey, look at this. This is the problem, right? Now, I have skates on, which makes it easier for me to leap over these things. But normally, I will lift everything up off the ground in the beginning when I don't have the skates and I don't have the ability to jump over those high things, because otherwise they block you and you can't get through where you're trying to go. Let's do that. There we go. When you got skates, you can jump literally 2 conveyors high. You can jump over that pretty easy. All right, back to what we're doing. 120s into here. And 120 into there. And now we're at 240. And again, we're just doing the opposite of what we just did, right? Instead of splitters, we're doing mergers. And again, we can just go ahead and, create one, say there. And then use it to line up. Using that green line, like that. And we take this one out. And now we're going at the faster speed of 120, 120, which would be 240, which is going to then take us to our level 3 belts, which is going to be 270 and 270, but it's really 180. It's really 180 is what's coming out of there. It's higher than 120, so we have to do it. So 180 and 180, and then those two together are going to be our 360, and then that 360 is going to be going on to the next stage, right? And so we need to think about our next stage now. So we got that done. How are we looking on that? Another 9 minutes before we get that going. All right, so next stage is going to be building all of our rods and all our other stuff. Building all of our other materials that we're going to need. Now, another thing that we could have done, by the way, is taken the factory and ran it behind the factory and then ran it towards your conveyors so you can run it down that same conveyor. I highly recommend not doing that, because if you're running towards something, most likely you're going to run out of room. So I always find it's easier to run it away from something and then just circle the conveyors back. But if you're really good, You could do it that way. You could run it over here, turn it around, run it back toward your conveyor, and if you just do it just right, it will then go along that same line and then bring it back to my central thing, which is what I want to do. But I'll build the extra. I'll build the extra along this outer part out here and just run it straight along there and then back up onto those conveyors over there and utilize those. But all right, so we've recombined that all together. Look at these babies cranking out of there. Cranking them out. All right, now we need to go our next stage. So our next stage is deciding, we have 360 iron ingots, and now we want to make a bunch of stuff using our constructor here. We want to make a bunch of steel beams. So what is the rate at which we need to bring it in to make 15 steel beams? So in this case, it's 60. So 60 actually works out pretty good. Hey, Siri, what's 360 divided by 60?
360 divided by 60 is 6.
Comes out to be 6. So cool. If we use the entire thing, we can make 6 of these. And then, boom, we'd be making 15 times 6. Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 6? She ain't got nothing better to do, by the way. She just sits around and waits for me to ask her questions. Hey, Siri, what's 15 divided by 6? Or not divided by. Oh, you messed me up. Never mind.
15.
Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 6?
It's 90.
90. All right. So we're going to be making 90 steel beams. Do we need to be making 90 steel beams right now? No, we do not need to be making 90 steel beams. That's a lot of, that's per minute, by the way, 90 steel beams per minute. We do not need to be making that many right now. Eventually, maybe, but not right now. So what else can we be making instead of that 90 steel beams? We could be making steel pipes. Now, when we do steel pipes, wait a minute, steel pipes, which I don't know if you can see it, comes in at 30. So it comes in at half that speed. So instead of making 90 steel pipes, we could make 180 steel pipes because basically it's requiring half the input, which means it could output double the amount, right? So we could output 90, but steel beams or steel pipes actually output at a different rate. So if you look at steel beams output at 15, where steel pipes actually output at 20. So it uses half the resources and basically does 5 more per minute. So if we were to do this, it would be even more, right? So instead of doing 6, we'd be doing 12, and we can ask Siri, 12, hey Siri, what's 12 times 20?
12 times 20 is 240.
240 steel pipes at the same time if we wanted to. That's also way too much. So we need to decide how much steel pipes do we need and how much steel ingots do we need? Well, what are we going to make from steel pipes and steel ingots? That is the question, right? And that is a question for further down the road down here. So we need to go ahead and ask ourselves how much we want to make. And so we can go ahead and put the assembler down. Now, the assembler is going to utilize some of our different stuff here, right? We've got iron rods and screws. On that one, the stator uses steel pipes. The stator needs steel pipes at a rate of 15 per minute, which means that eventually actually would need 30. If we were going to do 3 of them, then it would need 45, etc., etc., depending on how many stators you're trying to make in the moment. Well, how many stators do I need to make? Well, depends on how many of these manufacturers that you want to use. Do I have enough space? I don't have enough space. Put it down. There we go. Depends on how many manufacturers you want to use. Maybe you're going to make something like heavy modular frames. Maybe you're going to make computers, right? You're making computers. You're going to need a lot of different stuff. Or maybe we're going to make modular things here for our stuff. For our space elevator, which we've already done. Or in this case, we're going to want to make some turbo motors, right? But really, none of this stuff is what I want to make right now, right? This is not what I want to make from this. I eventually want to make these pipes, and then I want to make these stators, and then from these stators, I'm actually going to make engines. So I actually need another assembler first, and then those stators over here are going to make motors, not engines, but motors. And those are going to need to go 10 per minute. So again, this is when it starts getting tougher and tougher. So 10 per minute, so I need 2 of these. So if I need 2 of these, then I need 30 steel pipes. And if I need 30 steel pipes, then I need at least 40 I need at least 40 to be produced because I need to produce more than what I need, right? Or I could produce less and then reduce it. But I need at least 40 steel pipes. So I need at least 2 of these running, right? So we're kind of working our way backwards. So then what am I going to do with the motors, right? So all the motors eventually are going to run into this manufacturer, which is going to make the turbo motors, which is what we're working on in the long run. In the long run, I need the turbo motors, and those turbo motors will then make other things like we go in here and we look under high-speed connectors. We need circuit boards for that. But turbo motors are our other production over here, actually, which is, I think, also in the assembler. Turbo motors then go into our... where's our turbo motors at? What do we need turbo motors for? I thought it was one of these things that we needed. What was turbo motors? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. I'm blanking on those turbo motors. What was it? Is it batteries? There was something I needed turbo motors for. I think it's for one of the production... for one of our production. One of our production things back here. Let's run back here and take a look at it. Let's go. So what I need, the end result of the steel that I'm doing right here is not only the steel pipes and whatnot, but I eventually need the turbo motors. But I need to know at what rate I need to produce them, and then what rate I need to go out. Because if I'm producing way extra, pipes that I don't need, and I'm making too many steel plates, and what I need is actual pipes, and so on, that'll all factor in at the end. So let's go back here to our hub. That's what we need to look at. Over here in our hub, we have different milestones that we need stuff for, and I thought it was one of these. Where's our turbo motors? There's something I need turbo motors for. I must remember what it's for. High-speed connector, AI limiter. I will find you, turbo motors. Sulfur, plastic. Rubber. It's for something. Oh. No. Maybe it was for our MAM. Maybe that's what it was for. Huh. I can't remember. What was it? Something's making my brain... Not jetpack. We already did all of that. Rifle. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is figuring it out. It's definitely something. I remember we needed turbo motors for something. That was like the end goal of everything that we were doing. That's stuff we need to work on eventually. There it is. We need AI computers too. AI computers. So, was it AI computers? I don't think so. Computer, AI limiter, high-speed connector. Did they change that? I thought it was one of these things that we need those computers for. Crystal oscillator. We have heat sinks. Man, I'm blanking on it. That'll teach me not to write it down. go look again in our assembler. Or manufacturer. Oh, I don't have enough stuff to make another one. All right, we'll go back. There was something I needed turbo motors for. And I feel like they've changed it. Yeah, they, I feel like they've changed it. I thought it was AI limiter or something that we needed. One of these for our nuclear power. High-speed connector. We need circuit boards. AI limiter, circuit boards. We need plastic. Yeah, I thought it was for one of these for when we're working on our nuclear power. I'll figure it out at some point. Good question. Good question. Let's go look across here. What do we need turbo motors for? Oh, Mark III miners. I knew I'd figure it out. Thanks for not telling me. Thanks for somebody. Oh, you got it removed. I'm glad I didn't see it. It was Mark III miners. That's why we're doing turbo motors. Okay, there we go, everybody. Again, you know, hey, that's the problem with sleep apnea, everybody, is that you forget a lot of stuff. So that's our goal, is to get to the Mark III miners. So obviously we're getting more resources. Yeah. So that's why we're doing turbo motors. And thank you for not telling me. For not telling me, oh, you all get 1,000 kiss caps. There you go. See, it's actually rewarded for not backseat gaming. Thanks. Let me discovering it on my own. I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. All right, there we go. So yeah, it was the Mark III miner. So I'm going to actually write that down before I forget again. That's what our goal is. I do have a little notepad. Satisfactory goal equals Mark III miners, which equal turbo things. What's the name of those things? Turbo something. Turbo motor. See, at least I remembered that part. I remember that we were making turbo motors, so at least that part's good. And let's see, how many turbo motors are we going to need for our Mark III miner? We're going to need 5. And so what does it output at? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll go find out, won't we? Let's go find out at the output of our turbo motors. And that's the only thing I really need out of that stuff is those turbo motors, because all the rest of that stuff is fairly easy to make. But the turbo motors are going to require a bit of resources to make those happen. Now, what I'm going to do is actually make it where it makes the resources and send it back to the central. And then that central would then run on to the larger constructors and things later on. But we're definitely going to have to work on power. We're going to have to work on power for sure, because at some point this is going to get overwhelmed. It's going to be too much power. Okay, so at least I remembered I was doing turbo motors, but I just remember why I was doing it. All right, turbo motors. Let's go back and do it again. Okay, turbo motor here is going to output at 1.9 per minute. And I'm going to need 5 of them per miner. But it doesn't really matter, because the miner itself, I'm not going to be, it's not like I'm going to be producing a miner every minute, right? So I could actually backlog these fairly well. So again, we're going to need motors, we're going to need radio control units, we're going to need rubber, we're going to need heat sinks, we're going to need all of those things. And all of those things I will produce separately and run them back to the central area. So then I can take those 4 things and combine them into the manufacturers, right? So that is the better way of doing a central combined, I think, is to do each of these pieces separately and then run them back to the center. And as they're in the center, you eventually get, this is done and this is done and this is done until it gets down to that bottom one. But you kind of have to think ahead, though, to get to that point. So yeah, that's what I need. Turbo motors. And of course, I also need all the other stuff that goes along with the turbo motors, right? Radio control units. I'm going to need heat sinks. So if we go in and we look at radio control unit, what do we need for there? We need heat sinks, rubber, crystal oscillator. We need computers. This is some hardcore. This is the highest end stuff right here. And then computers, of course, circuit boards, cables, and so on. And then what do we need for circuit boards? And so on. So we're just going to start with turbo motors. Those are the things that I need the most. And because once I make turbo motors, then it will allow me to do level 3 miners. And those level 3 miners will, of course, allow me to do the even more stuff. Or what I could do is not even do the turbo motors. I could go ahead and make all of the items up until the point in which I do the turbo motors and grab the items out and go to the workbench and make them myself. Because I don't really need that many. So I could make all the other stuff first and then come back and make the final 5 turbo motors and just hold down the thing and let it do it. And there are certain pieces along the way that it is actually more efficient and faster for you to do it using the raw resources than it is to actually let the production line do it. When you get into the large manufacturers like this, these are actually slower sometimes than if you actually go in and make it yourself in the thing. Like if you need 5 and that's all you need, then you just grab the 4 different materials, you go in, you make the 5 of them, boom, you make yourself a level 3 miner. So we've got to kind of backtrack a bit there. So before we get to those though, we're gonna need to back up and say, wait a minute, we got to produce the radio control units and heat sinks. So if we want radio control units, what do we need? We need heat sinks. All the rest of this stuff's pretty easy, but we need computers. That's a pretty tough one. Well, not that tough, but somewhat tough. Heat sinks, and then the other one is heat sinks and radio control units. I should probably mark that down too. Heat sink, radio control unit. Okay, so heat sinks, let's look at those. Those are probably not in here. Heat sinks are probably in our assembler. Again, this is what I call a little play yard, where I just throw a bunch of these down so I can take a look at all the numbers of all the things I need to make. Heat sinks, there we go. What do we need? Aluminum, which we're making a bunch of on the other side, and then rubber. We were making some of that over there, but we're gonna readjust our rubber supply and do that as well. But the cool byproduct of rubber is making some coal that you could use for producing power, and that works pretty good as well. But I actually find that it's probably less efficient to use the lesser coal than it is to use the higher end coal. And we're using a lot of coal here, and we could use some of this coal for power instead. But in the long run, we want to use our other power, our coal power, for our main factory, and then our oil power for our larger sides of the factory, right? That kind of consistent oil power, and then eventually nuclear power, which is what we're trying to get to right now. And all we really need is our manufacturing stuff here that we need to do, our AI limiters and whatnot. And we'll get to those in a bit. But we also need to make heat sinks so that we can get that going. So that is also going to be aluminum, which we already had running, and then rubber, which we can get running. But for now, let's just go back to what we were working on, and that is steel poles and steel other things. So we're going to take that out, and then we're just going to say, okay, now what else? Probably should have actually left those, but I'm going to put them in order here so we can take a look at them, or semi-order, I guess, in a row. Put them like that. What else uses steel pipes? Right? What else out of here uses steel pipes? What about canisters? No, plastic. Anything here uses steel pipes or steel beams? Nothing in there. Let me just roll over this. Encased industrial beams use steel beams. So that's at 4 per. And over here, stators, again, use pipes. Nothing else. Those are the only 2 things, right? Stators and encased industrial beams. So we definitely want to make encased industrial beams, and we want to make stators, but at what rate do we want to do those? Again, stators needs a certain amount in and whatnot. So what we're going to do is we're just going to try to balance it for now, and basically probably produce, I would say if you were going to lean one direction or another when you're producing these, I would very heavily lean toward the steel beams. And the reason why I would lean that way is because the steel beams are actually one of your conveyors. Your conveyors, your level 3 conveyor uses a bunch of steel beams. So when you're running conveyors, you're going to need those extra steel beams to actually run the conveyors as well. So we're going to kind of lean on the steel beam side, and the steel pipe side is going to be no problem because we're going to be making crazy tons of those anyway. We're going to be getting lots and lots of those. Pipeline wall hole. Look at that. Nice. So, all right. So let's get to that right over here. Let's take all this out. And now we got to figure out how much we get. Again, we got 360 coming in, and we're going to go ahead and put down our constructor right over here. So again, we could figure that out mathematically, but we can just split the production in half. But if we split it in half, what's going to happen is because the steel pipes produce at basically double the rate because it uses half the resources, actually a little bit more than double, but it's going to produce twice as much if we split it in half. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to split it out. Then we'll have like bazillion steel pipes and a little bit of steel beams, or a quarter steel beams and twice as much, or 2/3 steel beams, 1/3 steel pipes in ratio. So we actually probably want to lean very heavy on the steel pipes. So we'll go 2/3 steel pipes and 2/3 steel beam, 1/3 steel pipes, and see how that works out. If it doesn't work out, we can always come back and rearrange this part because that part's already done, right? So we kind of modularized it, right? We did that first part. That part's good. And then the second part, we'll modularize that into a separate section and so on. Now, another thing we could do, which would be really tricky, is we could also go vertical. So we could go up, build up over the top of this, and then the second stage of it is on the top, much like I did with the thingies over there, the screws. So the second level is screws. So if I don't need the screws, I can cut the screws off, and then I could just run just the steel beams if I wanted to. I could do it either way. So I'm actually going to do that on this one right here, and we're going to reverse it, and we're going to build it back toward our other part of the factory. So we need to go in and we need to say, okay, well, we got this part done. Let's do a little bit of our roof work. We need to look and see what the height of this is, right? It kind of looks like 3, but let's go ahead and just do some testing. So we'll put our beam up here, and we'll go ahead and run our thing. Now, I use an 8x2 foundation because I feel like the machining would actually, be able to be held up by that. And I don't use the other one. The other one's too thick. And the other one, the thinner one, looks too thin. It looked like it wouldn't be in a factory. I mean, I don't think so. That's just me and my crazy thoughts. But I would feel that it would be too thin and the ground would just bend and then boom, bye-bye goes your factory. Hopefully never add like real physics in here because then you'd really have to take that into consideration too. Much like you have to do in 7 Days to Die. You have to take in consideration your load balance. Not just load balancing of your inputs and outputs, but load balancing of how much your structure can hold before it falls down. That is actually a real thing in 7 Days to Die if you've never played that game before. It's not like Minecraft where it just floats up in the air or fall out. If you do it wrong, boom, your whole entire base comes falling down. Or if the zombies come along and they knock down your supports, your whole entire base comes crashing down. Especially scary on Horde Night when you've got hundreds of zombies trying to eat your brains. Especially scary then. All right, so let's go ahead and close the rest of this factory now that we've worked out all of that brain stuff there. And while I'm putting in the rest of these, let's go ahead and do another battle. Bam! I hope you guys are enjoying this. If you are enjoying this, everybody put a 1 in the chat so I know you guys are enjoying this content and enjoy figuring out all of this stuff with me. That was a long battle. Get him! Gosh, these guys just will not go die. There we go. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. We'll slide that over there. Grants and rewards. Smudge Mark getting some extra love. Zig coming in. Overall MVP. Congrats. Rocking it. Ooh, 4 skull time. Let's get that. Boss man here. I feel like this is going to be a tough one. Might want to drop the legendaries. Might want to drop the epics. Get that going on. Cyberrook put a 1 in the chat. Give Cyberrook 1,000 kids caps for appreciating my stream. All the hard work that I do way before the stream and charts and different spreadsheets and all of that stuff. Thanks for appreciating the hard work. I do put a lot of work into the stream. Okay, so while you guys were watching that, boom, I filled in that roof. Just like that. I know, I'm pretty quick at what I do. Let's go ahead and fill in this side over here as well. Have a little bit of a walkway. And there we go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and bring this up. And to do that, we're going to need a nice little thing. Now, I didn't perfectly line it up to the wall and all of that. You're welcome to do that if that floats your boat. For me, I'm good. I'll just go ahead and do something like this. And try to get this to come down here. There we go. To the outside walls. There we go. And then I'm just going to go ahead and run this nice and fast. Nice 480 right into there. I like to do the lifters outside, so I'll do them outside and I'll lift them up to the next level. I feel like they're just easier that way, though it does look cool to not see any of it. But I do like to see it kind of running a little bit. I don't want to run it too much. I don't want to see it too much because then it slows down my frames, but... oh, actually, let's put a... Probably easier to put a wall up there first. That way. And then we can literally just lift it from down here. Try to line it up. Boom. And have it perfectly attached up to the top. And then there's our 360 coming out of there. So no scope 360. Actually, it has nothing to do with that at all. All right. Let's see. Put that in there. And then we'll just go ahead and fill in the rest of this here. Actually aiming toward the little metal part on the outside so that it rotates in the way I want it to rotate. Out of plates. Always something. But it's good to leave some extra resources wherever you're building. So you don't have to run back every single time. I might still have to run back. I wonder if I left some plates way at the end. I think I did. Let's put some of this stuff in here. Let's just store all. Store all here. We're going to go all the way to the end here and grab those resources that we left way at the end. Let's go. Really liking this setup. Much better than before. Everything's all combined into single lines, so I don't have multiple lines running at the same time. Very, very nice. We've got our... we only have 2 coal nodes in this area. We have... Well, we really have 5 coal nodes, but we have 2 areas where our coal is. One area is way, way out here in the corner, and then one area is way, way on the other side. Thanks for the follows, everybody. I see all your follows there. Bread Bakery coming in. Elite Gamer coming in. Physic Incorporated. Well, hey, I appreciate you guys. My bosses are checking in on me. There we go. Sneak on the Discord. There you go. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for dropping that Dragon Hammer. Crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. If you don't understand that reference, by the way, Physic Incorporated is the people who are the people you're working for in Satisfactory. There we go. The Physic Incorporated Space Shuttle, yes, your employer looks over on your planet and gives you a follower, and as always, work efficiently. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I love that. That is an awesome name. I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I love me some Satisfactory. This game's not just a 10. It's a 10 plus, plus, plus. It's like 3 times plus, right? Love the coffee cup. You can actually drink it. Actually do a little drinky. Drinky, the coffee cup. I love how it actually, if you go like this, it looks like it actually moves in the cup. Right, like you're actually swirling your coffee. See that? Actually looks like you're swirling it. That's kind of cool. All right, let's get all this random resources I left over here. Take them out as we go. Yeah, there's a little plates there. All right, back we go. Now again, notice where all my coal is there. We have 3 120s coming out of there, which is nice. We're going to upgrade those to level 3s eventually, but right now they're level 2, Mark II miners. And right now we're working toward manufacturing our level 3 miners. And we're running a bunch of iron from over here. That's a pure node over there. So that's running a nice 120 coming down there. We haven't upgraded that one. That's just a Mark 1. And then this one over here is a Mark 2, which is running 240. And then all of this stuff, of course, is running into our brand new little factory that we're making over here. And we're enclosing it in so we don't have to look at it. We're enclosing in here. And this bottom part, all it does is it just makes the actual steel ingots. And then I can decide later how much of each thing that I want. Then I'm running that up to our upper level up here, and we've got to kind of finish putting in our walls here. Left the concrete behind. I got the plates, but I left the concrete behind. I left it over here. All right. Let's get a little bit of this. I'm sure I'm going to need something else that I threw in here in a minute. Let's just grab a little bit of everything. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. What is it said it needed more? It's concrete. There we go. All right. And again, it's good to have, little boxes of resources when you're building in certain areas of your factory. So you don't have to run all the way back. I find myself running back a lot because I do kind of run around a lot building stuff in different places. Now, I had a giant factory, by the way. I had a giant factory. It spanned as far as you could see, way off into the distance. As well. What's up? Second class elite is coming in. 2 years. What'd you get me for our anniversary? I got you a dancing dragon. There you go. Thank you so much for that massive 2 years of sub love, 24 months of love. Thank you so much. One of my favorite buddies here on Twitch, second class elitist, amazing 7 Days to Die player, also great gamer in general. Make sure to go over there, show him some love, everybody. Incredibly great streamer. Click his name right there in the chat. Hit that follow button. Check him out the next time he goes live. Good friend of the stream. Always great to see you. I like dragons. So do I. I like dragons as well. That's my little buddy Norbert. He comes up and hangs out in the stream from time to time. So we're building a giant factory here in Satisfactory. Now, I could put a ladder on the inside or put stairways that go up like that. I'm not a big fan of the stairways. I'm more of a fan of a ladder. I'm the same way in 7 Days to Die. Speaking of 7 Days to Die, I'm a bigger fan of ladders than stairways. Because stairways are small and easy and you're up, right? Not this spinning around and going up into these spirals, or your stairs have to go that way and then back and you have to switch back and whatnot. You go up a ladder, bam, you're up there. You're good. You're off and running. Okay, so eventually we want our output to go out like this. Remember how I said that? That if you start, you might get in trouble. But if you do it this way, you're going to have less chance you're going to be in trouble, though it may still happen. May still happen for sure. Okay, now we need to do some more charting of what we're doing. Okay, all right, here we go. We're going to go over here now. Now, there's a program called Illustrator, and we're going to have Satisfactory running in the background. There's a program called Illustrator, and what we're going to do is we're going to construct some steel beams and all of this, and we're going to go ahead and not worry about the output right now. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that. We know that the input here is 60, but actually what we've got in between here now is kind of a buffer, which tells us what our in-between is. Or actually, wait, we need to do one more thing, too, before I forget. Let's just get it started right over here. And that is our box. So this could be feeding all of that sweet loot right in there. And, of course, I forgot my thing. Watch this move. Ready? Whoa-ya! I hit that ladder. Nope, missed it. I tried, everybody. I tried. We need to get some more of this. And then, of course, we can also have a ladder on this side, so we don't have to run all the way around. We have a built-in ladder already right there. But I like to put it by the entrances, either inside or outside. And I'll just stack it right there. Like that. And then we can just climb right back up. There we go. So we're going to run over here, and we're going to go ahead and let this keep producing stuff while we're busy doing other stuff. So We're going to go ahead and move that forward just a little bit. Now, again, if you have not discovered the wonderful Satisfactory, it's both out for Steam and for the Epic Game Store. They just came out on Steam recently, so I would definitely snatch it up. This is not a sponsor stream, by the way. I just happen to love the game. Sometimes I get that question. Kismet, is this a sponsor stream? No, it is not. If it was, it would have hashtag sponsored right there in the chat, and I would let you know right here in the stream. All right, look at these babies go. Look at that. Woo, mama. 360 filling up. The whole entire box is going to fill by the time we even get this going. You watch. You watch. It's going to be making a whole lot of stuff. Okay, so back to charting. So let's get back to charting over here. And so we've got all of these going here. Now, I'm not going to go in and run all the lines. You guys got the general idea of how all of this works down here, right? All the iron and all of that. So we've got all the foundry. This is all coming out again. So we can very easily just do this again, right? We'll grab this right here, actually. We'll grab one of these storage containers. And thank you for admiring all of my artwork. I actually made all of this from scratch. You're welcome. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just start over again here. And we're going to just do a whole nother section here. Hopefully we've got lots of room. Oh, hold on. Put that up. There we go. And we're just going to say, okay, all of this output is now outputting at a 45 rate, right? So 45, 45, because we made all the math work. And now it's going at 100% efficiency. We don't have to underclock it like sometimes we do in the early game stages. 45, 45, and 45. So it's 360 steel ignits at any given time. Then we went, of course, and I can illustrate it a little bit here for you. Then it comes out of here and goes into there, and we already know that it merges back together and all of that. But all of these eventually go back into this. So we're just going to kind of skip putting all the mergers in there. The mergers look basically like this, right? Merges together. Actually reverse. It would be merging this way, then into here, and then there. So it's just like the flip of that, right? Merging in the opposite direction. You get the general idea. So now we have 360 steel ignits. So we're going to steal one of these from over here. And just say this is what this is. Let's just say that. There we go. And so that's coming out of there. So now we have 360, and we can divide 360 into whatever we need to do. Now we also need our other thing, which you can see only I'm crazy enough to go in and make illustrations for every single thing I could make in the game. I know. What could I say? I'm at that whole next level. That's what you're going to find in my stream. This ain't no just little, hey, let's play some game stream. This is a whole nother level. This is the mega building level you're in now. So if you like that kind of building, you like the whole next level kind of building, go ahead and hit that follow button. Hang out in here. And thank you for that. Thanks for that Pride Cub there emote as well. I'm hoping to come out on Xbox eventually. Oh yeah, I think this would kill on console for sure. Okay, steel pipes. Let's grab those. Let's grab a steel pipe thingy, and we're gonna run over here, and we're gonna readjust this. Probably a good idea to save that too, since I've been working on that. And let's go ahead and paste one of these in here. All right, there we go. So our input for our constructor, and this is just as much part of the game as actually putting the game down, is understanding all the game mechanics behind the scenes. So there's 30 there. So we need 30 to go in there, and we need 60 to go in here. Hey, Suri, what's 360 divided by 60?
360 divided by 60 is 6.
Is 6. So we've already got 6 of them right here. 6 steel beams. But for every one of these steel beams that we take out, we want to basically... wait a minute. Steel beams are coming out at 10. They don't come out at 10. That must have been when I reduced it. That was when I reduced it for sure. Hold on a second. What's our original steel beam rate? 15. Steel beam is 15. All right. I knew that wasn't right. I knew that wasn't right. Okay. Let's fix that too before we get too far. Oh, look, there's some more steel pipes and steel beams. Look, there's a split one that we did before, right? I knew I had done it before. But we're working on another one down here somewhere. This one. This one here. All right. So let's make these correct. 15. And then instead of, fixing every single one of those, we'll just take those out and copy these. Okay. So, nope. Okay. Just want to grab it and move it. There we go. So we have 1, 2, 3... We'll just duplicate the rest of these. And duplicate it again, and then take this one out. There we go. Okay, that makes it nice and aligned. So for every one of these that we take out, we can put 2 more of these steel beams in, or steel pipes. So we take this out. That's going to equal 2 of these. Let's group those together. That equals 2 of those. So again, so now this is going to produce 40, and this is 30, 60, 75. So this is producing 75. This is producing 40. So let's go ahead and take another steel beam out, and then let's add 2 more steel pipes. So now we have 4 steel pipes, and we have 4 steel beams. And so this is going to produce 30, 60. This is going to produce 20, 40, 60, 80. So that's too much. That's too much, right? So let's back up, take that back out again. So again, what we can also do is we can kind of split this in half, right? We can split this in half and say, you know what? Let's send half of it to steel beam, which would give us half the steel beams, which would give us, say, 7.5 steel beams. And then we can send the other half to steel pipes, which would give us the full amount of steel pipes, which would give us 20 more steel pipes, which would put us at 60. And then we would be going 67.5 on our steel beams, and we would be going 60 on our steel pipes. I'm not a fan of that. I would rather go 40 steel pipes and go 75 steel beams, because I know I'm going to need way more steel beams because I'm going to be running a lot of conveyors in the long run. And then if we need it later, we can always come back and switch it however we want, right? And that's what's so nice about having it on its own layer and on its own level, where we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so how to make that work, right? How to make it work from the 360 down here that's in your conveyor up into these ones up here. And let's zoom in a little bit closer so you guys can kind of see that up there. So we've got to split this in such a way that our steel ignits work out across all of these. And that's really not that hard, because when you split 360, you're going to split it into 6, right? Into 6 things. So we need a splitter, so we'll grab one down here. And notice I even got the symbols that are actually on the thing, right? The 3 lines, which are an input, and then the green arrow, which is an output. I know I'm hardcore. I'm at that level. I'm at that hardcore level, everybody. All right, 360, right over here. Yeah, I can type. There we go. 360. And if we divide it into 3, hey Siri, what's 360 divided by 3?
360 divided by 3 is 120.
So 120, 120, and 120. Okay, that's not too hard, right? That's pretty easy. On these particular ones, because it is an earlier item, the math works out a lot easier. So we can do thirds instead of doing halves, halves, and halves, which is what we had to do in the front side of it. When it has 1 input, it's a lot easier. When it has 2 inputs, it's a lot harder. When it has 4 inputs, it really gets halves and thirds, and you half it and third it and half it and third it and third it and half it and then feed it back into the side one of another one. Yeah, it gets in there. It gets it going. All right, so now we're gonna need 3 more splitters right over here. And really, we only need to do 1, and then we're just going to copy it, but you get the idea. 120. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 3? Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 3?
120 divided by 3 is 40.
40. Well, wait a minute. We need 60. We don't need 40. As well as over here, we need 30. So we just did it by thirds down here. But now we need to do it in halves, right? So we need this to be 60, and we need this to be 60, and 60. And we're not going to actually do anything with this one at the top, so that's going to be 0. And then on the side over here, we're going to bring 120 in here, and then this one's going to be 60, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 60s, and this will be 0. But on this side, we also want it to be 60, and then we need to do an extra splitter on this side that is going to deal with this needing to be 30, right? So we bring it in at 60, and then we split that in half, which is going to be 30 and 30. So that's not too hard. That's pretty basic splitting. So there we go. We're going to end up with that. And then this is going to be like this. I'm going to move. Actually, we could move this whole thing over like this. There we go. And let's kind of center these a little bit better. So So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be 6. Hold on. That doesn't work out right. Yes, no, this goes this way. That goes that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay. So this is going to be here. Like that. And then these be over here. Like this. And actually, this should go way forward. This should go forward. Hold on a second. That should go forward, because that's going to be, because that's a subsplit of that. Then these would go kind of left and right. See, now what this does right here is when I'm doing this is it tells me how I'm going to actually build it. Not just for the numbers, not just for the stuff, but how I'm going to lay it out when I put it down on the thing. Because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to run this 60 to one of these. Right? So I'm going to need to take this and I'm going to need to move it something like that. Right? And then that's going to run to this one and this one will run to those two. So that tells me that this one's going to kind of be separate from the other two. And then this one over here is going to run to there and to there. So we're going to kind of center those maybe off of that one. And then this one over here is going to be way over here, which is also going to center off of these. And I'm actually going to give those a little extra room just so I can run in between that. So now we've got 2, 2, 1, and 2. Right? That's the pattern. 2, 2, 1, and 2. Okay. So now we know what our pattern is. We're going to start with the constructors first and work our way backwards. And we have 3 layers of splitters, so we need to adjust for that. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Let's do it. All right. So first we're going to start with our 3 layers of splitters. And we have no wire, so we're going to get the wire first. Yeah! Let's get some wire. Get a bunch of stuff here. I don't know what I'm going to need. Let's just grab a bunch of stuff. All right. You also use, by the way, you can use this too as a ladder up. And since I can jump too, I can make it up to there too, just like that. All right. Let's go ahead and we need 3 layers of splitters. So we're going to go ahead and give it a little bit of offset. There's 1. A little bit of offset. There's 2. And a little bit of offset. There's 3. Okay, now we know that our construction is going to be right here. Now, our upper level doesn't have to be exactly the same size as our lower level. We can make it whatever size we want it to. So if we wanted to extend this out a little bit, if we can get to the right thing, there we go. We can just extend this out a bit here. Now, one of the problems is this is a little bit too high here. So this is kind of blocking our ability to do that. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's take this out. Let's go ahead and lower this a little bit. For conveyor, that's level 4. Actually, we don't even need that in there. We could just say 4 here, there. Oh no, it's clipping. We don't do no clipping up in here. We don't do no clipping. That's not how we roll. No clipping. No clipping. You don't do no stinking clipping. No, no, no. There we go. Now we got her done. Now we got her done. That's how you do it, everybody. No stinking clipping. We don't need to cheat. We do it old school. We do it right. All right, let's give ourselves a little bit more room there. Okay. Now also, by the way, oh, you know what? I might do that. You don't have to run it forward. You can run it sideways if you want. So we could run it that way and then just run it at the end back to the conveyor. You know what? I think I might do that just for something a little bit different. So we're going to turn it. We're going to actually turn it sideways at the end. And we can do 1/2 on this side and 1/2 on that side, which would be kind of fun. But we need 3 layers of things, and we could run it all the way across as well. So instead of running it basically straight like this, running it straight forward, you could, in theory, take these two here, that one and this one, and turn that entire thing sideways, and then run it that way, and then take these two is what I would do, and turn them the other way, and that would work out. I don't know. That takes a lot of extra work to make sure that that ends up right. And then we'd run it on the sides and then run it back. Or if we ran it forward, we could merge all that together in the front and then merge all the steel beams together, which is the thing that we want to merge. So maybe too much work for right now. Let's just do it. Let's just do it in forward motion. That'd make it easier. All right, so we need to get our constructors going, and we almost got this done. Almost got this done. Because all we need to do is just make the things now, right? Because we got our splitters, and then our constructors are basically going to be right about here. We're going to do a bunch of splitting along there. And so let's look at our thing here. So down the center line is going to be 2. So this has got to center off of this. So 2, space right, space left. Okay. So basically what I'm looking at is how am I working off this center? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work this like I was going to run it into both of these. So that constructor needs to be something like this, where it's kind of not obstructing this. So we can just run this forward. Let's say something like that. And then on this side, same thing. Something like that. Now, I could, in theory, go ahead and just offset it on one side and then just run it to the other one and then put it right next to each other. Or I can run one straight and one to the left. I mean, you could do any kind of combination you want. I prefer a center-lined approach. Personally, that's just me. Now, this one actually is not going to be there. This one's going to be offset way over here. So we got to do 2, which are going to be our center line. And then we're going to do 1 constructor. And it doesn't really matter. You got plenty of room in the game. It's not like you're really running out of room. A lot of people, they cram stuff together to try to get maximum efficiency in the same spot. Hey, more power to you. If that's how you like to play, it's your game. You play whatever you want. Me, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like jamming everything together. I like to be able to move in between my stuff and get around and do all of that. So there's our 2 pipes over there. Here's our 5th one, which is kind of a standalone one because it's going to be split from this one here. We've got our 2 that are going to be our center line ones, and then we're going to have our other 2, which are over here. Now notice I'm using the constructors first, and I give myself a little bit of an offset. And on this, I could do this as well. So I can run it straight up there because the splitter, get my splitters back, are going to be literally right there. So that kind of shows me where my center line is. And these 2 could be together because I could get the split even if they're together. But I wanted to kind of offset those ones a little bit, and then I'll go ahead and recenter these. Just give myself a little extra offset. And so we'll go a little bit that way. And then a little bit this way. And then we'll just test it to see if we're down that center line. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay. So now we can go ahead and take all this stuff out. Like so. And we're going to go ahead and bring our 360 into our first splitter. So let's go ahead and bring that 360 in. Bada bing, bada boom. And there's all of our steel pipes. And so we want our 360 to go to 3 different splitters, just like it has in our diagram over here. As you can see, we've got 3 splitters on this line and then 1 extra splitter over there. So now we're going to go to our 3 splitters. Now, normally I would run the splitter right up to the edge like that, and we do 60, we do 120, 120, which is what I will do on some of these. But on this one over here, I will actually have 1 back and then split it up there. So, and then these ones going to be right down the center like this. Like that. And then this one again is going to split one way, which is going to be, yeah, 1, 2, 3. This one's going to be here. This one's going to be right there. And then this one's going to split a bit back here. And we'll just kind of center it off of this. Doesn't really matter anyway. You can offset it however you want. As long as it's flowing at a certain speed, that's all that matters. All right, so this right here is going to split. Again, we got to remember we're doing 3s and then 2s. 3s means that we're going to split the first splitter. The first splitter is going to split in 3 ways. Okay, we're going to split that in 3 ways. And then all the other splitters after that are split in 2 ways, right? And that's really, the game's in 2s or 3s. That's it. Halves or thirds. And that's how the game works. All right, so our first one's going to come out of here, and it's going to be 120. So we don't really need to use our lowest level one, because that's only going to be the lesser speed. Only going to be 60, but we want our 120, and we'll run it into there. And then we got a straight 120 coming straight into there. And then we have a 120 coming out of here, going into there. Oh, if I turned it the correct direction, that would be helpful. There we go. 120. What am I doing? Splitter. Might be turning it the wrong way. Splitter input. Huh. Do I have this incorrect? Let's take this one out. Hold on a second. There's something fishy afoot. I might have this in the wrong direction. Yep, that's exactly it. The first one was wrong. All right, wasn't paying attention. Was not paying attention to that first one. And if you see something like that, you immediately want to stop. Immediately want to stop and reevaluate why you cannot connect that one to this one. Right? Is it that one or is it the one before it? And there we go. All right, 120s going into all of the different places. So here we go, coming out of here at 60. And then this one coming out of here at 60. And going 30. And 30. And this, all I ever do when I play this game is think of the numbers. Right? 60, 60, 120 to 30, 240, 580, 9,000 bazillion. That's all I ever do. Good morning, Razor X. Thanks for coming in. Can anyone tell me what PC he have, please? PC specs are easy to see. Just check them out on Kismet.gg. Not only can you see my PC specs, you can see my gaming PC. You can also see my my PC I use for streaming. You can also see all the stuff in my studio, including what microphones I use, my lights, green screens, all of that stuff. Because you know what? I get that question all the time. And like I say, in my stream, I go to a mega level. I go to a whole nother level than other people do. That's why you're going to see cool 3D animations. And you're going to see cool stuff. And if you need to know all of that stuff, easy to find on the website. I spent a lot of time and effort putting that up there for you guys. So enjoy. Okay, so that wasn't too hard. That was not too bad. We kind of balanced that fairly easy. Now, we're going in here. Now, this is coming through at 120. So we got to think about, all right, well, we can use the lowest level thing because that's 60, right? And then right here, this is 60. Again, that's coming out at 120. This is 60 here. Right there. Very nice. So that's good. This one coming out of here at 60, so that's already good. Because this is 120 here, 120, 60, and then this is 60 coming across there, and then this is 30 and 30, so we're looking good. And this one is Mark II. Yep, okay. All the belts are correct. Now we need some power. So let's go ahead and put some power up here. I feel like we're going to turn out pretty good here. Let's take that out. I feel like we're going to look pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. And then we can go in here and we can feed it down into our lower conveyor, into these two over here. So I feel like we'll feed it. We'll do a left feed. Yeah. Now, another thing you can do, by the way, and I do see a lot of people do this, is they will actually put it like this, right? And then they'll turn it to the left, right? And I call this the long conveyor, where you set the input from here into this, and it actually just basically turns it left. So you run it into here, and then it just runs it down this long line where it's merging it all together, and then at the end, it comes out at that fastest speed. I'm not a fan of that because it just creates more work, but it does require less distance that you need, right? So if you go in and you merge these ones together and run it out, and merge these ones together and so on, as we go along, and that one actually will merge in with that one, and merge these together. Then what you got to do is you got to merge them again, right? So you got to merge again out to here, and so on. So instead of having that extra layer of merging out here, you could, in theory, just run them all along the same line and merge them all together. And that's what we're going to do this time. We're going to do something different. We're going to do something different than we normally do. Just for this one side, though. The pipes, we don't have that problem. The pipes over here are just 2 of these, right? 2 of these together. And those can just be merged together, right? Because those are going to end up to be 40. Oh, we need a merger, not a splitter. Those are just going to end up to be 40. 2 20s merged together to be 40. Fine. But this right here is kind of annoying because you're going to have to merge and merge again, or I can triple merge and then merge again. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a merge line. So we're going to just basically make sure that our mergers are pointing that way. And we're going to line it up to the output of this one here. So make sure we align it to the output. We line it up to the other mergers. And then we're just going to go ahead and do a merge line. At least that's what I call it. I call it a merge line. I don't know if it actually has a name in manufacturing. And there we go. So steadily, this is going to get more and more as we go along. And basically all it's doing is just turning it to the side. So the output of this is going to be beams. So the output of this is 15. So we use our lowest level conveyor to get started. And then same thing here. These are all going to be the same output levels. But as it goes this way, it's steadily going to need to go faster because it's going to be merging more and more and more into the line. So we're going to go by 15s, right? So we'll start with this one. Again, we look at it again. What is it output? 15. So 15 there. And then from this one to this one, that's just 15. And then when it gets to these two, that's going to be 30. And then this is going to be 45. Now, my conveyor goes up to 60. So that's 45. That's what we're trying to figure out, the speed of our conveyors. So that's 45 speed. And then we add another one, right? So we're 45. That's going to put us at 60 right there, right? So if we take 15, the easier way to do it is in groups of 15, right? So 15 here, that's 30. Then we do 2 more. That's 15 here, 15 there. That's 30. So we put the 30s together. That's 60. That's the maximum speed of that conveyor right at this point, right? So those are all level 1 conveyors. Easy materials to make. Good to go. I'm going to do that battle here in just a second, by the way. So that's 60. But once you get to this last one over here, right? So this is going to come out of here at 60. This is all going to merge together and be coming out of there at 60 so it doesn't slow the conveyor line down. And then when you get to this one, you're going to be going at basically 75. So at 75, that's when you're going to need to start increasing the speed of it. And that's when we'll want to go 120 to our final destination, which is going to be over here. Now, I feel like we don't really need... Oops, actually, that's the lower part of my base. Like we don't need to go beyond that point. So we could probably build out there and then run it to a wall right here. That looks perfect. Perfect. All right. So we're going to go ahead and put our wall connector right there. And then from our wall connector over to here, we're going to do a 120. And that literally is going to just connect all of those together. So that's another way of doing merging. And I call that inline merging, where you just have a single line and it just increases in speed. The more and more it gets to the end. And then boom, when you need that faster speed, you're coming out at that maximum speed. So good to kind of stack that. That's another great alternate way of doing that. Now another thing I'm going to do over here is basically run this other line, which we're going to need down there as well. So let's say we're going to run this line at the bottom. And then we'll run another line up above, or we could just run it back here. But I feel like we don't need any of this now. We can take all that out, put that there temporarily. Actually, I think that's going to line up nicely. Yeah, it's going to line up nicely to the road. So I got a road down there. Very nice. Okay, so we want that to end up over here. And we could run it from over there and then run it all the way across here, but it's probably better to run it inside the factory so it's not outside in your view. Because it will help your frames. And then we'll go ahead and just put this one. Do we want to put it at ground level or do we want to put it up? I feel like we'll just do it at ground level. It's fine. And then this one's only going to be 40. So we're just literally run this one from over here. Get out of here. Get our conveyors back again. So this again, 20, 20. This is going to be 40. Now, I could elevate this, but there's really no reason for me to elevate it because I'm literally going to just run it right down the middle of the factory and maybe even make a nice little curve. Now, if you want to make a nice curve, by the way, if you want to make that kind of come back and curve perfectly off of this, what you want to do is you want to line it up like that and then move it back by 2 back that way. So here it is in line, right? In line with that. And then 1, 2 back, hit that. And then when you make a curve, it'll make a nice, beautiful curve right there. See that? Little Kismet tip there for you. So that makes it look nice. Same thing over here. If we want to make this look nice, again, I mean, it'll work either way. But if we want it to look nice, we can go ahead and bring it forward, line it up, move it back by 2, put that down, and attempt to try to press it. I wasn't standing in the way. There we go. And that gives us our nice, perfect curves. Okay, like that. Very nice. That is very, very nice. Okay, now we need some power, and we need to tell these what we wanted to do. We want that one to do steel beam. This one, steel beam. And steel beam. Ooh, big super jump there. Steel beam. That one's already on steel beam. And this one is going to be pipe. And this one's going to be pipe. Okay, that is quite the manufacturing there, right? Now we're going to put this probably even closer because of the way that the splitter is. We could have moved it a little bit closer and whatnot. But I feel like it's good. It's good. That's all we need to do is make that run. So the only thing now we need is power, and we can bring our power up from the front this time. And we're going to go ahead and, what do I feel like I want my power here? We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So there's a total of 6, but we have the extra 2 on that one. So it's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 total. We could probably just run it in the center and go from there. All right, let's do that. Okay, let's go ahead and put our building in. So we're going to go ahead and put in all of our walls first. Well, let's put that wall in first, and then we'll run our power line. And let's run it up, so we have it kind of up out of the way. And we'll run a nice double wall connector. I'm going to run actually a little bit nicer one. Run it right there in the center. It's going to have 7 connections to that. And then we'll go ahead. You know what I need to do? I need to put electricity as number 7. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and run a power line from there. And we'll run it up to there on the other side. There we go. Take that out for a second. Feel like I need to move them stairs. Look at that. See, we run into that. Let's try this side. Let's try this side. Whee! There we go. All right, we definitely need to move them stairs. But whatever gets it done. All right, put that back. We've got our electricity going now. Now we could run 6 more of these from this power line. But we're probably going to want to split this up again. So that's going to be... How many can we run on here? We can run 7, yeah. So we've got 1 coming in from behind, and then we can run 6 more, but we have 7. So it's still going to end up where it's not right. So let's just make it right first. Backwards. All right. Well, while I'm filling in these walls, let's do that battle, everybody. Let's get that battle going on. Good luck. All right. Building stuff. Building stuff. All right, slide that over to you guys. Sketchmark, Zig, Sushi, all getting some love. Sushi coming in. Overall MVP. Time for the boss. Time for the boss of Rooney. We only got 4 more days left. We got to get some battles in. We got to get some battles. Where's that boss? Right up the middle. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do it. Well, kind of offset from the middle. And there's a chest in there, too. Get you guys some love. Let's do it. 7 per side on the double wall connector. Last time I checked. Yes, I did see that. It actually says it in the info. I saw that. I'm actually mostly just talking to myself, by the way. When I'm saying stuff out loud, I'm mostly talking to myself. If I say, hey, chat, tell me such and such, then you know I'm talking to you. But all the rest of the time, I'm literally just talking to myself. To try to think through stuff, and so you guys can kind of hear my thought process. One of the things I'm doing right here is doing a ladder, so I can go right into that doorway like that. A little awkward. Take this top one out. There we go. So we can just kind of climb up here. Hopefully not fall off. Look at that weird jumping it does. All right, get all the way up to here. And then just boom, right into the doorway. There we go. Kind of line that up. Now we're looking good. That's what I was doing while you guys were doing that battle. Trying to figure out that spacing. All right, let's do this. All right, I feel like we could take out a little bit of this, though. I think this goes out that way anyway. Yes, it does. Okay, we'll just leave it in. That's okay. Put a nice little corner edge on that. And if we need to expand our factory up here, we'll have a little extra space. Put another door back there. Okay, I feel like we probably need one more level. Yeah, one more level. Ought to do it. Why they don't actually have a real ladder in the game, I have no idea. Because you could make a ladder thing just like you can when you're doing your logistics here, right? When you're making a conveyor. You just have something that does that same thing, that telescopes like that, for a ladder. And you just basically click on the wall and you telescope it up for how tall of a ladder you need. And then you click it and then you go up the ladder and you're good. Right? They could totally do that, I feel. So suggestion out to Coffee Stain out there for sure. A nice easy ladder like that. Let's go ahead and put this one back in the corner here. We'll just square this off. You're like, Kes, you're making square buildings. Sometimes I do, right? I don't know, efficiency-wise. Square buildings are the way to go. Also, cost-wise, in real life, definitely the way to go. Square building. Ooh, can we make it? Yeah, let's go for it. Yay! We made it. All right, out of plates as normal. Let's see if we got any more hiding in here. Wow, we used up all of our resources. Look at us go. Pull all that out of there. We can actually take this one out. Oh, or not. Apparently not. We need some plates there. Let's sort this. What do we want to leave? Let's leave that behind by now. And let's take this out. And let's check that one's empty now. Okay, all we got is that one there. And we'll take this out. We'll bring our vehicle. We'll bring this and this. Sort that, and we'll go get some plates. Actually, maybe we'll leave a bunch of this. There we go. And we'll get a bunch of plates and bring them back. Okay, where's our thingy right here? Away we go. Now, of course, we fixed this, so we go all the way back now, so we don't have to run back like we've been doing earlier. So this is why I don't like to have resources above there, because when you're going down your hypertube, it's not as cool. And when you're doing this is cool. It spits me out of there. All right, more plates and more junk to run into my awesome sink over there. Run that excess in there. Still full. Look, now it's filling back up again. There we go. Let's grab a bunch of plates. Bring them with us. All right, we're almost done with this, everybody. We almost got this resource done, and then we're just going to run it back to our factory over here. And then how are we looking on time? Oh, we have plenty of time. And then we're going to work a bit more on our next resource. Almost kind of feel like I should have one that just takes me right up there. Is there a wall that has a transportation thing in it? It has a hypertube? Let's go check our awesome shop. I don't think I ever even looked for that. Awesome shop. Is there a wall? No. Wow, that's weird. Why is there not a wall with a hypertube connector? Right? Am I the only one who wanted a hypertube connector on the wall? Hypertube wall attachments. I mean, you can attach it to a wall, but it's not built into the wall. I would think that would be one of the ones they would add. Well, Coffee Stain, I'm talking to you. Please add a hypertube connector just like you have for the conveyor walls. I would like some hypertube connector walls so I can connect them to the walls and then go right up into my factory, which I could basically make a wall right there and just have a hypertube that takes me right up there instead of actually even needing stairs. So you can add the stair thing, which is telescoping stairs, and you can also add holes in the walls that I can use for just connecting my hypertube right up there, and then boop, right up there I could go without having to climb up these stairs awkwardly like I'm doing right now. Boom. There we go. All right, let's get back to doing our power here before I forget and get too sidetracked. Then we'll come back to all that other stuff. All right, outlet over here, and we're going to need 7. So we could probably get away with this, but you know what? We'll just do this just to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say right there. And we'll run this line from there to there. And we'll run these out. It's not like I don't have the resources. I've got so much resources, I don't even know what to do with it at this point. But, you know, let's be resource efficient at least. Up here. And we'll run off our central power line. All the wires from the front. Nicely. And here we go, everybody. Bada bing, bada boom. Off they go. Off they go. In groups of 40. Nice, nice, nice. I love it when a plan comes together, everybody. Except for they're going to end up at the end here and then stop because I haven't run the rest of it over there. But there we go. Very nice. Okay. We were looking for plates. We got plenty of them now. We can start filling in the rest of this roof. We don't want it to rain on our stuff, or we don't want the sun to be in here and mess it up, right? We don't want that to happen. Not that I think that has any effect on it at all, but hey, we're in the desert. By the way, if this was actually a real factory in the desert, it would be so incredibly hot inside this factory. I have been in the desert. I can tell you, it's hot. I've been out to Death Valley before where it is like 120 degrees. You stay out in that kind of weather for too long. Can you believe it? I ran out of concrete. All right, it's back we go again. Let's go. Yeah, it's very hot. Here we go. Help. Help what? I'm purchasing the game on Steam this weekend. Epic is too expensive in our country. Oh, well, hey, there you go. Well, that's what's good about having different options, right? You can do it up from this one or that one or the other one. That's why I like having many options. Let's just go ahead and grab it out of here since we've got a bunch of it just laying around. All right, back we go. Again, this is what makes these hypertubes great. You know, it's just like hands off, right? You don't have to sit there and hold down W to run all the way over there. You could literally just get up and get a sandwich. If it goes far enough, man, you go get a sandwich, come back, and you'll still be halfway there if you go far enough. I have one that takes me way off over there. See where that tree is? It takes me way past that tree into a whole nother like forest zone of the map. Very, very cool. We'll get into that later on, though. We're going to optimize that as well. But all right, we're back. We've got some concrete now. Let's use our awkward stairs here instead of our hyper tube. I guess I could just leave a window. I wonder if I just stack that up right in front of there, if I would fire through the doorway. Let's find out. Let's give it a try. How much further do I got to go? So maybe one more forward. Now I can take out multiple things, but when you start building a lot of stuff, and you start running into too much resources. When you start building a lot of stuff, sometimes when you are doing that, holding down control, something way off in the distance gets taken out, and then you don't realize it till later. And you're like, dope, I just took out all of my whatever it was. Right? So you got to watch out for that. Also watch out for this stacking when your inventory's full. All right. So let's, oh, wrong thing. Gotta get back into this. Okay, so let's try to line that up. I don't know, I'm guessing there. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we'll go to our other stacker. Or this guy. Hey, get away from my stuff. Go to our other stacker, number 1. All right, not high enough. So we need 5. And then 1. It's going to ram me right into the side of the pole. All right, let's go look. That's going to ram me right into the side. Yeah, worth a try. All right, well, I feel like this is now going to take me up too high. All right. I'm basically just trying to line it up to the doorway. So it'll fire me in the doorway. All right, let's give it a shot. Worst that could happen is I could die. But we'll find out here in a moment, won't we? All right, I'll make my own darn elevator. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wait. We got to do our new thing. Hold on, we got to do our new thing. We discovered, by the way, that you can actually change the way that this goes. Instead of it being like that, you can actually hit toggle mode. Hit R for toggle mode. And then look, now it just goes straight down. Instead of it being curved back like that, it'll go straight down and then fire you out of there at like 5,000 miles per hour. Very, very cool. But we need to put in some more of these or we're going to end up off the side here. Let's take this out. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add... I love the fact that they add different hotkey sets. That is really, really nice. Okay, what do we need? We need a power. We'll grab one from over here. Survey says... Ha ha ha! It works! Oh, look at that. We learned something new today, everybody. We learned that you can actually make a hypertube go through the doorway. Neato. All right, cool. We learned stuff. Aren't we smart? All right. We learned something new. I love learning new stuff. Oh, this one up here is not... That's not a Mark III. That's okay. I'll grab this. Over there. Oh. Can't get that? No, that's... Oh, yeah, there we go. It is a Mark II. That is a Mark II. Okay, now we should be able to go back down. And there we go. Okay, that's how you make a ladder, everybody. Just make a hypertube, and you line it up with your stackers, and you aim it toward the doorway, or I guess you could put it in a window, but I'm not going to make it through that window. But you line it up to your doorway, and that's even better than using a ladder. I like that a lot. That's my favorite now. I'm going to do that in all my builds. Yeah, little upstairs entrance. Cool. I like it. Though it'd be cooler if it was actually attached to the wall and then it was actually circled where you could attach it nice and easy. But hey, you know what? We'll just do our workarounds for now until they add it to the game. How about that? I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. We're going to can try to get this done and move on to the next thing. I always want to get the toughest spots first. I always feel like when I'm building that sometimes actually doing it from underneath is the easier way than from doing it up above. I'm misclicking a few times there, but we'll go up there and we'll take a look at it here in a second. Dang it. Sometimes the wires will get in your way as well when you're building. So I'll aim toward the other side. Aim to the edge. See, those wires are in the way. Okay. Man, I bet you it's like 1,000 degrees in this factory when it's running. If you were really in the desert, that would be really warm. All right, we're going to jump down over here. And we're going to do the same thing around the back here. We're going to take this out. Ooh, nice little save lag there. Take that out. All right, nice. We got that there. I kind of feel like, you know what we want to do? We want to do a one that goes to the top out here. All right, this could be our top entrance in the back. So we'll go ahead and do a 5. Like say right here by the entrance. That's so cool, bro. That is so cool. All right, now we're gonna need some power over here. So we're gonna need a two-way wall outlet. Right over here. And we're gonna need to bring that to there. And then this to there. Up we go. Hey, we made it to the top. Now, that's what I'm doing now. That's what I'm going to use for all my ladders from now on. Is just doing hypertubes like that. I feel like that's so much easier. I can't afford. I'm out of stuff. All right, so I feel like that's good. What was that coming up here on the top for? I can't remember. For something. For something I can't remember. YOLO! Oh, completely missed it. I was trying to land on that top one right there. All right, more rotors. No rotors. No rotors. Out of rotors, everybody. Guess what I got to do? That's right, I got to run back yet again. 8 bazillion tons of rotors. Yeah, don't like any backseating. And taking out power lines like that, I've happened all the time. I know, that's what I thought those would do. Oh, well, see, speaking of, look, I'm missing a wall there. You see that? I was missing a wall. I don't know how I lost that wall, but somehow. Let's see, rotors is what we're looking for. Where's our rotors? Right here. Get a nice stack of those. Yeah, let's go fix this wall over here, too. There was something about you could grab the wall. There was like a... what was it that you could do? It was like a... you could eyedropper the wall or something that we found out last time. Man, I can't remember. It was something like that. It was like, man, it was like you could grab something else. Can't remember. Oh, pff. Now I don't have enough concrete. Ugh, it's always something. It's always something. Must have put all my concrete back. Could have sworn I had 10 tons of it, but I probably put it in that box. Alright, let's go over and fix these walls. I don't know why the walls are missing, but let's fix it. There we go. Either I forgot to do them or something like that. Boom. T for Tycoons. Tycoon Central. Okay, I'm kind of tempted to take this and put it up there at the top, right? Have that come in and just go right into there. Takes me right into the factory. And then if I want to come back down out of the factory, I'd have an output. So 2 doors, one that would take me in and then one that would take me back down here if I need to do something down here. I feel like that would be a much more efficient thing. But then again, if I'm up on the 2nd floor, I may need to go to the 1st floor. So we can always fuddle with that later. Right now I need to go fix this one in the back. Fix the one in the back. You know, they actually have doorways, but they don't have doors for the doorways, which is what you would think you would need. And then this one, I'm going to need an entrance so I can go back down again. And then also to bring some power up. Hanging on the edge. Woo! Boom! Whoa, don't knock me off of there. Punk! Oh, come on! How did you know I was going to shoot? I feel like cheats. Yeah, look at that. I shot and he took off. Alright, fine. You want to play that game? I'm going to lead you this time. Oh, and then he ran in the opposite direction. I'm going to get that rifle. I'm going to take those things out. Alright, we got that working. We got that working. We got that built. All that looking good. Yeah, if you don't build it with a wall there, this kind of sticks out. Kind of nice to put some outer plating on that. So, it matches the rest of the thing. That's just me, right? And then a little piece of stripping there. A little along the edge. Make that nice and even. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Okay, we got that going. We got it producing tons of stuff. Now we got to run it down the line. All right, so we got to take these. Want to take these conveyors out, or do we want to just let these run out? Good question. It's coming out of there. Oh, that miner's gone. The miner's gone. Okay. It must have been coming out at 120 because that's an MK2 belt. So that's probably medium level node. We need another thingy. Another minor thingy. Definitely want to take this back out because it may not work, so. Well, okay, that's a pure node right there, too. That's 240. All right, well, cool. We can use that for other stuff. Nice 240 right there. That is going to be nice. Okay. Let's see. 240. We're going to need a 270 out of there. We're going to need a Mark III. That'll let us know. That was probably just level 1 before. Take all of this out. Take that out. Take this out. Take all this stuff out. All right. What I think we'll do is just let this run into here while we're doing that. Thanks so much for that Prime sub, love. Floptimus Prime coming in, showing some love. Thanks so much for that. Also, Snowboy coming in, and Fran, thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome, welcome. Right now, we're going to go ahead and run out these conveyors. We got them all. That's a level 2, level 2. We're going to run it out so we don't have to pick it all up. We're going to put it in this container and then deal with it later. So let's just run them all level 2s just to get them out of there as quick as possible. Run that one into there. Or actually, this one's a level... That's a level 1. Better idea. Let's just run it really fast. Just when it gets to there, it's just going to like, boom. Let's run that fast. Then we'll go ahead and do a merger down here. Make this easy. Make this easy. We'll take all this out later. Where's the other one? All right, get in there. You know what? Let's just make this one super fast. Bam! MK5. There we go. All right, that's just going to pull all that off of the conveyor so I don't have to sit there and collect all of that iron, which is just going to fill up my inventory. We'll let that run off of there for a minute. And then again, what speed are we running up here? I've already forgotten. Get my coffee cup. There we go. So this is 40, so that's going to be Mark 1, and this here is, this is Mark 2. So Mark 1 and Mark 2. Sounds good. Show Mark 1 and Mark 2. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's see. Let's take a look at how it looks with just running the conveyor first. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then we'll run this one to here. Too steep. Alright, it doesn't like that. Okay. I don't know if I really like that anyway. I don't know if I really like that. Let's take that out so that doesn't... Let's just take this side out and then let the rest of that run. I don't know if I like that too much. Alright, let's do something more like this. Let's do a conveyor lift. Let's do something like that. Do some testing here. That's the top one. Again, this is my road, so I'm going to be coming along here. This is in my road too. Whoop! Didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Yeah, that's along my road. I'm going to have to readjust that so it's not blocking my road. Yeah, we'll work on that. Work on that later. So we got that. That looks good. And then we'll go ahead and then do our level 2 lifters. And up just a little bit extra. And we'll have it come down from there. Perfect. There we go. And we're looking good. How are we doing on the runoff over here? Are we running this off? Well, some of it's running off, it looks like. That one, but not this one. Okay, and then the top ones here should be running. Yep. That one's not running. That's iron. Okay. Alright, well, at least a little bit of that we don't have to take out. Let's just take out the rest of these. Ah, here I go dropping stuff. Here I go dropping stuff again. It's my light again. I've already forgotten. Controls. It always turns my light off. Flashlight B. Thought I hit B. Yeah, there we go. Sort. Too many plates now. Too much concrete. That's enough. Give ourselves lots of extra room so we don't end up with floating thingies that drive me crazy. I don't like the floating thingies. Oh, up too high. Yeah. I'll get you. I'll come up there and get you here in a second. Take these ones out first. I'm going to come and get you. I don't go flinging off the side here. Wow. See? I don't know why it does that. Why it doesn't just step up onto the top like that where it goes flying. There we go. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. All right, any more floating up here? No. Just that one. Can I not get it from here? Oh, I'm going to have to take the tube out. Gonna have to take the tube out, I think. Let's just try to do it with a stacker. Let's do it with a conveyor pole stacker. Come on. I gotcha. Down we go. Swish. All right. Got rid of those. All right. Well, while I fool around with these things here, we're going to go ahead and do a boss battle. Let's go to battle, everybody. To battle. Let's do it. All right. And we'll bring this down while we're doing that, too. All right, nice boss win, everybody. Boom. Let's see. Blair and Fire Fantasy get some extra loot. That's what you get. And Ariana Games coming in MVP. Nice job, everybody. There's another boss win. 352. I feel like we're not going the mystery route, that's for sure. Let's go down here. Let's start with this one. We'll just go the non-mystery route. We've been having some really tough mystery ones. Boom. We're going to go right there in the middle. We're going to cause some havoc and win some loot. Feel free to come and join me, everybody. We're playing Stream Raiders there. Very, very fun. Taking out all these extra conveyors that I don't need anymore. All of these out of there. Disconnect all of these lines. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and put in our conveyor here. Very nice. Okay. So we've got our main conveyor, which is running our beams, and then we're now going to do our pipes, which is a slower conveyor. Right over here. Again, what we're doing is instead of sending the raw product from everywhere, we're kind of doing our more finished products, or at least our second level products, where we make something and then run it back to the base. And that's a lot less running, a lot less stacking, a lot less everything. A lot less all the stuff. Oh, we can probably attach onto there. Oh, kind of might be too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, maybe not. Maybe not. All right, well, let's go ahead and lift this up above here. Like we'll go up on top here. Like that. We're gonna need to switch this around here. Take this out, take that out. Put a stacker down here. It doesn't seem aligned at all. Alright, take this one out. There we go. And then we'll go back to this, and we're going to do 5 on the top one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then our slower MK1 down there. And then we'll take this out, and we'll go to our hypertubes. Stack that there. Bring our hypertube up there. From there to there. That back together. And then we're going to run this. I'm going to run this up pretty high up here. Way up there. And I forget which one's which. Let's go double check. Oh, we really need to know which one the bottom one is. The bottom one is the closest one, so the bottom one is pipes. Let's hope we didn't do it backwards over here. I feel like I did it correctly over here. I think we did bottom one pipes and top one thing. We'd always fix it, but I think I did it right. Yeah, bottom one pipes. Yay, look at me. Look at me go. All right, so 1... we got between here and there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. So somewhere right about here. We're gonna need. Do we have a road? I feel like probably I put a road on the next one over. So let's say there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12. See, didn't think I remembered how many up that was, did you? All right. Actually, I think this one's less because we're up on the hill now. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I went to 10 instead of 12. Okay, so we got to get it from down there all the way up to there. We're definitely going to need a spot in between to do that. All right, let's start with the bottom one. We need to get our conveyor. Yeah, definitely not going to reach. Just out of reach. So let's say right here. Somewhere there. Actually, let's start with the top one. Even better idea. Start with the top one, and then when we do the next one, it won't be in our way. And that's going to go there. All the way home to mama. There we go, everybody. That's done. That's a GG. Now we got our steel pipes and our stuff running at maximum efficiency. Running that along. And it's going to run all the way back, as you can see up here. It's going to run all the way back here to my little center command. It'll run all the way around here, up across there. And then come around back here, and then end up in these separate ones. Now, I like to see when I first run something, I like to make sure that it is actually running all the way there. I think I have a Mark 1 there and a Mark 1 here. So this one here at the top needs to be upgraded to a Mark 2 belt. And this needs to be upgraded to a Mark 2 lift. There we go. And again, we need to look and see. Now we're going to be upgraded. See, look, I can upgrade it from way over here. That's pretty amazing if you think about it. It can be that precise. Way over here, that one's upgraded, that one's upgraded. All right. This bottom one here is only needs to be an MK1. You can see also all of our copper coming through into there, and then runs out into the awesome sink down there. And then we're going to have, if we have any excess of this, which we don't have any, you can see there's really none at the top of it. We're going to watch it come through. This one here should be what? This one should be pipes, I think it is. Let's go down to the second box. Oh, wow, we don't even have a second box full of them. Yeah, these are pipes here. So the first, this one should be pipes, and the other one can be plates. So when we see this, this bottom one should be pipes. Oh, here they come. Oh, yeah, the plates are already on the way. And how are we looking on plates? Yeah, I bet you it's not even full. We'll go ahead and fill those up. We're not even going to see them because they're going to go so fast from right here, boom, into the next one down below that you're not going to see it. Come on, pipes. Yeah, and pipes are only coming out at 40, so there's no reason for me to run that any faster than what it's already doing. Mesmerizing. Mesmerizing. What's up, Game Killer? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Oh, yeah. Here they come. Dee. Get in there, pipes. Again, this is Mark 1, yep. There they go. All right, they're going into this. Now, we can't really see it because the, I believe the second one down on this too is also not full. So we're not going to see it up there, but you really want to see if it's filling the bottom down here. So we'll sort it, and the one with the lowest amount always goes to the end. So right there we can see 5, 6, 7. So it's starting to fill this, and then we'll backlog into that one, and then into that one. And if we do have any excess, we'll go ahead and run that excess out. This one, the first one's full. Second one's starting to fill. So, yeah, very nice. That is perfect. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Production complete. Let's move on. What is the next thing that we wish to produce? We've got our pipes. We've got all that stuff done. We've got our concrete going. What was this one again? I forgot. Let's go look. I have forgotten what it is. It is quartz crystal. That's what it is. So we got to get some quartz crystal going over there, and we have some silica already good to go. So quartz crystal, where would I have put in quartz crystal? Probably in the back over here. I might have some quartz crystals sitting around. Up there. Whoop! Hello. There's a smidge. Let's put this stuff in the awesome sink. Oh, this other junk I don't need. There we go. And let's throw this stuff over there for a second. And whoop! Nah. Nope. Go back. Grab the quartz crystal. Put the quartz crystal over there. Now, where was I getting? No. Hold down Control and click. There we go. Okay, so quartz crystal. There. Now we're looking good. Now we're doing stuff in order of its different sections, right? Like standard parts, we're doing all of those together and so on. Wires and whatnot, based on how you would construct them. I forget where I saw the... where did I see the thing that had those split up like that? forget where I saw that. Thought it was in here. Was it in here? Where did I see that? It's all split up into different sections. One was wire, one was all of that. No, it's in here. It's in here. So yeah, we got copper sheets, modular frames, steel beams. Oh, we did it by the actual constructors themselves. Yeah, that's how we did it. We did it by the constructors. So we've got that going. We're not doing our wires right now. We definitely need to get into our wires. We've got some resources over there that could bring in that wire. But we need another copper node. So right now we're just making iron plates. Where was our other copper node? Let's see what this is. This is an iron node. I think those are all iron nodes over there. Let's do an iron plates. Yeah, I think those are all iron nodes. I'm tempted to make a shortcut. Didn't bring anything. Bummer. Left my resources back there. All right. So we need to find where we got another copper node. Heck if I remember. I think there was one up here in the front. Could be driving around in my vehicle right now, but I don't got it on me. Let's get the rest of my resources back. Off to find a copper node. Off to find the wizard, the wonderful wizard of copper. Where's it go? Where is that node? It's over here somewhere. Oh, over there. Huh. Felt like there was two nodes here, weren't there? Oh, there it is, right there. But I feel like there was two nodes there. Let's jump down. Yep. I accidentally covered up that node. My bad. My bad. Oh, there's one way over there, too. That one's probably got a hole in it. That one looks like concrete. That's concrete. This is copper. So we need to get all of our wire going on. Booyah! Quick way out. It's really better to build your thing right there where you can climb up and just jump up on your thing. It's pretty cool. How is co-op on here? I have not done co-op yet. I'm going to be doing co-op when they come out with servers because I have an awesome server host, Nitrato, who I'll have make me mega server and then we can all play together. It'd be awesome. I feel like that's the better way you want to do it. If you're hosting a game from your local internet, and then everybody else is playing on it, it always becomes laggy at some point, no matter what game you're playing, at least most of the time. So I feel like it would be better to wait for custom servers first before we get into that. And this game's still in early access anyway, so it's not even completely finished and optimized and all of that stuff, which is typically what you do at the end of a game's life cycle is optimize it at the end. I wonder if I could get that in there. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we've got that, and we conveniently have it right behind our stuff here, so very nice. What do we want to make? We want to make wire, and we want to make copper again. A copper wire there. Kind of feel like I want this to go the other way. don't necessarily want to build it toward that because it's going to get right in my way there. I can build it this way. Decisions, everybody. I'll go that way, go this way. So I got 120 there. Let's go figure out why I covered up this other node over here before I forget again. Let's take this out so we can see where it's at. Oh, wow, that was a pretty good guess. That was a pretty good guess. Yeah, right here. An MK1, whatever it is. Definitely looks like an iron node. Alright, can we build down to it? There we go. It is a lime. I was correct. It's a limestone. It's an impure limestone. Probably why I'm not using it. And it's also crooked. I don't like it. Let's fix it. Don't be shooting at me up here, bro. I know your little trick. Yeah, put an MK2 down there. And then line it up like that. Alright, we need to come up here and do our thingy thing. Make another one of these. Portable miners. Well, it's here. I'm sure we'll use it for something at some point. Let's take this out. MK2. Much nicer. Take this out. Take that out. Is it still crooked? Whoa! Oh, that was bad. Not good. Ah, God. Run away! Oh, overestimated there. I don't think we can make that. Oh, too high. There we go. All right, my bad. My bad. It's going to happen from time to time, everybody. You're going to fall. I pulled out one on the left, and I forgot I pulled that one out, and down I went. Put that one back. Always come back to bite you later on. I just wanted to see if it was straight. Yeah, straight enough. It's straight enough. All right, MK2. Actually, do I need an MK2? I've already forgotten. I've already forgotten. I think it's just a 60. Yeah, it is a 60. Okay. It's just a 60, so we can get away with a Mark 1 lifter. All right. Put that there. That'll remind us that there's something there. All right. Take this out. And what was over here? I feel like this one was iron over here. There was two nodes. Yeah, there's one there and then one here. Well, that was not even there anymore. That's definitely iron. Iron, yeah. Okay, there's two iron nodes there, that there. All right, we just want to work with our copper anyway. Let's start with that. I kind of feel like I want to build it that way. Though these are on the end here. Building it that way might be a smarter idea because I'm sure I'm going to have to build something out on that end at some point. Let's pick up our vehicle. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. What to do, what to do. Well, let's figure out all of our maths. Our maths of stuff. This is an MK2, it's 120. So we want to do some basics. Now what we've done is we've gone in, we made this big, gigantic factory, massive factory, and then we tore the whole thing down. And we're starting all over again. But now we have the ability, of course, to do manufacturers and MK3s and the higher end, all of that stuff. We haven't got to nuclear power yet. We're going to revamp our factory, and then we're going to do our nuclear power. But what we're doing is we're basically centralizing all of our finished materials. We're building at the nodes, and then we're sending the finished materials over here. And then from those finished materials, the first tier finished materials, they'll go to the second tier items and third tier and so on and so forth until we get to the point in which we have all the stuff that we need. So there we go. There we go. Maybe put a couple jump pads. I actually did have jump pads down there before. But what I do is I go in and I put just angled things and I jump up because it's the easiest way. Because you don't have to maintain them. You don't have to run power down there. You don't have to do all of that. It's actually what I really like is to keep hypertubes down there so you can get up out of there as well. That's kind of fun. All right, let's get back into this before I get sidetracked. There it is. Yeah, this is how we're organizing our stuff now. We're doing it in order of the actual production. So next we're going to do wire. Now wire comes in at 15 per minute. Now the first thing we want to do is kind of stage 1. Now stage 1 is converting this into ignits. We don't need any raw ore. The only thing we need it to be is ignits, and then from ignits then we can do something else. So I kind of feel like we'll go in this direction. So we're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to start our production right next to this. And we're also building like mini buildings as we're going along. As opposed to just building it out in the open like how we did it before. So we're going to go ahead and just do this. And we're going to bring that back up again. I already forgot 120 is what that was. So we'll go ahead and bring a lift up like this. And oh, actually we can get away with it going just a bit this way. And then we'll go ahead and put our 120 from there into the wall. And now we're ready to rock. All right, nice, nice, nice. So again, what we really want to look at, instead of looking at our constructors, we're going to put our constructors up on the top. And then we're actually going to have our constructors for our wire on one level, and then for our cable on another level. So the first thing we want to do, though, is we want to go ahead and smelt all this stuff down. So we're going to go like that. We're going to look at our smelter. We're going to look at our copper ignit, just like the other one we did before on the copper plates. It's 30 in and 30 out. So we just take 120. Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 30?
120 divided by 30 is 4.
All right, so 4 of the smelters we can use off this one node. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need to split it in half and split it in half again. So that's what we're going to need to do. And so we can have a total of 4 smelters. And we want to leave ourselves enough room to do our splitters and whatnot. But I say we'll do something like this. Something like that. I'm trying to center it somewhat off of this. Maybe a little bit more right. A little bit more to the right. Maybe even something like that. So we're just revamping our low-end production, our starter production. And what we should do is just run this out, and that'll tell us the center. That's even better. There we go. Yeah, a little bit more to the right. A little bit more. Right. There we go. Nice center line there, just making it look nice. It doesn't matter, it will work no matter what. But if you don't want to have spaghetti, you wanna make it look nice, then definitely you want to kind of center that out. Now the funny thing is that's actually not the center of how I'm going to do it. It's the center of the first splitter, but the second splitter is actually going to be in between these two on the side, because we're going to be doing 4 of them, right? Because 120 divided by 30 is 4. There you go. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So the center splitter is going to go here, and then it's going to split here. But I'm going to go ahead and start from here and work my way backwards, which is how I prefer. So we're going to say splitter here. Hopefully we have enough room. I think we have enough room. Yeah, that looks okay. And so we're going to come in there. Oh, nope, a little closer. Oh no, it's got a kind of a weird offset. All right, well, whatever. Whatevs. do what we got to do. Because if you go too forward like that, then it won't go down. You come back, it'll go there. So that'll be fine. And we're just going to split it right down the middle. If you split it right down the middle when it comes to these, some of these work and some of these do not. So you want to see if that works, right? Like this one obviously doesn't work. So we need to kind of offset it a little bit more because you try to run it in there. It just kind of bent. So we're going to go ahead and offset this one. And we're going to actually try to line this one up and then use the offset of this one to see where we line up. And it's usually just beyond where the little side support is. Just kind of like one over from the side support. And eventually, visually, you'll be able to know that after a while. That's how that particular one works. And so we'll line it up. Kind of the same way on this side. Let's say right there. That's okay. Looks good to me. We need our minimum level supporter. And then on this side, move this over. Trying to get it going in the correct direction. Let's hope I did that one correct. Yep, I did. And right off the side there. And am I doing smelter? Like that. Perfect. And let's hope we left enough room to make this work. So we're going to go ahead and just go right here with a splitter. Yeah, just a little close there. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Just a little too close. You know what you do when you screw up? Well, you start again. Take it all out. Do it over. That's what you do, everybody. But at least we figured out how to do it. That's the important part. Yeah, that's too close. I mean, I could probably fool around with it, make it work. I could lift it and do all of that. Lift those other ones and lift it up to get it over the top. But I would rather not. I'd rather just move it forward just a little bit so we can see that it actually is working. We're going to bring that in as an MK2 into the splitter. Very nice. I could also run a line, put it on the line, and then set it back. I don't like to do clipping. It's not my favorite. So I don't want to do that either. All right, so smelter. We've got our center line smelter here. And we want to offset it a little bit more this time. And so those together. I don't like that at all. Let's put those in first. There we go. Let's put those in first. That's what I should have done at the very beginning. Put both of those in first. Getting ahead of myself. Then offset. Oh wait, these ones don't need to be offset. These ones can be right next to each other. There we go. And these ones out here need to be offset. Let's double check first. So this is going to go 120 to 60. So that's first level. And then this one's going into there. And then this one over here. Right there. Run that in there, and then we just run our other ones, and we're good. We good! Alright. Oops, smelters. Not that. Smelter. Schmelter. Battle's ready! Alright, we're going to do a battle here in just a second. Let me get my thing lined up here. All right, looking good now. All right, a little too close on that. Sometimes, you know, you estimate your distance and it doesn't come out right. Hopefully everything's going in the right direction. That would be helpful too. As in inputs and outputs. feel like that one was a little close. Yeah, that one's too close. A little close on that one. That's what happens when you spend so much time on perfection and not just running spaghetti everywhere. There we go. See, I like to do center line. Center line's my favorite kind of way to run conveyors. Like that. There we go. Very nice. And there's our center line run. And now we need to go ahead and bring some power over here. And let's get this one. And bring it right up on here. Where am I going to build this to? I think I'm going to build it. Oh, I got to run it right along the edge there. Yeah, I guess that's not bad. We'll do that. Let's see. I feel like I'm going to do... Yeah, that road is definitely not going to come across that way. The yellow parts are my roads, by the way. They're my roads and where they go. I love removing everything when I'm one space off. Oh, the pain. Oh, I've done it many times. I had a giant factory here, by the way. It went off all the way into the horizon. So you can see all the containers of all the resources when I tore it down. I tore the whole thing down. See, I tear the whole thing down in different stages, right? So I'm in the first stage, spaghetti everywhere. It doesn't matter. I just run it everywhere, trying to get those base resources. I get those base resources. Now I can, upgrade my space elevator and get to the next tiers of resources. Then I tear everything down again, and I move it into a more logical place for that particular map, because this is the first time I played this map. And I moved it by the waterfall, and I had a ton of stuff over there at the waterfall. And then when you get to that kind of final stage where you're just before the nuclear, then I tore the entire thing down again. And then now what we're doing is we're centralizing. We are building at the node, whatever it is we want to build. And then that thing then runs back to our central containers. And then that will then go on to the next thing and so on and so forth, which you'll see will happen. And that will start getting very, very complex soon. And then we'll also have to increase the speed at which we're putting stuff into the boxes, because we're also going to be doing multiple output of the boxes. So in the end, we're going to need, this to go that way, and this way, and that way, and so on and so forth. And you can split it and send it in different directions. But eventually, all of that stuff will be coming in at really high speed, like 780 in, and then going out at different speeds to wherever it needs. It's very, very useful. Very, very useful. All right, well, I'm putting in these walls and funneling around with this. Feel free to go ahead and battle. Get the battle going on. All right, victory! Open the captain's chest, slide you guys some extra love. Boom! Jag gets some love. Ukish Q, I don't know how to say your name, but you just got some extra love. Mordecai coming in overall MVP. Nice job. All right, on to the next one. To battle, everybody. To battle. Oh, one of these big squiddy guys. We're going to get him. Now, it's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We play for about a minute or two. Every now and again. Very, very fun. I highly recommend coming and joining us. Very, very fun game. And right now we're kind of enclosed. I think actually I'm going to put the ore node inside there as well in this particular factory build. I think that'll be pretty good. If I need to get to the ore node, I'll leave this one open. Right here. There we go. A little doorway so I can just kind of like, tooling around the road. Hold on. Let's check on this thing. And we can reach it from right here without falling down below. All right, so we've got our copper ore coming in looking sexy. Now we want to go ahead and get those ignits fired up. So let's go ahead and tell it to get those copper Ignit's doing its thing. Okay, now we're also going to need some power. Now, I was going to run some power from over here, but I thought, you know what? Let's make it sexy. Let's make it sexy. Let's raise this up a little bit here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put a nice little wall socket right up here. I really like these. I think they did a really good job on them. Maybe right there. That's a good spot for it. And then we'll go ahead and run this right. So we don't need poles anymore. We can just run it right to the wall attachment on the outside. And then on the inside. Now, this is one that runs 7 lines. So that counts the original one as 1. And then it's going to go ahead, run all the rest of that. Very nice. All right. Copper ignits firing up and ready to go. Now, one of the things we could do, by the way, is just run the ignits of everything. Run the steel ignits, run the copper ignits, run that, and run all of that into a container. And then from there, make whatever it is you need to make. I feel like that's a lot of lines that you're adding when you're at that level, or even when you do the base level. What I did is I did the base level. I ran all the copper. I ran all the basic ore of everything, right? And I ran it all over the place to see if that is eventually more efficient by running it into the center of your base. I feel that it's not. I feel that the smarter thing to do is to build at the node, because it's not only time efficient, which is probably the most valuable thing that you have, but also it's resource efficient. You don't have to run as many lines, and you're not kind of micromanaging all of those feeds that you're just feeding from all of those different places. And then you have to upgrade all of those lines as you upgrade it and whatnot. It's easier just to go to that place, build that thing, and then run the final thing, in this case, wire and cable, over literally right to there in this case. But if the node was really far away, I would run just the final product over here. I feel like that's my style of playing. Now, if you like to run every single node back to your base, well, hey, it's your game. You play it however you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just telling you that I don't like doing it. I just tried it, and I felt like it took a lot longer than kind of just building it at the node. And then as that particular node gets stronger, then I can just go ahead and increase that overall production. All right, so we're just going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to go ahead and bring our copper ore in. This one over here, for some reason, is not getting any copper ore. Oh, because this doesn't have any power. That would be helpful. So let's go and do another one just to make it look nice. Nice little double wall right there. Now, we could just run it from over there. But if we want it to look nice, we can run it this way. And then we can just kind of hang over the side here a little bit. Run it like that. Nice. Nice, nice. All right, we'll fire that back up. There we go. And that's going to run into here. So now it's making copper nodes at 30 per. And we can go ahead and do another online merging of these. Now, we can merge and then merge together again. But we're going to do basically an online merge. That's at least that's what I call it anyway. Where you go ahead and just take the first one, and then you run it. Run it out just a little bit. There we go. And run it out. And we'll try to get this going in both directions. There we go. Until they all kind of end up. They all kind of end up on the same line. And the important thing is just to know at what speed it's going. So I have it all going kind of that way. Going in that direction. In the south direction. And it's going to come out of here at the lowest speed. So we don't have to worry about that. So that's 40 there. 40 there, etc., etc. I mean 30, 30, 30, and 30. Conveyor goes maximum 60. And then over here. So this one is the first one, and then it's going to go to the side. So you don't have to do like a merger, or, do like multiple layers of mergers. You can just merge them in line. So this is going to come out of here, and this is going to merge here. Now, the funny thing is you don't even need this first merger. This first merger is useless. It's not really merging anything. So you can actually take that one out, which I didn't do in my other build over there, but you get the general idea. You don't need to merge something that does not merging. It's just literally going into the next thing. It only starts to merge in the second one. And the second one's going to be 30 and 30. That's 60, so we can still stay with our basic level, 60 line, right? So that's coming out 60 there. But now we run into trouble, right? This is when we're merging 30 with 60. Now we're 90, so now we need to go to that higher level, 120. So we're at 90, and then we add another 90. That is, of course, 120. So now that is going at the 120 line speed, and then we'll take it and we'll run it up to the upper level. Now, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to run our lifters on the outside here. So we're going to go ahead and switch back to our wall builders. There we go. And we're just, it doesn't have to be straight and perfect and all of that. I mean, you can make it that way if you want. For me, I feel like that's good enough. And then we'll go ahead and do an outside lifter using our 120s. Bam. There we go. So now all of these are merging together again. So 30, 60, 90, 120, all of those together, 120. So it's coming in at 120, going out at 120. And that's going to there. And then we're going to lift that up to the next level with a level 2 lifter. And before we do that, though, we want to go ahead and put our wall back in. Or put a wall in, I guess is the best way to put that. Like in this way. And make sure that that is actually going to work. Because this may be too tall for that. So let's go ahead and look at our floorings. Oh, wrong button. This way. Number 5. Yeah, see, that's going to be too low. So this wall right here is too low. And so we need a lifter wall here. And then a conveyor there. And then when we put our flooring in, whoa, that is way too big. There we go. Put our flooring in now. All the way across. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. All right, now keep that smoke from going up in the upper levels. It has no effect on that. It has no effect on it at all. But, you know, it's always funny to think about it. All right, let's go down. Now, what I'm looking at, by the way, is I'm looking at my different sets. You have a bunch of different sets that you can do now, a bunch of key sets. So I have some key sets for building. I have some key sets for hypertubes, etc., etc. We're out of plates. All right, let's go get some plates. Let's go get some more plates so we can do some more building. Now, meanwhile, while we've been off doing other stuff, it's filled back up this box with plates again. And that's what's so fun about building it in order of which you're going to need it. If you're building it in order of which you need it, then you always kind of have a backlog of the stuff that you need as you're building it through. And that's typically how I build. I build by need. And I kind of feel like maybe another doorway over here, just because I need to get in. And there we go, over here. And I feel like if I was going in here, I would probably... I was going to get up to that next level. Where would I go? Maybe right here. Yeah, maybe right here in the corner. Alright, so we'll go ahead and put a doorway over there. No. Maybe over here. Yeah, maybe that's a nice little entrance. Let's do that. Not sure if we can do it there, though. What? Let's swap these entrances around. Let's put this entrance over here. And this entrance we'll put over there. There we go. Nice little offset entrance. You're like, Kismet, why are you offsetting that entrance? Well, I'll show you here in just a moment. I'll show you a great way to get up to the second floor, which we discovered earlier today. We tried out some different stuff. I love trying new stuff. And one of those ways is to put nice stacker pole. If you can line it up. That one's not lined up. A little offset. One more this way. There we go. And you line that right up like that. And I think that's good. And then you put your hypertube right there. And then you run your hypertube down here. Like so. I feel it's very centered. There we go. There we go. And then we go ahead and add an entrance. And then we grab some power. I guess I'm going to grab it from over here. Boom. Run that through there. And push. And I went. Except for there's no floor. It helps if there's a floor there. But you get the idea. And then, of course, this other one's now offset and not blocked by that. Even though I could, in theory, run underneath the stacker and get through the door. I much prefer it to be offset so I can see where the door is at. But let's go ahead and put in our second story. Oh wait, that's too low. That's too low. Yeah, that's too low. All right, we'll take that out. Take that out of there. That is too low. Hold on, we got to get into our building. Building set. Where is it? Number 5. There we go. We need the wall. All right. Darn light keeps going out. Stop turning my light off. Okay, we want to leave that open there. And close this part. I think this is the most actual buildings I've done on stream. I've actually done this off stream, just fooling around with the building. But this is probably the most I've ever done on stream. It's a lot of fun. It just, you know, it's just a whole nother process to keep all that going. What do we need? More concrete. What do I do with all that concrete? I think I set it back here somewhere. There's some there anyway. I think I left some back the other way we were working. Probably I need to grab all that and bring it back over here eventually. But see, I like to have it nice and enclosed. And then, I mean, it's cool to watch the factory run. But you know what's even more cool? Having high frame rate. I much prefer high frame rate to it having a problem running. All right, we got that done. What are we doing? Oh, we're doing this part over here. We're working on this part. Pull that in. Put that in. Put a wall in there. Why does it seem like it's kind of offset? No, it's not. It's going up to the top of the frame. It's just because it's so thick. The thing is very thick. All right, and we got to go fix our entrance again. This part right here, we're going to readjust. I feel like we're going to come out a little bit further, so we'll take this out. Come out a little bit further there. And then our entrance here needs to be adjusted to be up there. And so we'll rotate number 3. Do some stacking. Nope. One more. Then do... Oh, apparently not. No, one more. Down. There we go. And then Hyper 2 back in there again. Ta-da! All right, nice. Very nice. Okay, we're going to come up here, and we're going to make some wire and stuff like that. Do I want to split it first before I run it up and run it up in 2 separate things? That's a good question. That's a good question. Have you tried the warehouse buggy? I have not tried the warehouse buggy. Not in this playthrough. I think I have done it in the past. I've made the buggy. I like the little electric vehicle. It's my favorite thing in the entire game. I absolutely love it. It's so awesome. I don't know who made this, but kudos to them. He's like crouched down in there. It's kind of hard to see him in there, I guess. But he's crouched down in there. He's driving a little thing with a little cart. I think that's the funniest thing. And the thing jams too, man. Look at it. And he can also jump off of stuff. Woohoo! Nailed it. And now if you do crash, by the way, you just hit it and it'll pop back up again. I feel like this is my favorite vehicle in the entire game. Even though you got heavier vehicles or whatever, this vehicle takes no fuel. No fuel. It's electric. Solar powered, I guess. And you just drive around, get all crazy. Watch out when you get on sand, though, because you're going to be sliding all over the place. Doom Buggy is great on the sand. Also, the big trucks are great on the sand. But I love this little car. I love the little siren on it. Well, it makes a little... Oh, can you actually do a siren? Hold on. What are you talking about, siren? It makes a noise like it's... like the little wheels are going, like a RC car. All right, makes that little RC. Left click. Oh, that's 1,000 Kiss Cats right there. I didn't even know you could do that. Silly old Jack. How cool is that? Yeah, he actually picks it up from there and he puts it on there. Oh, that is cool. I've never done that before. Glad to share. Well, you can't know everything, right? That's part of the fun. It's so cool that he actually grabs it off the top to him. It's actually sitting on his dashboard. It's kind of hard for you guys to see because I'm not in the sun. But let's go over here in the sun and look. Oh, no. I try to catch the sun. It's going away too fast. No. I can't catch it. The sun is too fast. Oh, wait. Sun's over here now. So look at the sign of the sun. But the more closer I get to it, the more shadow comes in. I tried, everybody. You get the idea. Try it in your game. That's very fun. I don't think I've ever done that before. Well, now I got to try that on everything. Well, that's it. I need the buggy. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I love this little factory card. It's pretty cool. I would get it very early game, right at the very beginning. It doesn't take that many tickets. You just run stuff into the Awesome Shop. Run some of your random extra resources. Snatch that up right away. That's a lot of fun. All right, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and take this. Now, I'm trying to decide whether I want to run it up there. Now, I'm really a hardcore player. You know how you know? Because I'm the only one that's going to have both oh, if I can click the right buttons here. Go. There we go. All of the numbers of how to make things work in the game. I know I'm hardcore, right? Spreadsheets of how to do it, as well as an actual visual representation of how to actually run your stuff, right? Like this, and charts over here. I didn't find these, by the way. I made these from scratch. I know I'm that hardcore. How to use splitters, how to use your constructors, and combine them all together to make stuff in there. Now, what we're going to do right now is we're going to do some stuff way over here, which is our basic stuff, which is our wire and cable right here that we've done before. Now, we've got a 120 input here. We've got 30/30s, and then up here, we've got 30/30 and 30. So we can run these separate if we want, and we could run 1/2 wire and 1/2 cable, which would end up with 60 cable and 120 wire. Do I need that? Probably don't need that much, but maybe. So that's what we'll try to do. So 120 means we're going to need a lot of constructors. You can see how many we can need across the top here. We're going to need 8 constructors all the way across. And we do not have the space on just one level to do 8 constructors. So what we're going to do, I feel like we're going to split that in the wall itself. So we're going to make 2 runs, one into one side of the wall, one on the other side of the wall. We'll run one to one level, and then we'll run the other one up into a higher level, and one will do wires and one will do the others. So first, though, we have to make our stuff here. We've got to actually make wire or make cable before we make wire. So we have to kind of make that, or make wire before we make cable. So we'll make one side wire and one side wire, then cable, right? So I'm at that high level. What can I say? So all right, we're gonna run this off to the side, and right now we have it running out to the side here, and I feel like we'll lift it there, and then we'll also think ahead, and we'll do another lifter over here. So we'll go ahead and put another one in the wall here, like that, and we'll go ahead and split that over here. If we can get to the right splitter thing, there we go. Split that along this edge, like so. And then, of course, this is coming out 120, which means this would be 60, so we no longer need that one. We can go ahead and just do a level 1 belt, and then level 1 belt. So there we go. So we're going to actually use the wall to split our different levels, which is kind of fun. Kind of fun to do. So let's get up on the top level. I kind of feel like I want to add another top level one over here on this side. I wish they had a wall connector for the thing, right? For the hyper tube. I don't know why we don't have wall connectors. I'm just using a doorway. I'm just firing myself through a doorway. It'd be awesome if there's a wall connector and you could just connect it to the wall. That would be awesome. Very, very cool. There we go. I got to do this. There you go. Go do your thing. There you go. Yeah, I have the attachment, but it's not the same thing, right? It's not the same thing. You got a wall attachment, right? Hypertube wall hole. Oh, Hypertube wall hole. Hold on now. I didn't see the wall hole. Oh, wait a minute. Now we're talking. Hold on a second. There's a wall hole there. Look at him thinking ahead. Let's try that. Hold on. Thanks for that hint. Hold on. I didn't even look at that. I unlocked it and didn't even look at it. All right, right there. Hypertube wall support is the one I remember unlocking. I don't remember unlocking this Hypertube wall hole. But hey, we won't try it out. Let's go try it out. Then we don't need all this useless stacking. See, I hate unnecessary stacking and unnecessary parts. And let's try that. All right, let's go get out of there. Switch our thing right to there. I'm just going to move that up a little bit so I don't accidentally get sucked in there. And yeah, there we go. That's awesome. All right, I had that all that time, everybody. I had that the whole time. All right, let's go ahead and... Oh, we got to put our entrance in first. And then we got to run our power line again. Perfecto! GG! Yeah, I like that. Oh, now we're going to have to go back and fix our other ones over there. We're going to do those over there. All right, love it. Oh, I got to put an entrance over here, too. And we'll bring the power up. We'll, actually, we'll just bring the power up now. We'll just put it right over here. Right up, I don't want to put it right above it. Yeah, what the heck. GJ, works great. Yeah, that is cool. I unlocked that at some point. I don't remember even seeing that. So cool. That's why I didn't see it in the Awesome Shop. I was looking for it in the Awesome Shop earlier. It's because I unlocked it while I was goofing off. Yeah, under attachments. Pipe wall attachment and hypertube wall attachment. Love it. Because I remember a guy at the wall attachment, which is kind of cool. You can run along the side of a wall. But I want to go through the wall, and now we know that it's possible. So cool. Cool, cool. Always more to learn in this game, and actually in life in general. Okay, so up here we go. So we've got to get a whole bunch of production up here. I kind of feel like we're going to do this level and then the next level, because we're going to need to get 4 of these in here. And that is going to take a little bit to get it in there. We don't got a lot of room here. I guess we can just kind of extend the top of this out to give us a little bit more room. We're coming up from this side, so we're actually going in that direction. So we're kind of going like this. And so this side is going to produce wire also. So this is going to produce wire, and then the next level is going to produce wire. And I'm out of wire. Which is pretty funny. Now, I have some skates on, which is why I can jump from high places, by the way, if you guys are wondering how come I can jump down from way up there and not die. When you get the skates, man, this game is way, way better. Way, way better. You can jump up twice as high. You can get up on top of the pipes. You can jump over double layers of conveyors and whatnot. All right, so I think we're going to do an inline feed, too. I like to try vary stuff here on the stream. So what we'll do is we'll run that up. And then we'll vary it. So let's go ahead and say this first one, which only needs to be an MK1, is going to run up to here, like that. Which will run up to there, and then we'll do an inline feed. Now, normally what I do is I go in and I do this kind of thing where you do, you know, splitter in the middle and then splitter in the middle and then one in the back, and then that one splits into those. But again, just like when you're merging it, you can do the same thing when you're feeding it. You don't necessarily have to split them perfectly behind the thing. You can just actually run them in line, and eventually, because of the speed at which you're running them, but you'll need to run it in reverse speed. And by that, I mean you're going to need to go fast and then slow down when you get to the end, because it only needs to feed so much in the end itself. So what we're going to do is go ahead and do a splitter. We're going to do an inline split. An inline split is when you're kind of, again, feeding it from this side, and then it's splitting and going into the particular thing, in this case, going into there. Now this one is going to be wire. Let's go ahead and set those up before we put all of our structure in place. There we go, wire, wire. So it's going to come out, and it needs to go in into the wire at 15, right? So 15, 15, 15, 15. Now, the coolest thing about what I'm doing is that it's diminishing returns as it goes. So the one at the beginning needs to be the fastest, and then when it gets to the end, it needs to be the slowest, which is the reverse of when you're merging it. When you're merging it, it comes in the slowest at the very beginning, and then as it goes and merges and merges, merges, and it needs to increase the speed. So the cool thing is this only coming at 60. So we only need to use the one belt. We don't have to use multiple belts in this particular case. It's just going to start this one first, and then this one's going to start second, and that one's third, and so on. They're not going to start all at the same exact time, but they will have enough for each and every one. So it will fill it, and then when this one's filled, it'll actually overflow to the next one, which will then overflow to the next one, which will overflow to the next one. You get the general gist of it. So we don't actually need one at the end. Also, just like on the merger, right? On the merger, when we first start, we don't need that one. At the end, we don't need one. We only need it right here. So we'll go ahead and grab that splitter again. We're going to go right off of this one. And we're going to go ahead and leave it a little bit of room here. There we go. Let's say something like that. That looks nice. And again, so this one's kind of, I guess you can kind of call it an overflow split, if you want to call it that. And I could move this over a little bit, by the way, so this lines up perfectly, but it is going to make it where my walls are going to be difficult. Oop, I put that in the wrong direction. Yeah, no, I'm going to feed it this way. See, I already psyched myself out. Basically, I want it to feed from the right side, from this side, and not from the middle, which is when I normally feed it. And there we go. So now we got the first one going. And then all we need to do now is just run all the lines. Nothing else we need to do. So this is kind of an inline. And what it does also is it saves you from doing a whole lot of extra splitters. You can basically do this entire thing with 3 splitters, which is what you would need anyway. You would need 3 splitters. You need your first splitter to split it evenly, and then you would need 2 more splitters to split it into each of these. And you saw me do that in previous ones. But the inline one takes up less space, right? It takes up less space. Less stuff you need to do and much easier in the long run, but you do have an overflow that you need to watch out for the speed of your conveyor. All right, so what are we building? We are building wire. I thought I told it all to build wire. Did I take it out? No, wire. There we go. Let's go around the front. Wire and wire. We got all that. Okay. Now we're going to need some power. Luckily, we brought some power already up. So we can go ahead and fire these babies up. Boom. Boom. Make that wire. Right over there. All right. And again, we're going to go ahead and just build our thing up a bit here. Build it up fancy schmancy. Oops. Unless it decides it just wants to go the opposite direction the way I want it to build. Let's see. I think we can probably get away with 2 on this. Maybe not. Gotta go 3. Gotta go 3. To battle, everybody! Another battle! You're probably going to guess what I'm going to do here for a minute. So while I'm doing it, we'll go ahead and run that battle. Get it going on. How are we looking on time? Man, we're kicking some butt on time. Game changer, yeah. Did you see Hard Space Shipbreaker in the Steam shop? Does it look like something you would try? I did not see Hard Space Shipbreaker. Mods, put that on my game list. Put that on my kids' reminders to as a game suggestion, and I will check it out. Never heard of it. I have about 200 games on my list. You want to see? Look at it. Watch this. Let me just slide over here. The Last of Us, played it for about an hour. God of War, never played it. Spider-Man, played a whole lot of it. Fantastic game. Horizon Zero Dawn, not played it. Red Dead, played it for 1 hour. So I got some games that I need to get around to eventually. Or I may just end up giving it all away. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's only so much time in the day. I'm a busy, busy guy. I don't have enough time to play too much, but I play actually quite a bit here on the stream. But sadly, do not have a lot of time for the sweet, sweet games that I want to play. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get this done. Let's get this level intact and ready to rock. And another level done. All right, let's get that walls in. Let's get this in. And out of concrete again. Out of concrete. Spit me out. Now wait. Oh, my concrete is finished. Oh wait, we're done with the thing. I forgot. Fancy, Mara, the Snowfling, all getting some extra love, and Dark getting some love over there. Back to the battle. We're not going that way. That's going to end up in a mystery one. Or maybe we go 2 and then down to 3. I like the ship one better. Let's go ship. Ah, look at that one. We could start here. I'm kind of feeling right about here so they don't swing behind us. So if we go up from the side here, we'll probably fan out a little bit. Yeah, we kind of go right here, fan up, and get that. Now, this is a side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. What am I doing? Concrete. My concrete's getting full up there. What is all this junk I got on me? So much plates. I'm going to bring these plates over here and drop them in a box. Drop them in a box so I don't have to run back and forth. We'll do it. If I need them, I'll know where they're at. Okay. Misclick right off the bat. I like building from down beneath. The only thing that's tough is when the wires are in your way. Though this game has one of the best building in any game. It is really a pleasure to just build out stuff. And this too here, this can be moved back. Hold on, we're going to take all this structure back out. Hold on. Taking all this out. Take this out. Well, look at all this extra floor space we could use. Might as well just go ahead and build it out a little bit. Square it off a little bit. Sounds like a plan to me. And then we'll go ahead and put our wall in there. And then we'll do our new thing that we learned today. Look, we're learning all sorts of new stuff today. I love experimenting with stuff. And that is our wall hole. Hypertube wall hole, which we're going to put at 6. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Great. Fantastic idea. Fantastico idea for sure. I can't remember which one it is. 3, 4, 5. 5 it is. 5 it is. Now, I could make this all out of glass and do all of that. But the reason why I build factories like this and why I put them inside buildings is so I don't see them. And that will allow my frame rates to stay up. Now, I have a pretty decent machine, so I really don't have a problem. I had the whole entire factory out in the open. And I, of course, was doing oil, and I was doing, computers, and I'm doing all the high-end stuff until I got to that higher-end tier, the tier 7. So I did 1 through 6 all out in the open, and everything was just running everywhere. It was pretty great. And, of course, I did a little spaghetti at the beginning, and then we tore that all down. Then we made it much nicer. And then we tore all that down, the whole entire gigantic factory, and then we are now making it even nicer because we're modularizing it, right? We're putting it inside wherever the nodes are. And you can see here we're making some wire. And this is just going to be wire here. It's actually not going to do anything else other than wire. And then actually we'll go ahead and see, where's our wire? I believe it's this one. So we can run it down and say run it out of this one right here. So let's turn that like that and like that. All right, there we go. We'll run it out of there and run it directly up to there. And this has the same thing. We're going to need our power up here. Let's do our double wall. Actually, let's put it up a little bit higher. There we go. Something nicer like that. And then connect all those in from this side. And that's a Mark II, which allows me to do 7 connections from 1. That doesn't have why is it not letting me connect that? Oh, maybe it doesn't have an entrance. I forgot to do the entrance. Entrance. Gotta put the entrance back. There we go. That's helpful. Oh, we didn't put the power in yet. Helps if we put the power in. All right. Well, then we'll just take out a wall and jump down. Woohoo! And run the power. I feel like I'm actually going to run the power from here to... Oh, it's on that side of the wall. I don't like that. I don't like that. I want it to be on this side of the wall. So there. I want it to be the way I want it to be, right? Actually, I don't like that either. Hold on. Let's move it over just one more. It's got to be over by one more. Right there in the center. Nice. Then we're going to go like this. Up to there. We're going to take this out. And that out. There we go. And we can power that from the inside. Take this out. And then we'll go ahead and run our hypertube. I got it set right now, by the way, where it goes straight down. Oh, that's not straight. Again, straight down. Where it goes straight down, you can adjust the shape of how your hypertube is. Normally, it would curve way back, but I have it on the build mode where it's more of a noodle. You got vertical, default. Like what? Look at the difference. If you go in and build that hypertube. Like this, and you got to kind of back away if you want to do it, just so you can kind of see what's going on. And then if you toggle, you got a like that. That is conveyor 2D, which is usually default. You got noodle, which is how I had it, and then you got vertical, which looks even cooler, and so on. And then default, which in this case it actually is using vertical, but default it'll kind of figure it out for you. But I like the vertical because I think it looks cool. It looks perfect as you're running it. And let's go ahead and put an entrance in there. And then run this power over there. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that running through there. See, now I'm just getting picky. I'm just getting picky now. I feel like, you know what we'll do is we'll put this back over there. We're going to run that from the inside down to here eventually. So we're going to run that. Oh, we can't double connect. Yeah, let's go fix that. That's going to come from the inside, and that's going to power the top part. Plus, it's also going to power the outside part. So when we go back this way, we can take out this wire, and then we can run the wire back down to there, and then it's much cleaner when you're running your wires. It just looks nicer. I mean, you could, it'll work the other way too. It just looks nicer. All right, there we go. And then same thing over here, but we've got all this extra room, so we could just do it the traditional way if we wanted to, where we go in and use our mergers. And this, oh wait, I got to run all of our power first. Hold on a second before I forget. Easier to run it when there's nothing in front of it. There we go. And then very easily we're going to merge all this together. And see, I like to do centerline merging like this. So we just merge like so. And then we merge again because these two are going to merge together. And we got the room, so we might as well just use it. Like that. All right. And then we run all of our lines. If I have it going the right direction, that was a splitter. And that is the wrong thing. Pressing wrong buttons. Wrong buttons, it happens. Try that again, this time with the correct buttons pressed. There we go. Going a little too fast. Okay, now how fast are these coming out? Let's see, coming out at 30, so 30, 30, 60. That's 60 right there. This is actually going to be 120 coming out of here, so we're going to go ahead and upgrade this belt to an MK2. Coming out over here, boom, there's a 120 and a 120. So total, this is going to be 60, 120 total. So that's 60. This is going to be 120. So this could still be 60. So that's 60, 60, 30, 30, 60. And then this is going to be 120. Right there. All right, easy. All right, that's easy. Got her done. And then we'll just run it right out of there. Right into the top of our thing, and then it's going to feed that wire right down all the way to the bottom. I feel like this one's already full. Let's go see. I think I had more than enough. Oh, yeah. Ooh, boy. We're going to run that into the awesome sink at some point. We'll get that going. We'll get that going. Now, we already have that running in the back. You can see we've got a ton of excess running. Where's my coffee cup? Get my coffee cup in there. I've got my stuff missing. There we go. Take a little swig. Tastes like victory. And of course, you can see up here that I have some excess running down into the awesome sink because I'm not really using it right now. Any excess just runs down and into there. Hey, gamer man, I am doing good. Another game to check out, Occupy Mars. It has building elements very similar to Satisfactory, but with an added survival aspect. Cool. Add that one, mods. Put that in my Kiss Reminders, Occupying Mars. I kind of remember hearing about that. Or maybe that was from Elon Musk. It was something. It was something like that. I do remember him saying it. All right, so we got to run that in there. Eventually, we're going to run that out. But there's our wire running in there. Now we need to do our next level. And I feel like this part out here is pretty done. So we can go ahead and extend that. I kind of feel like we just square off the whole building. Square it all off. And this should be an entrance, I think, right there. There we go. Turn right when I press the button. There we go. And over here should be an entrance. We're not building anything fancy. We're just making big squares. Nothing fancy right now. We're just doing production, right? You can make it fancy if you want. Go for it. Me, not making it fancy. Making it functional. Functional versus fancy. One of my favorite things, if you hold down control, you can take out a whole bunch of stuff. Boom. Just like that. Which is very fun. Very, very fun. Put in that ceiling and a little bit extra room here. When we expand this later on, we'll have lots of nice room. All right, so that's it for that level. And we have a nice entrance there. And so we got to get up to our next level. And let's go ahead and say right there. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our brand new... oh, we got pipe. Look, I got pipeline wall hole too. Ooh, look at that. Oh, we're going to try all that stuff out. But first, we're going to put hypertube wall hole right there. And then we're going to run a hypertube down here because I'm not climbing all the way up there. Why do that? Why do that? Oh, funny irony. We need some bars, everybody. I wonder if our bars are full up over here now while we're busy doing all of this. Let's go see. Let's see. Is it filled up this one? Nope, that box is full. How about the next one? Ooh, that box is getting full. Grab a few of those. It's getting there. It's just going to keep on keeping on running. Non-stop, on forever. And that's what we want. We want that cranking away. All right. We'll put this right next to this other one. Like that. Put the entrance there. And then we have a nice nectar. Whoosh. Up to level 2. All right. Or this is level 3. This would be level 3. I guess depending on how you look at it. 2 levels above the first level. All right. Put that there. Now, again, this one's going to be outputting over on this side. So let's say maybe there. We'll figure that out later. All right. And we want to go ahead and bring our thing up here. And I think it's this right here. So we'll try that. And again, this is going to be 60. So we're going to go normal speed. Lift number 1. And we're building much more vertical, as you can see. In this particular rebuild of our factory, we're building very vertically. So we're doing our wire on one level, and we're going to do our wire and our cable on this particular level. So we're going to go ahead and just basically do exactly what we just did. Because if we look at our little chart over here, we're going to end up, right, with a whole bunch, with 4 over here that is running on the level below, and that's outputting 120 wire. And then we're going to do 4 more up on this level, but we're going to eliminate the storage in between. And then we're going to take these and we're going to merge these together. We're going to eliminate this whole middle part, and we're just going to run these mergers right into 2 more constructors, which are then going to make them into cables, and so on. So we're just going to eliminate a lot of this in this next build, like this and like that, like this. We just take all that out. And then move this way back like so. Easy peasy, right? Easy. This one over here. You're like, Kismet, what the heck is this, bro? This ain't Satisfactory. Oh, this is Satisfactory more than you know. This is what it's all about right here. Charting it out. Charting it out, getting the numbers down, making sure that everything turns out just so. All right, there's our wire and there's our cable, right? So we're going to do this here on the next level we're on right now. So let's go ahead and do our cable. Same thing. We're going to do it all in line, but we're going to kind of have to kind of run it to the end or run it from one side to the other. It doesn't really matter. As long as it does what we want it to do, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the level below. And this part up here, I don't necessarily need it to go in this little thing like this, but you know what? We'll just square it off to the rest of the building. Like so. And like normal, out of concrete. Oh, we got to build a power thing over here. Put it right there. We'll just put it there, and then from over here, oh, we need to put our thing in there. Do we not have it? I don't think we have our stuff. Oh, we do. Okay. Slight problem, though. We need to get that wire over there, but we don't have it connected down there. So that's not going to help us. So we're going to lean out. And we're going to try to connect upwards. There we go. And that's going to give us this. And then that allow us to go back down. Whee! Nice. Man, I feel like I need to bring 10 tons of concrete up there. Luckily, I'm got 3 boxes full of it over here. I got a whole lot. And when I grab a bunch of it out of there, watch as my conveyors kick back in again. And it's going to make a bunch more and run it all the way over here. That was nice. There we go. Free demo. There we go. I'm doing good. Doing awesome. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying this. I'm having a good time. This is very, very fun. Hey, Cat P. There we go. When I got PS3 games, I got 4 games. I ever played Last of Us. The others are still wrapped. I know, mine too. I know, mine too. And I got them. They were on sale. And I was like, you know what? I better snatch those up. But how many of you do the same thing, right? Your Steam library, you got 950 games and you played about 30. Right? You're like, ooh, that's on sale. Let me snatch that up in case I want to play that later, right? It's almost like when you're playing something like World of Warcraft and you're collecting mounts, right? I'm notoriously bad for doing that kind of stuff. Same thing like in Lord of the Rings Online. I used to do the same thing. I'd collect mounts, right? Because those are the things that are typically the most rarest and most expensive. I am that way, but that's the way it is with games. It's like, well, I don't really need this game. I'm probably not going to play it anytime soon. But it's on sale, and it's only $3, so let me snatch that up. I've done that many a time. All right, our wires are going. What do we come back over here for? Concrete. We got the concrete. Well, let's run back over here. Again, I'd suggest to keep these up on the second level. Otherwise, you walk by those a lot, and they're sucking you in there all the time by mistake. All right, so what were we doing? We're building out the walls. We were connecting the things. We did all of that. That's looking good. And then we need 4, and then we need 2. So 4 and 2. Let's go. Up here. 4 and 2 constructors. So, I could send it in 2 directions. That'd be kind of fun. Now, let's not get it too close to the wall there, or we won't be able to build a wall. So we can do it 4 and 2, and then refeed it back that way. Let's do that. Let's do it like this. Because what you can do is you can centerline feed it and then feed it in 2 directions, right? So it comes out, at 60, and then it's going to go 30-30 in that direction, which would be 15 and 15 again. So you can centerline do it as well. That does not feel center to me, though. Let's go ahead and really make it center. Let's line this up first. It feels pretty centered there. Alright, and this is definitely not center. That's definitely not center, bro. Get out my face. You're a big disgrace. Alright, not centered. Not the mama. Okay, let's look at that. That's looking good. Right there. Again, I like to try different stuff. And I've tried a lot of this stuff before. Centerline cutting, refeeding, conveyors back into other splitters and mergers and whatnot. But I find this to be really fun, doing this kind of fun stuff. Now, your biggest problem here is getting this one to go into there. Because this is going to be too close. It's going to be real awkward when you're trying to run the splitter into there. Because it's really close to that one. Literally right up next to it, like that. That's going to be the most awkward thing. So I can push them apart and do that. That would be a better idea than having them so close. So, but that's going to be a problem on this side. I think that's going to be a problem. Well, let's put this one out the maximum distance. I think it's going to be right there. Let's switch to our walls. And put our walls in and see if that's going to block our wall. Yeah, it's blocking our wall. Alright, too close. We definitely have a lot of room, though, to move to the left. It's not that much room. Let's try that. There we go. We definitely want to have our wall synced up with the rest of our walls. No reason to make it bigger if we don't need to. All right, let's push this off to the side. Like so. And then we'll go back to our splitters. And we'll line those up. That one doesn't need one. Yeah, on this one, all you need to do is actually just move the splitter over and get an idea of where you want the splitter to go. It's going to go in that way, out, in. Okay, there we go. And then you can line it up using the actual splitters themselves. Make sure you got it going in the right direction. That is not lined up. This is the center line one. That's why. That is the center line one. That's not what I need. I need this one. There we go. That's going to line up there. And then the last one, I don't need to line it up. So this actually reduces the amount of splitters that you need, if you notice. Because you can run MK1 here and MK1 there. So it's going to come out of here at 60. Not what I wanted to put there. Nope. Wrong button. Running out of there into here. We're going to see our raw things coming through. So it's going to run into here. It's going to split it from 60 into 30-30. That 30 is going to run here. And then it's going to feed there. And then it's going to feed to there. And again, we don't need another one on the end because it's just going to run whatever excess you have there, right? So once this goes 30, it cuts it in half, and then that's going to be 30 over there. So there you go. Another way of doing the same thing that we did down below, but even easier. All right, so you end up with 3 splitters here, which is typically what you would end up with anyway in the lower level. And if we want to go look at the lower level for comparison, let's go. We can look at how we did the lower level here. So same thing, right? Comes in from this side, feeds into there, goes here, feeds there, goes across, feeds there, and then the last one does not have a splitter. It just goes right in there. So very much the same thing, except for this time we're coming in from the center, going to the sides, and going to the sides like that. Same kind of thing, equals the same results in the end. And out we go. Kind of feel like we want to do level to level too. All right, that'd be kind of cool. Hold on, let's do that. Let's do, we gotta look at where we have room. That'd probably be a good idea first. Oh, right there, we have room. Yeah, right here. Let's go back up to... We'll put one here. And then we'll put one... Oh, this is a cool idea. So it just goes between levels. That is freaking cool. Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's cool. Oh, amazing the things you can do when you're paying attention. All right, paying attention to the actual stuff that you unlocked. And then same thing here. And then we're going to need a connector. There we go. So you can... Now, it'd be nice to label that, because I'm not going to remember which one is the one that takes me to the ground and which one that takes me down to the bottom level. I definitely would put something there, or I would color it a different color, like purple is multi-level or between levels, and an orange is down to the ground level. I would give it like a different color, but that's cool. Like, boom, now you're down to this level. Stop turning my light off. It turns your light off every time you get in there. Yeah, it does. Stop turning my light off. Okay, Mr. Kismet, how are you still awake, Mr. Kismet? I'm always up this time. I'm always up. This is when I'm usually streaming. This is my normal deal. If I could sleep like a normal person, I would. I did for a very long time, for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. Well, actually, 45 years, actually. 45 years, I went to bed just like everybody else at nighttime, and I woke up in the morning and did what I needed to do, like most people do. But since I got sleep apnea and vertigo, I sleep when I can. That's what my neurologist told me to do, and that's what I do, everybody. I just sleep when I can, and usually I sleep, you know, then I stream, and then I sleep, and I stream, and so on and so forth. Take care of the IRLs as well. Always a good thing to take care of. I feel like some of this stuff we don't need. Silica, we don't need that right now. Screws I'm not using. Aluminum, plastic. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Not really using at the moment. Definitely not using that. There we go. Alright. Keep running out of plates. Where's my plates at? That's not my plates. My plates are over here. Probably already filled up again. Yep, filled up again. We just burn. We're burning plates like nobody's business, and it just fills right back up. Definitely want to have high plate production, that's for sure. I love this whole coming through the wall stuff. That's cool. All right, we're getting back to work here. Let's do it. I like all this. I like everything that's going on here. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Need a lot of plates and a lot of concrete to make this happen. I just built that really far away somewhere. Somewhere. Another battle. You can probably guess what I'm going to be doing here. So let's battle. Let's do it. Dee. All right. Open the captain's chest. Give you guys some extra love. Boom. There we go. Sushi and Warcat getting some extra love. Cat B topping that list and coming in overall MVP. Nice job. All right. Let's keep going for that boss battle. We're getting the loots, man. I think we're going to probably get to, oh my goodness. Holy mackerel. We gonna need those epics. We gonna need those epics. We gonna need those legendaries. Let's try to stay to the left a little bit here so they don't spin around and get our, they don't spin behind us and try to get our peeps. Stay together, everybody. I feel like that one we definitely gonna have to stick together, for sure. There we go. Hey, Kevin, did you know before Fallout 76, Interplay had plans to develop a Fallout online project called V13 before Bethesda bought the IP? I did know that, Timothy. I did know that. Did you know that I actually worked on the original Fallout? That's right. I worked on the box art for a lot of stuff for Interplay, including the Out of This World. Worked on 3 Vikings, a whole bunch of stuff. Way back in the day, I was a pre-press and print, so they would send me the artwork, and then I would make it work and print, you know, onto the box and all that stuff. Yeah, and all the stuff that goes inside. You know, remember, you know how you get the collector's edition now? Well, guess what? You used to get that for normal price before. You get all sorts of cool stuff. Maps and, you know, guidebooks and things to write stuff down way back in the day. Now you got to pay extra for that. I know, huh? It sucks. It sucks big time. Unless you buy Cyberpunk, by the way. Cyberpunk actually gives you some extra loot, even in the normal version. So that's why I bought Cyberpunk. Do I know anything about Cyberpunk? I know zero about Cyberpunk. But they're treating the customers right, and I'm down for that. So I like to support that for sure. And the best way to support, let people know if you like something, is to drop a little cash. And so that's what I do. I say, hey, I like that. Treat your customers right. And then I'm going to treat you right by buying your product. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's get our wire fired up over here. Wire. There's one wire. I always run around the back. I need to get in the front. It'd be easier. Wire. Wire. And mod cable. Nope, wrong button. Wire. There we go. All right, now we just need 2 more over here to combine these together and running that into those. So let's go ahead and go back by 1. And let's do some merging. Like so. And then we're also going to build some more instructors. And again, we're just going to eliminate the middleman. Take out all that other stuff in the middle. And I like to run mine a little bit forward. And the reason why is I like to see the stuff running through there, right? Just to make sure. All right, this is coming out at 30. So if we go 30 and 30 going in there, and then from here into there. Now we go to cable. Right here, the input for cable is 60. So that's why we're merging those 2 together. And then telling this to do cable. And then over here, same thing. So we go boom. Run that there. Run that across there. And we're looking good. And we'll tell this to be cable as well. And then we got to run some power to it. I feel like we're almost done with our power. So let's go ahead and just add another one just to be sure. Let's go ahead and add another double wall outlet. We're also using these for our other stuff. And there we go. Cable's done. And then we're going to run it this way. And we're going to do the whole sideways running of our stuff. Meaning we're going to do a sideways merge. So we're going to go ahead and tell it to merge in that direction. That direction. And are we too close? No. Okay. And then this is going to output at 30 cables per minute. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. That's going to be 30 there. Looks like OBS froze. It's not you. It's OBS that made that happen. Every now and again, my machine freezes. I don't know what's up with that. It's probably because it's been recording for 6.5 hours. Let me stop my recording. And we'll start it up again. All right, there we go. Whenever it does that, I like to stop my recording just in case something goes horribly wrong. There we go. CD Projekt Red is an amazing company. I love their products. Cannot wait for Cyberpunk. Yeah, I pre-ordered it. I have no idea. Did you play the original Fallout? Day 1. I knew about it before anybody because I got to see all the packaging and everything else. I'm, oh, what's this game? This game is awesome. I did a lot of games, a lot of t-shirts, a lot of comic books. I've done every type of design you can do. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked with some of the top companies in the world, including Apple, for many years. That's right. Senior tech over there. So very, very awesome. So I saw the original Fallout. I saw games before anybody's seen it. Now, Fallout's one of my favorite series of all time. I played the original Fallout and have played every Fallout since. Every single one. Even Tactics. I've played them all, everybody. Now, do I remember every bit of detail of all of them? Absolutely not. I'm having trouble just remembering people's names in the chat anymore. But I do remember playing a lot of them, and I love the story of Fallout 1. Also, I got to meet the owners of Interplay. One of the owners came up for a corporate report, drove up in his red Viper. So apparently he was making some cheddar, making some games, wasn't he? Yeah, I rode up his red Viper right in front of my office, and I'm like, whoa, somebody's got a nice car. Came in, we were working on this big, giant, fold-out corporate report for, you know, you send off all your investors and things like that. For those of you who don't know what the corporate reports are for and whatnot. It was a beautiful corporate report, too. Came out great. Came out great. They loved it. There we go. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, you know, see, what happens when the corporate people get in there is they don't actually play the games. So they don't know what a great game is. They just look at it, how much did it cost us and how much did we make? Right? That's a corporate person's thought, right? We're making this product. We want to sell this product. It's like you could be making spoons. They don't care. You're making spoons. You're making windows. You're making, you know, I don't know, Cheese Whiz. It doesn't matter to them. You know, that's how they're making games. They're making games just as the same as they would make Cheese Whiz, right? They're just, okay, how much did it cost us? How much money can we make, right? That's a corporate mentality. That's a, CEO and CFO and so on. That's a corporate mentality. They don't actually play the game. So if they produce a terrible game and it still makes them money, they don't care. Doesn't mind them at all. As long as they're making their money, that's it. Which is too sad. Too sad that it has come to that, right? That it's come to that point where they don't really care about the quality of the game versus the profit that they make. That's not all companies, but some are like that, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. All right, forgot to check the rate up here. Let's go back up. Let's go back up and check the rate. I always double check the rate at which I'm doing stuff. So that's coming out 60, 60, and this is 60. So let's just remember that so we can go over here and run this one conveniently right into there. Bam! All right. And how are we looking here? Oh, we got some wire in there. We got some wire in there for sure. How about on the second level? Oh, jump for it. Oh, that one's full too. All right, let's go check the top. Let's go check the top one. Is that one full? Oh, it's not full. It's going to be full in a minute, though. It's only got 2 slots left. So, yeah, it's cranking in there now. Look at it go. So, and we have obviously... Oh, don't want to spill my coffee. Oh, whoa, look at my coffee. Oh, my God, it actually does move like real coffee. Look at... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't want to spill my coffee. It's going to run that in, and this right here is full. So this is finished. What I really need to be doing is running this also out into an awesome sink. And I'm kind of tempted putting the awesome sink on the top of that building. And then rerunning it back to the top of the building and just have the awesome sink up there. That's very tempting. I think I'm actually going to do that. I think that'd be fun. So what I need to do, though, if I'm going to do that, is I'm going to need to feed it out from this side. So let's go ahead and feed that back. So this is feeding in. This one's feeding in at 120. This one's feeding in at 60 roughly. So we're going to go ahead and do a 120 lift. This is really awkward to do this from up here, by the way. Really awkward because it thinks you want to upgrade that one. So you got to kind of, do a little hanging out from the side. There we go. And then that's going to go back that way. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. Hang out from the side a little bit. Get that to lock in there. Come on, you. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have it feed back in the other direction. And again, that's that. So this actually could be an MK1. Slow that down a little bit. This going to be MK2. Okay, so that's going to feed out of there, and it's going to feed back up there. And we're going to put our awesome sink at the top of the building, which I think would be super fun. So we'll put one right there. Now, the interesting thing is we don't actually need to run 2 lines and have it run up 2 and then merge and all that stuff. We can just do it right here as we merge it. So we can go ahead and run the 1 line up to there. And then we can go ahead and just do a merger right here. And then we can go ahead and run this as a 2 up into there. And now those are merging together, though we do need to speed this belt up, or otherwise it will be running too slow. So we're going to go ahead and make that a 3. So this is a 1, a 2, and a 3. 1, 2, 3. Clicks to get to the center of Tootsie Pop. All right, so now we're going to run all our excess up there. So we're running it from the top one, right? If we run it from the top one, then we always have at least 2 of these still are going to be full of whatever resource that we need, right? So if we need any wire, those will still be full, but all the excess will then be running into the awesome sink. So while we're building out the rest of our factory, we won't have that problem of it just backlogging. So let's see, we've got 1, 2, we got 1 going multi-levels there. Maybe I should do the multi-level here. Take this out. Take that out there and do the multi-level this way. So if I want to get to the roof, which I'm not going to be doing too often, I could just do that. And then do our wall hole like that. I can't get to the roof from here. I'd have to go in and then up, but I could always change it if I don't like it later. Connect that across that way. And go like this. And this one already has a thing on it. Yeah, whoa! Whoa. There's no ceiling there. There's no ceiling. That was a little bit scary. Let's put our ceiling in now that we got that all done. Okay, so that's going to come up here. That's going to come up here. Let's bring our power up. And we're only going to need a single connector. So say we'll put it right there. And then we're going to put our awesome sink up here. That'd be fun. Special. Awesome sink. Now, I kind of just thought, I just had dawn on me that I could run everything up here to this awesome sink. So I could run all of the excess from over there across and up into here. And this could be basically where the awesome sink is, and run it from all different directions and just keep running it into the tower awesome sink over there. Imagine this with VR. I actually have the HTC Vive, which is really fantastic, by the way, but I can't do it standing up. I have vertigo. I have a constant vertigo. It never goes away. So I will fall down for sure. I'll fall down if I do VR. So that's why I don't stand and do it, but you can't actually adjust the height of it, so it still acts like you're standing, even when you're seated position. I know, because I played Fallout 4 in VR, and oh my gosh, that is awesome. When the Pridwin's coming up overhead, oh, it's so cool, and the vertibirds are flying by. Amazing, by the way, so highly recommend Fallout 4 also in VR. But this game would be amazing in VR as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like you don't really need too much more up here. Probably just leave the top of this open. Power that up for sure. Just hang over to the side here and see if we end up falling off. Just kind of run that up a little bit more. There we go. Now the awesome sink is running. And then we want to do back to our other conveyors. Number 4? 4. Then we'll do a level 3 conveyor. There we go. Run out all that excess. Now, see, I don't see enough wire, though. Well, there's some wire. It's like 2 things and then 1 wire. 2 things, 1 wire. All right, let's run all that excess into the awesome sink. All right, now we're having some fun. But yeah, so we have another awesome sink right down there. That I'm running all of this, though I'm tempted to run all of that up here now. I'm very, very tempted to run that up. We already got that built down there. We'll do that later. We got other things to build. How we doing on time? All right, we're running out of time. We want to definitely get some No Man's Sky in today, too. I keep not getting to it. I feel like that's mission complete. I feel like we got our basics going. So let's go over here and finish this up. Over here, we'll add an entrance. We'll add some power to our entrance. And down to the other level we go. And then down to the bottom we go. All right. All right, so we got all of these running. All of these running again. All right, because we had them running before, but we have them all running again now. All of these resources are running, and they're running to these boxes. We have our concrete running to that box. We have our wire and our cable all running there, looking sexy. And I can really do this one pretty easy as well. From way over there. And we can go over there and build it and just run the line over to here. And then we'd have those done. What do we need to do on this side? This side gets a little bit more complex over here. We've got our reinforced iron plates. I feel like we got a ton of those. Yeah, we got almost 2 boxes of that. We got to do our wires. We've got to do our industrials. We got to get our aluminum going again. We get all that going. Then we got to get all this stuff going. Now, this stuff here, you don't really need to get going. This part here, because I've already done the space elevators. So space elevators already done. I forget what goes here. I think that is electric stuff. These are our circuit boards, I think. Yeah, circuit boards. This is our heavy modular frames. We've got our computers over there. We got to put in all of the stacking still for those and then run all of those resources. We've also got plastic over here. We've got plastic and rubber hanging out over here. I'm going to run that from way over there and run it along into this eventually. We're also going to have our train running right down the middle here, which is going to be pretty cool. We'll have a train going back and forth, whether we want to ride the train or whether it's just bringing resources back and forth. And all of this right here is just some more awesome sinks. So if we got anything we want to get rid of, we just throw it in the awesome sink and let it melt down. I feel like that's good. I feel like that's good for today. I'm going to work on the more advanced stuff, where we're going to use all of this stuff to make all of that stuff, right? To make all the more advanced stuff. I feel like the first thing we should probably do is do the easy one. Do the easy wire over here. Because this one we had already had going from way over here. What is the... let's go see what the node was over here. What was the node? Let's go check that node. Let's go check it out. Oh, the brother still is not considered canon? Ah, well. That is to me. Oh! That's not good. What the heck was that? What the heck was that? All right, we don't want to go. We don't want to run any further with this thing over there. Because this sand, you just slide all over the place. Oh, yeah, we had another entrance over there. I forgot. Yeah, right up that front. Okay, we got some of this stuff over here. Cadmium. Which we'll want to do next time. This is a pure cadmium node, too. What do we got? Is this just a 1? Oh, my God. That's just a 1. Imagine if we had it not as a 1. And that's probably what we'll do. We'll upgrade that to a 2. And we'll just be running that at an insane rate. I need that wire later, though. So definitely a good idea to upgrade. Oh, hello, Gilly. Hello there, dude. So, yeah, we'll come back and do that one next time. In the meantime, we'll use the conveyor to help us get back. Speed us along a little bit there. All right, we still got to do our power and whatnot. You know what? We should check in on our power here before we go. Maybe we need to do power first next time. So let's see. We're going to do wire or we're going to do power first? Let's go look. Because right now I'm only using my my power from coal. Not using any oil power right now. So let's go way over here. And let's take a look at our power. Oh, well, we're fine. Oh, man, we're looking good. Not even close yet. Not even close. Rocking that 1300 megawatts. And it's just making stuff and trashing it. Making it and trashing it. Making it and trashing it. Look at it running. Look at it all running up there. Doing its thing. Throwing the excess away. Not using up enough enough of that, though. That's come to a stop. I don't like to see resources come to a stop. So I can make another awesome sink, I guess. Right over here. Or actually, I have one over here. Which way is that one going? That's going that way, so that's going in that way. So I could, in theory... See, what's the speed of this? This is just an MK1. Alright, let's keep that going. Let's go 4. I'm going to run it from here to there. And then from there... Oh, we can't do it because of the clearance. Too much clearance! We need more clearance, Clarence. That's right. I think I tried to do that before. I couldn't get to go in there. Let's do a little spaghetti. A tasty, tasty spaghetti. Is that not an input? Looks like an input to me. Oh, that's an input. It's going the wrong direction. What am I doing? What am I doing? That is an input, not an output. Alright. Now we'll do it this way. You know what? Screw it. Oh, it just doesn't reach. That's messed up, bro. That's messed up. Spaghetti that stuff. Run that excess out of there. Into the awesome shop. We'll fix that later. Fix that later. We want everything to be running so we know what our max peak power is. So that's basically what we're doing right now. It's running that max peak power. And then we can take a look again. Alright, about 900 or so. Kind of capping at 960. We'll say 1,000. We got about 300. So all of this is constantly running. There's nothing stopped. Yeah, those are all running. Can't quite see that one. Yeah, that one's still running. Okay, so everything's running at the same time. That's all running. Screws are running. All right, everything's running at the same time. We're at max capacity, max production. Any excess is running into the awesome sink for now until we decide we don't want it to go in the awesome sink anymore. So let's make some notes for next time. Next time in Satisfactory, we are going to be doing whatever this stuff is called. Probably don't even need to make that much of it. We're going to be doing cadmium quick wire. Quick wire. Cadmium quick wire. I'm probably working on our power. And power. Alright, make myself a note for next time so I can try to pick up where we left off. No guarantees. No guarantees that's where it's going to be. So let's go up here on the top of this one and get a little bird's eye view. A little bird's eye view of what we got done. Boom. All right. So we got that running over there. We really optimized that. We built a little production back there. That one way back there. That one. And we run that. We built this one last time. So we built all of our steel production back there. We got 360 coal and iron going into there. We've got our steel going. We've got our pipes and our beams. And they're running all the way back to our storage. We've got our concrete now running into there. And we've got both our wire and our cable done over there. And pretty nice, pretty nice. Liking it so far. We got to get the rest of our stuff going, but we're going to need some more power soon, that is for sure. And I kind of feel like, how can we get more power? Because we don't have that much coal. So, let's check our coal again. It's going to be that way. And that way. Huh. Oh, yeah, we already got that coal. We got that coal. We got that coal. There's no coal that way. There's oil that way. We can make some lesser coal from the oil. Huh. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, I feel like next time we'll go and we'll tear down all that power over there. We're going to tear it all down and redo all of our power and move it up to the top of the waterfall. Yeah. And then make it really nice. Make it really nice. All right, so power, redo on top of waterfall. All right, let's make a note of that. We'll do that next time. We're going to go ahead and switch over to some No Man's Sky. But before we do that, I'm going to let you guys kind of watch my factory run here a little bit because we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up, walk around just a little bit, and then I shall be back. Mr. Kismet, you should try a game called Star Citizen. It's like No Man's Sky, Ashneer. Yeah, Timothy, I already know about Star Citizen. In fact, I'm a High Admiral. I own an 890 jump, and I owned a civil, or not civil, it's a Phoenix. What is it called? Constellation. Constellation Phoenix. So I'm hardcore, bro. That was before I got sick. About 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, I actually did part of the very first thing when they very first started taking in bids and whatnot. So I bought the Constellation, and then they came out with the Constellation Phoenix. So then I got the Phoenix instead, and then they came out with the 890 jump, and I got that. So I'm a High Admiral in there. So I'm hardcore, bro. Do you believe in alien life forms? Well, there's all bugger down here on Earth, so hopefully some intelligent life up there somewhere. Do you typically run tractors toward the outputs of sorts, then run trains to the main factory, or do you just run conveyors? Conveyors are always more consistent. They're always more consistent to run a conveyor because it's just going to consistently run at that. Even if you lose power, it'll still consistently run that conveyor even without power. But the second you lose power on like a water pump, the second you lose power on a train, the second your vehicle runs out of energy or out of fuel, boop, that's it. Your supply line's dead. So mostly, if it's close by, I will do conveyors. But if it's really, really far away, I'd say 4,000 away, then I would definitely do a train. Absolutely. And eventually you'll see me doing trains to train all of the stuff that's up there by that tree right there. It's like 2,000 in that direction. Eventually I'm going to have a train go and grab all that stuff and bring it back over here. So I don't have to run the conveyors. Even though I've already run the conveyors. I already have the conveyors run. And I could just run it over here. But we definitely want to get the trains going. And it's going to actually bring the train. It's going to actually make the stuff over there. And it's going to bring the train right down the middle of my base here. And you can see where this green is right here. That's actually where my train's going to go. Now, these are the awesome sinks. They're just here temporarily. I'll obviously pull those out. We were just getting rid of excess resources while we were readjusting. But those awesome sinks will come out of there. And I'll probably put the awesome sinks up on the top of this building and just run all the excess up to the top of this building. Because I feel like that's a pretty cool idea. It's just to feed every bit of extra stuff up there and just keep running it into awesome sinks from all different directions of your factory. It's kind of like the garbage disposal location. And it's up off the ground. And it's just up there. And it's just going to run and do its thing without me having to worry about it. So I think that's pretty cool. The only big drawback of this, though, is the fact that you don't have an on and off switch for certain things, right? If I want to just turn this factory off, well, I want to have an on and off switch. Now, I could go in there just cut the line, of course, but it's much better if it has an on and off switch, and then when it's off, it's a flashing red light that says, hey, this is off, so you can remember what you've turned off and what you've turned on, right? For sure. Actually, let's do this battle here first before I go AFK. I know we're going to do a little No Man's Sky and basically make $1 billion per turn. I'm going to show you how to make $1 billion. Let's go. All right. We didn't stay together, but let's hope it works out. We'll do the sandwich move. I feel like we got this. Feeling good about it. Nice. Getting that loot. And that's the win. Easy. We crushed that. We crushed it. All right, grants and rewards. Let's see. Zig coming in. Snowfling coming in. Cat B getting 50 gold. Congrats. Fonzie get. I don't know how to say some of your guys' name, but I'll try. Verace coming in. Overall MVP with a massive 25 assists. Nice job. All right, we're going for the 4 skull. We're going to step it up again here. I'm going to go about the same spot. That worked pretty good. Let's say right there on that one. All right, let's go for it, everybody. Again, you can join me at streamcaptain.com. Everybody in the channel's playing it. You might as well come and play too. You can play for free. Just follow that link in the chat. Find me as your Captain Kismet. We can go ahead and win some loots. Let's see. Wait, Kismet, did Fallout 1 have over-encumberness? You know what? I don't remember. I know you can get a full... I know that it was full. That your inventory get full, but I don't know if you actually got over-encumbered back in those days. Sweet, I use more conveyors then. Also, I like the awesome sink layout above the bulk. Easy to feed up to the building. Yeah, I just thought of that when I was sitting up there. I was like, man, I could just feed that right back up there. And I could feed it up from there. I could feed it from all of my central containers up into the awesome sink, right? Instead of running it back down and doing all of that. So that's pretty nice. I got basically everything is going in the awesome sink right now. If it's backlogged. And what it'll do is it'll fill the first container, second container, and then the third container, when it starts to fill, it will then get rid of the excess out of that third container. And of course, you know, while I'm rebuilding my entire factory, I don't need too much resources. I only need just a little bit as I'm building and so on and so forth. But it is cool to have everything running at the same time. That's really, really cool. So I've got a factory that's doing plates there. This is doing wire and doing cable. Over on this side, this one here is doing rods and screws currently. And then way off over there, we're doing steel pipes and beams. So we got all that going. We got our basics going again. And we're going to do our little bit more kind of second tier stuff next time. But I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. You guys can watch my little factory do its thing here for a minute. You can enjoy the wonderful waterfall. I'm just going to get up, stretch my legs, and I'll be back in just a moment. Be right back. Kind of updated. I updated it a while ago. But yeah, that's my Stealth Boy effect. It's kind of like a mix between Stealth Boy and Predator. I just think it's kind of cool. Nobody else does that when they go AFK. You won't find flaming bit cups. I feel like very few people do it at my level. I'm on a whole nother level, everybody. I love doing special effects like that. I love doing that extra bit of, you know, that kind of next level stuff. Very, very fun. Absolutely. This is amazing. Looks like I'm buying Satisfactory. Jaybird's Gaming. Guess what? You can buy it on Steam now, too. If you prefer it on Steam, you can go ahead and buy it on there. Or you can buy it on the Epic Game Store. I highly recommend it. It's not just a 10. It's like a 10 plus. It's that good. Incredibly well done. In fact, other games can take note on how they do it in Satisfactory, especially the building when you're putting down your foundations, and when you're building from really far away, how incredibly precise it is. I absolutely recommend it. For sure. We need a little Norbert dancing up in here. This is Game Killer. All right, let's do it. That's my buddy Norbert. He likes to hang out up there and dance around the fire bit cup. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.